friends. Hi, happy Thursday. How are you guys? Today, it is noon the clock. Let me say hey to everybody. Hey, Miss King. Hi, girl. Hey, Sapphires and Ocean Waves. Let's see if I get 3 hours behind again today. I saw you got behind and watched the replay, and then I saw that you left a comment, and I agree with that comment that you said about Scott, not Scott, Chris. And I kind of thought it was a little bit weird too when he said that about I'll defend myself, you know. It would be one thing if he wasn't 6'4" and 280 pounds or whatever, right? Let me see. And then the fact that he had the footage and then deleted it. That's weird. I don't know about that. Hey, Gail and Sherry. Hi, ladies. Hey, Kel. Hi, Kel. Morgana Henny. Morgana and Henny. Okay, let me see. Brenda, hey. Brenda, ma'am, I got something from you. Yes, I did. Thank you so much. I was not expecting that package to arrive. Thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to send you a message. Let me see what we got. Kel said she's lurking from work, but saying hello to all. Yeah, talking about how he would hit his mom back was weird. He's a huge guy. Well, I don't know that he actually said he would hit her back. He just said he would defend himself, which could potentially mean hold her and keep. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. Hey, Margaret. Kayleen, hey. Hi, guys. Quick question. Has anyone heard from Lee and Lenore? From those of you in the chat, last I heard from Abigail, everything was good in her neck of the woods. Anybody else in Florida? I sat up late watching live cams, and some of these storm chaser people, they're crazy, man. Hey, Patricia. I did, Brenda. I got it. I was like, what is this? I couldn't figure out the package, the address and stuff. I was like, I didn't order anything. Who is this? So, yeah, thank you. Very sweet. Very sweet. Cooter says also, I know everyone was feeling bad for him, but I don't fully believe his sad dad routine. Your dad pays for everything, but you aren't traveling north to visit your daughters? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get the feeling that all the kids are like spoiled rich kids, you know? I think he enjoys his 90% no responsibilities life, yeah. I kind of feel the same. I just don't know that I'm going to say that that is motivation for why he's against his mom, you know? I don't know. We still have lots to hear. And he's getting cross-examined today. I've watched part of it, I'm not going to lie. But Okay. Henny says, nope, ain't heard nothing out of Lee yet. Patricia said there might be a really strong solar storm today. Keep your eyes peeled for some pretty northern lights. Hopefully, I'm hoping it won't be foggy. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit froggy in my throat. All right. Let me see. Was it an early birthday gift? No. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that Brenda realized it was my birthday coming up. My birthday is on the 13th. So my anniversary, Dale and I will have been married 27 years tomorrow on the 11th. And then the 13th is my birthday, and I'll be 40 something ish. It depends. If she was a spanker when he was a child, then she goes to do it to him as an adult. I would have a problem with that, especially if his kid was there. Yeah. I mean, I'm always for the zero violence kind of thing, like no, nobody should be laying hands on anybody. However, I'm also of the mind that whether you're a male or a female, you should defend yourself. But you should not use your size and your hormone and your rage and all of that kind of stuff to defend yourself against somebody who's this big. I mean, it needs to be a you know, mm, you know, I'm just saying. Kayleen said the northern lights are not going to get too. Let me restart that sentence. The northern lights are not going to get the far south. Take pictures so I can see it too. Brenda said, I was texting with my cousin till the wee hours. She's in Port Richey. Was waiting to see where the shift was going to go. Ugh, for everyone down there. I'm worried about Lee and Lenore. Sherry said, when I was on LLW Live last night, he messaged someone and said he had lost power. That's all I know. Well, I know that Morgana had said that she'd seen somewhere where he had said that they had lost power. And then she said the last that she saw any messages from him was around 11:40 something last night. So, I just know in the specific area where he was at was where a lot of the flash flooding, the surge was, there was going to be a lot of water. And I was really worried about that. Cooter says, yes, Miss King, I don't agree with his mom hitting him. The I would defend myself comment didn't come across as I would hold her or remove myself to me. Clearly their family is messy, right? Talk about, like, Grace. I was talking to Grace, my Aussie friend, for those of you that don't already know Grace. She was like, so what's this trial about? And I was explaining it to her, and I was like, it's kind of like Dynasty. From those of you guys that remember back in the day, back in the 80s when Dynasty, what was the other one? What was the other drama series that was similar to that? But their family is very messy. Very messy. Brenda says, oops, yeah, sure. Happy birthday. Wink, wink. Happy accidents. Happy little accidents, right? As Bob Ross would say. Thank you, Kel. Kel's like, you call my birthday out, I'm going to call your birthday out. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. Happy early birthday and early anniversary. Thank you guys so much. Hey, friendly snake, welcome back. I'm glad we didn't run you off, right? I'm glad we didn't run you off. Patricia says, I'm not sure how much I believe everything the son said. Yeah, I'm feel the same way. I feel like, sorry, my hair is wet, 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 wet. Um, Climbed out of the shower and slapped a little bit of makeup on. But so when he was talking about some of the things, like when he was talking about the how she kept the kids from him and wouldn't let him have his kids, and she said it was because of his drinking. Well, we find out today. This isn't really going to be like a spoiler or anything, but we do find out today in the cross examination that I watched. Not all of, but part of, that he was in rehab. So he obviously had a problem, right? And so was it a situation where Grandma was like, this is a situation where I'm not going to let the kids get in the car with you right now, you know? So could it have been that? Possibly. Still nothing from Lee today. Okay. Thank you guys for the birthday and anniversary wishes. Dallas, 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 Dallas. Yes. Dynasty, Dallas, Falcon Crest. All of those were very messy families, right? And family members die, and it's very much Dallas Dynasty, Falcon Crest esque ish. Oh, you did, Morgana. That's right. You said she reminds you of Miss Ellie from Dallas. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure how much I believe of the son. I mean, I believe a lot of it, but not, I think, I don't know. I still, at this point, feel like he really wants I don't think he's covering for his brother Scott. I think he really wants his mom behind bars because he believes she did it. The poisoning part where she supposedly, allegedly poisoned him with cookies, was that a true statement, or did he say that to, you know, sort of put into the jury's head that she wanted my dad dead, you know? Kel says, friendly reminder to hit that thumbs up button. Yes. Yes. Absolutely, you guys. Please make sure to hit that thumbs up button. I would love you for it. Brenda said, yeah, this lady has beautiful hair. Cooter says, I'm not trying to disparage the pain he feels. I think he's missing his dad. I just see a lot of victim mentality and missing accountability. I think he had a favorite parent. Nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head right there. Yeah. Another thing that I think he probably had a lot of disdain for his mom, because remember how he talked about him like witnessing things with the mom's boyfriend, the rusty guy or whatever, like seeing things, and he was like, ugh, just the way they sat next to each other at a family holiday event or whatever. Or am I thinking of the right guy? Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe it wasn't Rusty, it was the other person, another person, and I can't remember the guy's name. That was the boyfriend of his aunt. Anyway. Yeah, something like that. So, angry for her cheating, yeah. I think so. All right. Let's get on with day 4. Let's get on with it. Let's get it on. All right, here we go. I found it. Found where the lawyer or the attorney or the judge comes in. So skipped ahead about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. So we should be right at the very beginning. Let's get it on. Okay, cameraman. Every time I hear that song, Let's Get It On Now, I think of the Easter commercial with the Reese's Cup bunnies or the eggs. Yeah, I always think of that commercial. Hey, Donnie. Welcome in. Pull up a seat. It looks like an earthquake, right, Henny? Miss King says it seems that she did not have good boundaries going with a sister's boyfriend, right? I know. She seems like she's kind of one of those, I'm going to get whatever I want at whoever expense, at whatever expense.
All right, anything we need to do before he brings yours in?
That stenographer has a very nice jacket and matching bow tie.
All right, go ahead and bring him in.
My children are being especially loud today, so I'll have to keep myself muted more than normal probably. Hey, Laura. Hi. He's back in his same blue jacket. I think he probably thought he was only going to be there one day. Not.
Shane, where's that little note? I keep getting the date
He's
wrong.
not looking forward to this. You can tell he's nervous
With all the other stuff going
because he
on.
knows he's getting ready to get crossed.
So the 17th.
He looks disheveled.
Next Thursday.
Yesterday was a tough day on him, I'm sure. I mean, when he's back for more of it. Even harder because of the cross-examination. I mean, he knows it's going to get ugly. He knows it's going to get ugly. Oh, you hadn't got to watch the end of yesterday? Donnie says, sorry about yesterday with Friendly Snake. Caught me off guard. No worries, honey. No worries. It just freaked you out because he came in. I don't know if Friendly Snake is a guy or a girl, but he or she came in and said that about Donnie Wahlberg's not here or something. And that's why. Plus the naughty comment. Yeah. 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 All's good in the hood. All's good in the hood.
A couple of things to address with y'all before we get started. I was going to speak with y'all specifically and talk a little bit more about the day we're talking about taking extended lunch break. And then with the other things that occurred at the end of the day, I didn't talk to y'all about it. So, next Thursday, the 17th, someone needs to do an appointment. As I said, I need to do an appointment too because I missed mine from my trial last week in the hurricane. So let's plan on at least a 2.5 hour lunch. So from, say, 11:30 to 2. And if y'all need to make any other kind of appointments, if y'all can get it in that window. I've talked with the attorneys. We can't prognosticate a week in advance exactly what we're going to be working on. If it's a good logical day for us to break.
Did he say prognosticate? Is that even a word? Prognosticate. Whoa.
Break and not do anything, then that may occur. We'll have a better idea about that probably Tuesday, Wednesday, as opposed to Thursday, and we might take a half day off. I don't really, again, I don't want to get behind. So if I think we're making progress and we don't need to come back that afternoon and there's a logical stopping point, then that's what we'll do. I'm not promising anything there, but that's something that I was thinking about doing in the middle of the case anyway. That might be a good logical time, but for now, we're just planning on 2.5 hour window, and if you can.
Wow,
have
you
an appointment,
guys,
you need to schedule to
it
do
is
that.
a word. Look at that. You guys already went and looked. Everybody's like, let me go Google that. Prognosticate. Cooter says it is to foretell or prophesy a future event. Yeah, he had to use a big boy word, right? From judge school. Friendly says, and I was just being a friendly snake. Have you seen my picture? I don't bite. Making their own rules, Vern. That's so funny. Vern is another nickname for sapphires and ocean waves, just so you know. If you hear somebody say a name or see somebody say a name in the chat and you're like, I don't see that person in the chat, they're probably talking about sapphires and ocean waves. She's got like 50 different nicknames, but that's okay.
Another thing, we had an issue yesterday, and I don't know that everyone knows what was going on, but I don't really need to go into details with y'all, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that you're not supposed to be working. Okay? This is your job till this case is over. If you're some manager and there's some paperwork or stuff you need to do in the evening, that's okay, but you're not to be working another full-time job, which was an issue that we had yesterday. The bigger concern to me was that it was a county employee, and the county manual is pretty clear that they're not supposed to work, and they get paid leave off without any repercussions. And so I have talked to the chief of the fire department and straightened that issue out, which I expect is going to cause more discussions among HR and the fire department. But for now, the big boss says that you are good to be with us for the rest of the trial. All right, and I don't mean by me, I mean the head chief of the fire department. All right, anything else we need to take up?
No,
All right.
Okay,
All right, go
so they're
ahead.
keeping him.
Resume,
Wow.
Ms. Frankish.
Mr. Farris, you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Okay.
I didn't realize they kept the juror till just now.
For me, I will be happy to do it.
Whoa.
I wanted to ask you a few questions about your dad.
I figured for sure they'd boot him.
Did you ever know your dad to be suicidal
No.
at any point in his life?
No,
Have suicidal ideations?
no,
You testified yesterday that you didn't like to go to the farm very much, and you attributed that to your parents' relationship was one of those factors. Did you ever share that information with your dad?
yes.
How did you do that?
I wrote an email to him after he was in the hospital. I would say somewhere around May of 2018. And I just, because it's my dad, it was easier for me to communicate what I needed to say in an email because I couldn't really get through it in person.
And what is it that you communicated it to him?
I told him why I don't come up there as much.
Did he ever respond to you?
Yeah, yes.
Did that response give you a glean into his state of mind at the time?
Yes.
How so?
He told me that he was very depressed, and he said that each day with my mother was pretty much the worst day of his life versus the day before. Like every day was the worst day of his life.
Chris, did you have anything to do with the murder of your father?
No,
Did you have anything to do with the concealment of your father and the grandfather of your children?
no.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
And Your Honor, it might be best to go ahead and turn the TV on. I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the Elmo
That's fine.
and the computer. But maybe start with the Elmo.
All right.
Good morning, Chris. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent your mother. I want to go back and you spoke at length about a lot of things yesterday, but I want to go into more detail on some of them. And first, I want to go kind of back to your childhood and more of the family dynamics between the brothers and the sisters growing up. So you're the oldest. You were born in 1979 or 1980?
1980.
1980. And then who was born second?
My brother Scott,
Okay, what year was he born?
1983.
All right. And then what about Emily?
Emily was born, I believe, in, would have been, I think 1989, I believe so.
Okay, what about Amanda?
She was born basically a year and a half later, so it would have had to have been 1990. It could have been 1988, 1989, or 1989, 1990. I should probably know that.
So maybe your sister Amanda was born in 89 and Emily was born in 88 or 87?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. So you grew up in Hoover for the most part?
Correct.
And let's talk a little bit about the personalities of the kids growing up. So how would you say your personality was? How about it's always self-introspection is also often a very tough thing to do. So I'll ask you last. How about Amanda's growing up? Introvert, extrovert? Was she funny, not funny? Things like that.
Very outgoing and great personality, very funny.
All right. What about Emily?
Emily was, I think, a little bit more reserved, but very smart, very witty, and just very, very kind.
Okay. And how about Scott?
Scott was just a lot of fun to have as little brother. He just a sweet soul.
All right. What about, so how did everybody do in school?
I did fairly well. I had my moments when I could have done better. My brother had a few issues. I'm not sure what that was. I wasn't, in the part of those discussions, but I think it was maybe some learning difficulties type thing, possibly. But I don't really know. My sisters, both, from what I understand, what I remember, did very well in school.
All right. And what about behavioral growing up? Who was well behaved and maybe less well behaved?
We were all very well behaved.
Never got in trouble?
We got in trouble.
Anybody have, temper, any anger issues? Never.
No,
Not at all growing up.
I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember your brother having any anger issues and a short temper as a child?
No.
Okay. Do you remember? Scratch that. So you moved to Atlanta in '95,
Correct.
Alpharetta, roughly.
Yes, sir.
All right. And tell me what you remember about that move.
I remember it being a little hard on myself. It was in high school. But I was very excited. I loved Atlanta. I loved the Braves. I loved visiting Atlanta. So the move itself was very smooth. It was exciting. We were moving to a new home, and my dad was moving up in his career, and I remember being a good time.
Do you remember anything about why your dad was moving to Atlanta, moving the family to Atlanta?
Because of his career.
Right, but why? Why was your dad, do you know why your dad was chosen to open the Burn Foreman branch in Atlanta? Did you know any of that from your experience as a teenager?
I know my father was a very brilliant attorney and a very smart man and very good at his job.
Did he volunteer? Did you just, in your experience?
I don't.
You don't know?
I don't know.
And that's fine. Now, talking about your kind of, yesterday you mentioned that everything kind of prior to about 2008 was good with the family.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way you would have described it. So can you tell me, I've heard and maybe understood that holidays were kind of a big deal. Can you explain to me, how you guys would celebrate Christmas? You mentioned a fond memory yesterday of Christmas, but if you could explain to the jury.
Everybody was always just happy, and my mama would cook. My daddy would.
What would she cook?
Oh, breakfast. We'd have a big breakfast and all the good, stuff, and bacon, eggs, and then she always would make a Christmas meal. It was very nice, and my father would always have his Bing Crosby on in the morning, and the night before we'd watch Christmas Vacation every year, and it was
Those
good
kind of
times.
stories like that make me
And
sad for
this
him.
was from the time you were a child all the way until the final Christmas in 2017.
Yes,
Let us know how it goes, Brenda.
And-
Good luck, ma'am.
It's my understanding too that how would your mom decorate the house? Would there be a little or a lot?
a lot.
Could you explain a little bit?
We would not have just one Christmas tree. We would have a few of them. It was always decorated very tasteful. It brought a lot of joy to me personally.
And let's talk too about activities growing up. Did you guys play any sports? Were y'all involved in school activities, things like that?
Yes.
Like what?
Growing up, I played baseball. My dad actually would assistant coach. He would make time for that, even though he was very busy. My brother played sports. He played baseball. My brother played a little bit of football in high school until he broke his leg. I know my sisters, Amanda did color guard, I believe. And then I think Emily was, did some work with some athletic programs in high schools. I think she was maybe a manager for like the wrestling team, those things like that.
So would the whole family kind of participate, go to the games, your mom included?
For my games, yes.
Your mom would go to your games?
Yes,
Scott's games?
yes,
Emily and Amanda? Anything and everything?
yes,
So growing up for you, your mom was always there, yes?
correct, yes.
Okay. And growing up, even as a child, would you would determine that your relationship with your mother was a loving relationship? Take your time.
I would say that's true.
And you would also describe your relationship between your mother and your brother Scott as a loving relationship.
I would describe it as a loving relationship.
And with Emily as well,
Yes. Yes.
and Amanda,
Yes.
and your father.
Yes.
So in the 1995 move, I want to ask this, and if you have any memory of anybody that moved over from Birmingham, the Birmingham office, to Atlanta with your father.
I'm not sure if it was then, but I know that his secretary came over.
Okay. Do you know her name?
Oh, yeah.
What's her name?
Angela Phillips.
Okay. So have you known her pretty much your whole life?
Not my whole life, but I'd say majority of my life.
Okay. Do you remember back then? Did you ever spend any time with Angela?
No. I mean, not other than maybe seeing my father at work, or if there was like a Christmas. I remember in high school after we moved to Atlanta, they would host the Christmas party for the firm actually at my parents' house, and I remember her kind of being involved in getting food there for it and somewhat, but you know, that's been so long ago. But no, not like a lot of time, no.
Okay. So I'm going to ask this question, and I just want you to kind of tell me when you found out. But yesterday you testified that you started knowing there were troubles with your parents' marriage in the fall of 2008. And I believe it was an incident where you thought something was just kind of weird with Ted Wiley.
Yeah.
And that is his name, right?
Yes.
That's who I was thinking of earlier
And-
when I said Rusty.
But were you aware in the 90s that your father was in a relationship with Angela Phillips?
No,
When did you become aware of that?
I never became aware of that.
Do you believe that to be true or not?
I don't believe it to be true, but I don't know. I mean,
You don't know that she's made a statement to detectives in this case that she had an affair with your father?
no.
So let's move into kind of the mid-2000s. Let's talk about where everybody, as we've moved into adulthood, you're in your early mid-20s, and then your younger sisters are still kind of in their teens, and your brother, he's also in his mid-20s. Let's talk about where everybody went in their lives. So where did you go, and what kind of work did you move into, and when did you get married?
I got married in June 2004 to Kendall Lee. She was pregnant, and we moved to Maine. I eventually,
What line of work were you in at the time?
here or in Maine?
Either one, both.
When I went to Maine, I actually worked for LL Bean. I worked as in their returns processing center as I don't even remember really what it was, but like a technician, kind of like processing returns. We had a team, and this is a catalog company, you know, and so it's a lot of mail order. So when people return things, we process them, that kind of thing.
Okay. So I do want to kind of go back in time. So this is about 2004, so you'd be about 24-ish by that point. But let's go back in time more towards 1998, 1999. That would have been when you went to college, yes?
Correct.
All right. And you went to the University of Alabama?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
No, sir.
All right. Why not?
I didn't do as well as I should have, and basically, eventually, my parents told me I need to come home.
Okay.
I
Was
also,
it was your father who told you to come home, yes?
I don't remember which one, but I mean, he would have, I assume so.
Well, I'm asking for your memory. When he told you, could you tell he was disappointed in you?
Oh, yes.
And how did you know that?
I don't remember specifically. I
Okay.
just kind of remember the feeling of that, dealing with that.
And how did you deal with that?
I don't know. I know that I wanted to strive to improve myself. That's kind of how I remember dealing with it. When I became a father, and I wanted to, be a good dad like he was, and I thought that would make him proud.
Okay. Now, you have an issue with alcohol, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been to rehab, yes, in Nashville?
Well, I went to rehab first in North Georgia and then continued my treatment in Nashville.
Okay. Were you already struggling with addiction back then?
No.
Okay. So you move up to Maine and work for LL Bean. How long were you up there?
Right at 3 years.
So from 04 to 07.
Mm-hmm.
And why did you come back in 07?
My wife and I had made the decision to move back to Atlanta.
And this is Kendall Lee, not Jenna, correct?
Right, Kendall Lee. In the process of that move, we had to sell the house in Maine. Kendall Lee had come down here to go ahead and get the girl they wanted to enroll them in school. And that was kind of I'd have to say from memory, maybe 6-week period of time when I was in Maine. She was down here, maybe a little less than that. It's hard to remember. During that time, my grandmother actually suffered, I believe, a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery.
This was about 2007.
Correct.
And let me stop you right there real quick because you brought that up, your grandmother. She had a number of years and she's subsequently passed, correct?
Correct.
And this is your mother's mother.
Mhm.
What was her name?
Kay Walker.
Kay Walker, okay. So Miss Walker, she had a heart attack, had heart surgery in about 2007, 2008. You mentioned earlier yesterday that your mother would go and stay gone kind of in the late 2000s for months at a time. But it's in fact true that she wasn't up there with Ted Wiley. She was with her mother, who was very sick. Yes? And if you don't know, you don't know.
I think both can be the answer to that question.
Both is your answer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But also with her mother.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to you moved down here 2008 with your wife. Go ahead.
During that period of time, I think our relationship kind of fell apart. And when Kendall Lee was in Atlanta and I was still in Maine, she told me she wanted a divorce. I got in my car. I drove to Atlanta. And she ended up going back to Maine, I think the day after I got finally, it's a 2-day drive. So I got to Atlanta and I stayed in Atlanta to, my whole plan was to come to Atlanta to work to begin with, to provide for my family better. And so hoping we could still move to Atlanta and fix the marriage, I stayed in Atlanta.
Okay. So you stayed, and then she left.
Correct.
And that was 2009.
That was 2007.
2000. Okay. All right. So now moving on to where everybody else was of the siblings. So Scott, he's the next youngest, next oldest. I mean, what was he doing in the mid 2000s? Where was he working? Where was he living?
Scott was living with my parents. For work, I don't remember what he was doing.
Was he between jobs? Would that be fair to say?
Well, he would have jobs. I mean, he was a very skilled mechanic. So I remember him working at some car repair places, and remember him working at a car dealership. But these are the jobs before he joined the Army.
Okay, and that would have been about 2007. Do you know?
I think that was maybe, from what I remember, maybe closer to 2008.
Okay. So he would have been about, what, 25 at that point if he was born in 1983?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So a little later, going into the military.
Yeah.
Did your, can you remember, did your father show any disappointment in Scott prior to 2008 as far as not going to college, things like that?
No,
What about being between jobs?
never said anything to me about it.
He didn't say anything to you. Okay. Did Scott ever say anything to you about he felt like a failure or anything like that?
No,
Did you ever hear him say to you that he felt like going into the military was his second chance? He finally put it together in his life at that point.
I never heard him say second chance. I know he was very excited to join the military.
Okay. Gave him purpose for the first time. You ever hear him say anything like that? Would you have described your relationship with your brother? You gave a number of interviews for this case. And I believe in one of the interviews, you said that you have become closer after this happened.
Yes.
So back then, how much did you and your brother actually talk?
Not a whole lot about personal things. You know, we weren't, I would say, best friends or anything. I loved my brother very much, but you know, I had my life in Maine, and I had kids, and he was still in Atlanta, and there was that distance. You know, it's before social media and all that. So.
Okay. All right. So briefly about Amanda and Emily, what were they doing in the 2000s?
College. Emily was at Alabama.
And she graduated.
She did, yeah.
And there was actually a condo that was bought by your mother and your father for her in Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
Okay. And did Amanda stay there too, or how did that work?
Amanda didn't go to Alabama.
Okay, where'd she go?
I think she went to Georgia Southern. Yeah, she went to Georgia Southern first, and then was there, I think, for half a year or a year before she came back home.
Okay. And that condo in Tuscaloosa, the family held on to that all the way until 2019, 2020, 2020?
I think it would have been 2019.
And that would have been when you were the executor, correct?
Mhm.
And you were unable to keep that property. You lost that property, yes?
Yeah,
Good morning, Radiami.
You weren't able to manage that, the
Hi,
finances of that
welcome.
property.
I had no access to money.
All right. Let's go back to Ted Wiley. What, you knew him from dating your father's sister. For how long before? Like, say, 2008?
I don't know the exact number of years, but it was for a long time.
10 years, 5 years, 3 years?
It was over 10 years.
Okay. So was there any animosity there between your sister and your mother regarding any
I
allegations
am
of-
Radiami. Thank you very much.
Between my
I feel
sister
much,
and my
much,
mother?
much better.
Not your
Yes.
sister. Your father's sister. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Did you ever notice any troubles there?
No,
Okay. So it was a clean break between Ted Wiley and your aunt?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay. So what, if anything, did you ever know about this relationship with Ted Wiley and your mother? What you actually knew?
I knew what I saw, what I described in my testimony yesterday.
Other than that,
My father communicated things to me, and my brother communicated things to me.
Scott?
Yes.
What did Scott tell you?
Well, during that time, Scott was up there because Scott was helping, fix my grandmother's house and helping take care of my grandmother. So he was spending a lot of time there too. And he would just say, it's just kind of weird. Ted just seems very flirtatious with Mama and things like that.
Okay. So I want to talk about, it sounds like between 2008, 2010, your parents were going through some marital troubles at that time.
I would say so.
Fair to say. And you would agree with me. You've been married twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree to me that a husband and a wife have equal ownership of everything in a marriage? You gotta say yes. You can't just shake your head.
I agree with that statement.
Okay. So yesterday you mentioned something to the effect of your mother took out a $50,000 HELOC on the home in Alpharetta. Do you
I did
remember that?
mention- Yes, sir.
Okay. That was something that brought your father some frustration, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but they're talking about getting a divorce, yes?
I don't remember the timing of if the divorce stuff, I believe the divorce stuff happened after that.
But you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And so it's reasonable that somebody who has equal ownership in a home could go take out a HELOC in the home for things like hiring an attorney, finding her own house, things of that nature. Those are normal things, yes?
I guess so.
Okay. I want to move forward now to 2013. Did you ever hear, there was the troubled times through 2010, but did you ever hear that 2013, Purcell Lane, I'm just going to call it Purcell Lane instead of saying 2155, just Purcell Lane House, that was kind of the restart between your mom and your dad? Did you ever hear that, or Scott talk about that?
That doesn't come to mind. I thought they had kind of restarted before that.
Okay, well, explain to the jury, please.
Well, when he called me and said, your mother's going to come home, I remember things being really good for a while.
So that would be...
But it wasn't just like, okay, we're going to buy the farm and like this is the big restart. I never heard anything of that sort.
Okay. But you think it was better before the farm?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And how do you mean? Could you explain that to the jury?
It's been a long time.
Well, I understand. Take your time.
It's just kind of a feeling. My mom was home. She would do things with my father. She would, they were sleeping in the same bed. They were affectionate. From what I remember, things were good between them during that period of time.
So I'm going to say this, and I know things change throughout marriages, especially 38-year marriages. Mm-hmm. And you're under oath, and you've sworn to God to tell the truth. But you do believe in your heart that your mother loved your father. Yes?
At a point in her life, yes.
At a point in her life.
Mm-hmm.
So how about on July the 3rd of 2018? Do you believe that your mother loved your father?
No.
How many times yesterday? Your testimony seemed very well put together. And I just want to ask you this. How many times did you practice that testimony?
0.
0 times? You never went to the district attorney's office and practiced that testimony? Discuss what you would say?
I never practiced my testimony, no. I
Never.
went to the office and we prepared for the trial, but, there was no rehearsal of testimony.
Wow.
So let's go to the 2016 wedding for Emily.
Yeah,
All right. And she married Chris Payne.
yes.
What do you know about Chris Payne?
They met while she was in college. He was not in college. He owned a restaurant there, and I met him. It was right before she graduated, and she really loved him very much.
All right. And Chris Payne, he has some financial issues too. Do you know about that? Could you explain that to the jury?
This was all word of mouth things. I never heard it directly from him or her, but I think it was something along the lines of maybe there was a issue with finances at his restaurant. Possibly a check or something that had been, bounced or something. But I don't know the exact details of that.
Something to the effect he was arrested for that. You know that.
I don't know why he was arrested. You can be arrested for things related to stuff, if it was a probation thing. I don't know exactly why when they showed up, the arrest warrant said. I don't know.
Okay. Reason I'm asking these questions, there's been pictures shown, I think even yesterday, of that wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody standing there at that wedding, but your dad and your mother were having to financially support Chris and Emily to some degree. Do you know about that? Chris Payne, not you, Chris, but also you.
I know that my dad co-signed on the mortgage.
In their house in Nashville?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about that.
I know about the co-signing of the house.
Anything else?
No.
Right. Yesterday you testified that your dad would give money to all of the kids, except for maybe Amanda. Did Amanda receive any money from your father as an adult?
Yeah.
How?
I think insurance, cell phone, car, stuff like that.
All right. What was Amanda's work?
Let's see.
How many? By the way, how many years has it been since you spoke to Amanda?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, 6 years.
Wow.
Right. So
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me correct that. I think there was a brief conversation. I mean, it's still about 6 years. I'm thinking of the last time I spoke with her, at length at all. But it's still at the same time period, 6 years.
Right. So, but her job was what? What was her way of making a living?
I remember Amanda was working for Tory Burch. I remember that. That's a clothing company.
Okay.
And she worked for another clothing company called Club Monarch. She worked at the mall and at Phipps. I remember that job.
In Buckhead.
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Scott? You said he, of course, worked at the farm from the time he came back from the military.
Yeah. He had a warehouse job for a little while. I just remember that because I remember him telling me about it. Excuse me.
Take time.
But mostly at that time working at the farm.
Right. Did when Scott got back from the military, how was he discharged? Do you know?
I have no idea.
No clue.
No clue.
Because y'all weren't super close back then, but you've become close. And you mentioned yesterday that you have undergone some treatment for PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Have you and Scott discussed his PTSD?
No.
He never brought that up to you,
No.
even though he's brought that up in multiple interviews in this case?
Never brought it up to me.
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being so close that you guys talk every day, 1 being, I don't even talk to the guy. How close would you say your relationship with Scott is today?
So 10 being like we're talk every day.
Talk every day.
I'd say
no-
about a 7 point. I'd say 7.
7, not a 7.5, 7.
7. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And how about 2015?
2015. Oh, I'd say about 2015. I'd say about a 5.
About a 5.
4. It's hard for me to really I'd have to think about that for a long time to really give a, you know, what I think would, you know, give the answer that would say how close we were. But I would say about a 5.
About a 5. So closer now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. So back in 2000, just real quickly at the wedding, you said after the wedding of Emily, y'all went to brunch or breakfast the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when your dad allegedly said that that's the last time she's going to embarrass me. I believe those are the words you used.
Yes, sir.
And who was at that breakfast?
Jenna,
Who else?
Scott.
Scott. But your mom was there too.
No.
Everybody was at this breakfast together.
No,
And it was a breakfast, not a brunch.
no,
Everybody but Emily.
no. It was me, Scott, Jenna, and my father.
It was at the hotel, was it not? What hotel did you stay at?
I stayed at the Cool Springs. It's a loft hotel. My father stayed at the Embassy Suites.
Right.
My
That's
mother-
where everybody stayed.
No, my mother did not stay there. My mother did not stay with my father.
You have no proof of that.
I mean, do I have like a video evidence that shows?
Like you just have no proof. You're just saying this to the jury.
I have proof of what I know, but what do you mean by proof?
Any evidence to the contrary.
Like,
Any evidence. You got no evidence. Pictures, photos, anything.
no, I don't
Okay.
know how I would have that.
All right. So let's go back to, you've been to rehab. You've had a number of issues. When would you say your substance abuse was at its highest?
When the day I went to treatment,
When was that?
April, I think 10th of 2021.
2021. So how about back in the mid-teens, around 2015, 16, 17, 18? You drinking then?
Yeah,
Pretty regularly?
yeah.
All right. The reason I bring that up, and I'm not sitting here just trying to, everybody's got problems in their life, and I understand that. But you made a point yesterday to talk about the fact, I believe, and the date is right around the 4th of July 2017, that you got into an altercation with your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Where your mother would not let your girls leave with you. And she swiped at you. You remember that distinctly. But you also remember you were going to a Braves game, were you not?
Mm-hmm.
And you'd been drinking that day.
No,
And you were drunk.
no, sir.
And your mother was not going to let you leave that house with your kids drunk.
That's not true.
You got any proof of that? Anything? Prior to that, how about this? Had your mother ever took a swipe at you in your life?
Swipe at me, what does that mean?
Tried to hit you. You said yesterday she tried to hit you.
Has my mother ever hit me in my life?
Not when you're a kid and you got spanked. I'm talking about as an adult.
Has she ever hit me as an adult? No.
Okay, so that distinctly set out in your mind from that day.
It was shocking that she would do that to
And
her own son.
Because, of course, you're testifying to this jury that you weren't drunk.
I was not drunk.
Okay. And you ultimately told her, I believe the words you used was something to the effect of, I can't wait till you're in a pine box. Or tell me how you said that.
I think I said, the next time I see you, you'll be in a pine box because I'm not going to talk to you again for the rest of your life.
All right, and Ella and Addison were standing right there.
They
You
were,
said that right in front of them to their grandma, who they loved more than anything.
I think the girls were inside the house.
All right, but the girls continued to go up there, even in that time y'all weren't talking. Yes, whenever. No.
Mm-mm. Not the time when we were not talking. They weren't here.
They
were
went
Maine.
back to Maine.
Yeah.
All right, but in all reality, in that time period, after you and Kendall Lee separated, every single summer, those kids would come down here and immediately you would take them and dump them off at your grandmother's house. Or at your mother's house, their grandmother's house, grandma.
Wouldn't really phrase it like that.
Well, then you phrase it the way you want to.
My kids love going to the farm. They wanted to go there, but it wasn't an immediate thing because Grandma would take them shopping. They're teenage girls.
Okay.
That was a big influence in them immediately wanting to spend time with her, and she also wanted to immediately spend time with them.
Well, let's do this. So, I'm trying, everybody that I ever cross-examine just knows that I just bounce around, and everybody I talk to in my life, and I'm trying to go as chronologically as possible. I'm going to go forward in time 1 year.
Okay.
On July the 4th, 2018, did you not testify yesterday that you just wanted to get Addison up there because you had a party going on? There was a party going on back at your condo in Buckhead. You know, Mom, meet me on 400 somewhere. Is that not what happened?
Well, what happened was, as far as efficiency and time management and gas money and things like that, like, it made more sense. She's driving back from Lake Lanier. I'm coming up 400. Why not meet here instead of going all the way west? It didn't make any sense to me at the time.
Because you wanted to get back to your party. You said your friends were there. You were having a party at the pool.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I would rather be hanging out with my friends than sitting in a car.
Than hanging out with your daughter on a holiday.
No, I didn't want my daughter to go. Like what I said I did not want her to go, but it's very hard to tell Miss Addison Marie no. It still is. Miss Addison Marie really wanted to go see Cameron and spend the night at the farm. They had been talking about that leading up to this. With each other, with my mom, with me, with whoever they could talk to about it.
But you and your mother eventually reconciled at a bar in Nashville?
That's the first time I saw her after we didn't speak for a long period of time, and I gave her a hug. I don't know if that's a reconciliation, but it was I wanted to make things better. I always wanted to make things better with my mother. I wanted a happy family.
But everybody was reconciled by Christmas. Because you went up there for Christmas that year,
Went up where?
2017.
To the farm? Excuse me, went to the farm for Christmas of 2017. Oh,
2017.
yeah.
So everything was good by 2017 Christmas.
I remember it being good.
Okay. Your mother had forgiven you for wanting her dead.
I'd never wanted my mother dead.
You said that.
I did not say that. I said the next time I see her, basically, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. It's a big difference.
All right. Let's talk about your father's spells. Now,
Yeah,
you
that was a
mentioned you
stretch
never
there,
saw
Mr.
the spells,
Attorney.
No, sir.
That was a stretch.
But you knew about them from Scott, yes?
I knew about him from my mother and Scott and my sisters, and I think even maybe a little bit from my dad, even though he knew how much I worried about him, and he would kind of keep things. He didn't want me to worry. He knew I had kids, and
Yeah.
you know.
So you had, multiple interviews in this case, all the way through 2020, with Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall. And at one point, you were in an interview with Scott, and you're aware that these spells would happen even when your mother was out of town. Like, you knew that. You know that. It wasn't just after he would eat a plate of food from your...
Oh, the plate of food thing was just talking about that last instance before he's in the hospital. Like, he never told me anything about the spells before, like if they were around her or not around her, if she was out of town, things like that.
Right. But you knew that the spells would happen even when she was out of town. Even with Rusty. If she was with Rusty. Which, by the way, everybody knew about Rusty, right? And we'll come back to that. Suspicion, but other people knew. Scott knew. Terry Brazel knew. Everybody knew.
Apparently so, yeah.
Okay. Because your parents lived a separate life. Top of the house, bottom of the house. And you knew that. You may not have liked it, but you knew it, yes?
To some degree, they lived a separate life, yeah.
Yeah. got any objections?
I do want to talk about.
Do we need to take the jury out? Okay, that's fine. This is the part where I need to. Well, I just did that because that's all curious.
Right. Okay. Judge, he's about to introduce an exhibit. I don't have an issue with the content, but I wanted to bring up a little bit.
We should do this outside
Yes.
the presence of the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
This one's you, April.
I can run.
Okay, so they got something to discuss. Something to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah, there were, but I know, but I don't want to have this in the back and be like, you know what I mean? It can't just be like.
This random guy just coming in, he's like, I'm supposed to be here to pay, I gotta see the judge. Like, wrong courtroom. Go to the next one down the
A
hall.
lot, it looks like maybe May through July text messages from Gary Farris's phone. I do not have a problem with the content. The only issue is the format of this report doesn't have contact names. And so the jury will not have context for most of these conversations. It is essentially just phone numbers.
We just go off a lot what we got from the state. And
So-
this is a version of that we got from the state. And for the simple rule, I've got some excerpts from text messages between the two of them. And just for the rule of completeness, we just took that and printed it out to put it in this exhibit.
And my issue is there's like, for example, there's a text where it says, quote, gun. It's in a group chat that he's in with work people. Has nothing to do with this case, but we don't need them to make inferences and assumptions. It's just phone numbers. So I have offered to run this as a report, so it has names on it of the contacts. It would just take a minute.
Well, we can, if y'all wanna, we can do that and give that to them later, and you can just ask the questions based
Right.
upon.
Just my excerpt. It was just, that was if the court preferred that we go ahead and put the whole thing in now. I wasn't going through the whole thing with this witness.
That's
But-
perfectly fine. If we want to go through with him, what you want to go through with, and then we can run it later.
Yeah.
I just didn't want this to go back with them because it has no names.
Right. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead and start that report.
I have to
Or
go
y'all
it's
can-
upstairs.
either
I mean,
y'all
the
can,
extraction is upstairs.
If y'all want to
And I
mark
need-
them, mark the names, either do your report, or if y'all wanna,
I think the report may be easier.
It would, and especially if it's if it's all of the messages, the format will be much more readable.
okay,
I do not mind doing that. I will just need to, let me write down these dates.
yeah, we'll,
Sorry, this is your
but
pen.
you can go ahead and do the
can have
questions
one.
with them now, and then we can supplement it, and we can, I'll be happy to explain that to them later.
Make sure I'm doing, is this April 20th, 2018 through the incident date?
Yes, ma'am.
April 20th, thank you.
Well, might as well take anything else we pick up, might as well take a short break, since it's after 10 and they're already back there. Yeah, you can step down.
He's like, can I please leave? Can I please just get the heck out of Dodge? All right, let's see. Fast forward it through their short little break.
Yes,
Okay.
Judge, and I have no objection.
And we're
to
back.
using those
All right.
exhibits. I'm currently running a new one for that.
Can you guys hear Sesame Street playing in the background? I hear Grover.
Zoom in.
Grover's my favorite Sesame Street character, by the way. Who's your favorite Sesame Street character? Put it in the chat.
I was practicing my zooming out. Well, well, before I get to this exhibit, I did want to go back and ask you about the spells.
Right? Super Grover. Grover has always been my favorite. Oh, Radiami Animal, but Animal was the Muppets, not Sesame Street. I like Animal too. As far as the Muppets go, Fozzie was always my favorite. Poor teddy bear always got tomatoes thrown at him for telling really bad jokes.
One more time. So your dad was not a healthy guy. He had a CPAP machine, yes?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna factor in a few other things. He drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You knew that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many cans a day would you say?
I
Snuffy.
would say at a minimum 2.
I love
at least.
Snuffy and Big Bird.
More than that, probably, but I don't know how many.
And you knew him to be a multiple pack a day Marlboro smoker.
Multiple, I don't know, but I would say he smoked frequently.
Okay. Well, this jury
Cookie
has seen a picture
Monster.
of a trash can that was full of nothing but
Nom
Mountain
nom
Dew
nom 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 nom
and
nom nom.
cigarettes.
Sure.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe him as the picture of health.
No, sir.
Okay. So it's reasonable that he could be having some health issues based on these spells.
Pooh Bear. Love
Sure.
Pooh Bear.
I mean,
Yes, Billy. The firefighter is still
where
in
I
the
actually
jury.
thought
Yep.
you were from.
They kept him. His
I wanna
chief
talk to
told him
you
he didn't
now
have to come to
about-
work.
So kind of generally the summer of 2000.
Can't believe they kept him, though.
And before we get to the condo trip down in Gulf Shores.
Okay.
But I want to talk about your access to your father's money. You said yesterday you had a credit card and his credit card number,
Yeah.
all right? And you said something to the effect of, you know, I had his credit card number and I used it and he'd get mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so I want to show you what is now being marked as Chris 2.
Okay.
And I would ask to admit that over no objection. That's Chris 2. All right. And
Okay.
can you,
Elmo.
the phone number, source address 678-59.
Oh, they're redacting out the
And then
audio
your phone
for
number
that.
was 40.
Look at them using
Right.
quick
So
technology.
that's from your dad to you. And this is on June the 12th of 2018. He sends you this message that says, what?
Your stealing money is out of control. I will change my accounts tomorrow.
Okay. So what happened there? Did you ever talk to him on the phone about that or anything else?
I don't remember. I never talked to him on the phone about it.
What did you do? I mean, if my dad accused me of stealing money, I think I'd be shocked.
Well, my dad, he could cut pretty deep with his words when he was upset with me.
All right. So what did you do?
I don't remember.
All right. Because you'd used his credit card before without his permission, as you said yesterday.
Yeah.
And like, I'm just saying this, and the statute of limitations is long past. You know that's a felony, right?
I'm not an attorney. I'm not law enforcement. I don't know.
You take somebody's credit card and you spend their money without their permission. That's a theft, right?
Yeah, but he would also allow me to use it too. So, you know, I guess, I don't know.
Okay. And you have no objection. Now I'm going to show you some messages. So as June went on and you kind of talked about the condo trip, and maybe that was something that you were trying to help make up with your dad after this fight about him accusing you of stealing his money.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you some text messages. I've got them marked Chris 3, Chris 4, and Chris 5. And I'm just going to, it's between you and your dad.
Okay.
So this is about a week and a half, 10 days after the stealing message. So from you to your dad, your source address, your 404.
The source? Oh, up here.
Yeah, you
Oh,
see that?
right. Okay, I see. I'm sorry.
All right, so you've sent what appears to be a VRBO link.
Correct,
Or
yeah.
Verbo, I don't know what it's called. Which one is it?
It's.
Is it just called VRBO?
I think it's VRBO.
Okay, all right. All right, so the next message, and that was sent on 6/22.
Stands for
at
vacation rentals by owner.
15:57, probably UTC time. So we'll
We've
have to
used
get it all
Verbo a
out
lot.
later. But is your dad responding? Saying, I like that
Mhm.
building?
Yeah.
Because he tasked you with getting a condo picked out, and he was going to
Yeah.
buy it. All right, so what's the next message?
From me,
Yep.
it says, well, yeah. I mean, I think that was it's a building in Gulf Shores. Or Orange Beach. It's like, well, yeah, it is a nice building.
Okay. What kind of building? How big was it? I mean, you said it was.
Oh, well, there were two buildings we were looking at, so I'm not exactly sure. You know, I don't have I have the link to it, but there was the turquoise and there was the Phoenix. Both are nice, so I don't know which one. But they're big. I mean,
Yeah, they are big. And in one of the you were interviewed many times by Hayes and Kuykendall. In one of the interviews, I believe you used the word that this was a place that I could never have afforded, but Dad bought it for us.
well, rented it.
Rented, yeah,
Right, yeah.
right, rented it. And you offered in this message, I believe you say, go ahead and tell you what you said.
Said if you get the condo, I'll cover the dinners out and fishing if we want to go.
Okay. Starting at the top. This one, I believe, maybe it was a picture or something that didn't come through, and it's a blank, so I'll move down. And you say, it's you saying, I can look at other condos? Does that look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And this, Your Honor, would be Chris 4. Any more thoughts on the beach? That's you to your dad?
Yeah.
So-
Source. Yeah.
Okay, so had that kind of conversation gone dark, because this appears to be 6/26, so 4 days after. Like you and your dad hadn't talked about it, he hadn't brought it up to you.
Sure. You know, my dad's a very busy man, so it wasn't weird for him not to get back to me on certain things.
Okay? And it looks like, I guess he didn't respond. And then you say, that's from you, right? Any
Yeah.
other thoughts on going to the Gulf?
Yeah.
Okay. This is from your dad to you. He finally responds and says, talk tonight.
Hmm?
And then you say, good place? Or he says that?
Source address. That's me saying good place. I don't. Oh, you know what? I know what that's about.
Okay. What's that about?
It's a place in it's called Adele's. I don't know if it's still open. It used to be a really good Cajun place in downtown Roswell. I think because I was supposed to go eat with him on his birthday, and then I had to work late and ended up not being able to go.
And what was his birthday?
It's right there. It's June 27th.
Okay. So that was his birthday that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is your dad saying, I didn't have a chance to look at any more condos, or is that you? To your dad.
That's me.
Okay. Then you follow up with, sent a link to a condo last night.
That would be the following day. So yeah, I guess on the 28th I did have a chance to, look.
And and timeline-wise, just for perspective for the jury, we are now within the last week of your father's life at this point.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And then he said to you, or you said to him, who said what there?
It looks like I texted him, I would say book through the 11th or 12th, arrive on the 7th, so get there on the 7th, and we'd leave on like the 11th or 12th.
Okay. So this is again a message from you to your dad. Could you read it?
7th through 11th are available dates, so just do that.
So you send him the link. He puts in the credit card information and books it.
Yes.
That's how that went.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then he says,
I booked it.
and you say,
Great, will be fun.
you would, of all the children, you would use your father's money the most, would you not?
I don't know that. I mean, doesn't seem an unreasonable thing to say. You know, I was the only one with children, and he, like I said yesterday, he helped out a lot with that kind of stuff.
Well, who else? I mean, would you say you or Scott received the most from your father?
I have no idea. I mean, Scott never went to college. I did. My dad paid for it. I mean, I don't know the numbers.
Okay. But if you had to say for this jury, you or Scott received the most money from your dad, who would it be?
I don't know.
All right, let's move to July the 3rd. Well, no, scratch that. Let's back up and go to the birthday weekend. So birthday weekend, everybody's there. Everything's normal, yes?
Normal for us, yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And, you know, you say normal for y'all were. It has been used and alluded to this term of a Ferris wheel. Have you ever heard that phrase?
No.
The drama of the Ferris wheel.
No. I've
You've never heard that?
No, sir.
Well, you've heard it now. So, why was it not normal for you then that weekend?
What do you mean?
You said it was normal for us, but not normal.
Well, my father had communicated to me how upset that my mother was that we were going to the beach. So there was some tension there. You know, he didn't want me to really talk about it because she was very pissed off.
Right. Because less than a month before, you had been caught stealing off of their credit card.
Wait, can you explain what?
Oh, I'll ask it again. So, you make it unreasonable that your mother would be upset that your dad has bought you a trip to go to the beach, but a month before, you were stealing from your parents. So here's my question.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable for your mother to be agitated at that point.
Well, I think what was kind of funny to me was I talked to my mother about it, and she never said anything to me about my dad wanted her to go. I wanted my mom to go. Well, kind of. I wanted my mom to go because my dad wanted my mom to go so badly. He said, you know, we've been through all this, I still love her. And I asked my mother, I said, hey, we're gonna just come on, you know, and she's like, well, I've got stuff to do. She never said, no, I'm not going because you stole money from us. She never said that to me.
She never said that to you.
Right.
But that's a reasonable thought.
I guess it could be reasonable. I mean,
Yes?
guess what?
It's reasonable?
I guess a certain person maybe could think it's reasonable. I'll give you that.
Okay. Other than that, that weekend, y'all did the normal stuff. Y'all rode around on the RTV.
Yeah.
Did y'all grill out?
My brother smoked some barbecue.
Yeah. Birthday cake.
I'm sure yeah, my dad was a big fan of caramel cake. Yeah, there was probably one involved.
Grandma cooked a big spread.
I think she made the side items.
Good side on it. Coleslaw, things like that.
Yeah, we'd have coleslaw.
Your mom was a good cook.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So was that the Saturday of that weekend or Sunday? Which we've actually got a. So it would have been Saturday, or Sunday, July the 1st, or Saturday.
I believe it was Saturday.
Okay. How long were y'all there that day?
Oh, I would say, because I went to Academy to get his gift, got there, I'd say for at least a couple hours.
All right. And Amanda and Chad were there,
Yes, sir.
and Cameron.
I can't remember that for the life of me, but I kind of think she might have been. I just don't remember.
So Emily and Chris were there.
Yeah.
Chris Payne and Olivia, the
Yes.
baby. How old was Olivia at that point?
She wasn't even a year old yet. She was still in a bouncer, like bouncing around, and I remember recording videos of. So she wasn't even a year old.
Okay. And the girls were obviously still up in Maine,
Correct. Yes, sir.
coming down on Tuesday. So anybody else there? Scott.
Scott was
bring a
there.
date. Bring a
Scott was
friend.
there. I think Ted, his friend, was there.
Ted Pierce.
Yeah.
Okay. Who you play golf with a lot?
Yeah.
Did you know Ted?
Yeah.
Did you ever play golf with Ted?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Few times.
Who's a better golfer, you, Ted, or Scott?
I would say me.
All right. How much would you say that your brother would play golf? Or like that?
I know he'd go play golf with his friends a lot more than me. I was always trying to get him to play, but our schedules, it was hard for me to play a lot as much as I would want to. But I know he played with his friends.
Like a lot,
good
like
bit.
every week.
Oh, I don't know that. To me, a lot is playing every month. Once a month, to me, is a lot. So.
All right.
I know people who
So
golf
on
like
the
every week.
Third, which would have been that Tuesday. I can't even see that myself. So that would have been. So what did you do that Monday on the second?
I don't remember. It was a holiday week, so I don't remember if I worked or what. I don't remember.
All right. So the third, that was when you went to Hartsville Jackson to pick up your daughters.
That is
Still
correct.
alive?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that flight?
Well, flights that leave Maine usually leave at like 6 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes they get delayed, but they're usually about 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
So what time did they get to Atlanta at what time?
They would land. I would have to go in through security, depending on. It would probably be between around 9 a.m.
Okay. And you basically already said that there was kind of a plan that the girls were going to split up and go in kind of their own, one to hang out with Cameron. Who
Sure.
was going to hang out with Cameron? That was going to be Addison?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ella was going to go hang out with
Emma.
Emma, who was Terry Brazel's daughter.
Correct.
Is Terry Brazel's daughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But over at his ex's house in Cumming.
Well, that's where I dropped her off. She was a horse trainer, and
Right.
they had this facility somewhere over there, and she was all really excited to go. Like, they were gonna have a sleepover at the facility and ride
Yeah.
horses. Yeah,
So you took her up there,
I did.
like as soon as y'all landed?
No,
Okay. Where was it? Did Addison drive up there with you to drop her off? Or
Yeah.
did you leave her with Jenna?
no, she rode with me. Jenna was at work that day.
Okay. So, refresh. You've been testifying now for a while.
Yes, sir.
So let's make sure we can get our timelines right. What did you do next after you dropped her off?
After I dropped Ella off,
Yes.
I remember backing out of the driveway and literally picking up the phone and calling my father.
All right. And what did your dad say?
He said, I said, what are you doing? He said, well, working. I said, oh, cool. I was like, on your way back. do you want to get dinner? 'Cause I thought he meant at the office. He's like, oh, no, I'm working at the farm,
Right.
you know?
And that was when they were pulling up, I believe there was the rose bushes, things like that?
There were some bushes in the back. I just remember them, not rose bushes, but I think box, because they had boxwoods behind
Right.
the house, and they would, they're my dog, I think, would actually urinate on them, and that might have been why they died. I remember something of the conversation about that, but they were
So,
dead shrubs in the back of the RTV.
so he said, but him and your mother were doing yard work that day, which is not unusual, right?
Oh, that's not unusual.
That's what they did. And they did it
The
together,
farm.
right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I never saw them doing it together, doing it apart. I just know what I saw that day, and it was him by himself when I pulled up.
At that moment. But that was later on, that's about 5:30.
Well, I mean, that's maybe 20 minutes after that phone call I had with him.
So they're pulling up boxwoods that day, and Addison had texted Grandma,
Yeah.
and Grandma said she's busy, and they're working in the yard, something to that effect, but come over tomorrow.
I'd have to see those text messages. I don't know.
You don't know for sure?
I know she said I'm busy. I don't know if she said you can come tomorrow. I don't know.
Come tomorrow?
The part about I'm busy is the part I remember. The other stuff about, oh, you can't come because we're working in the yard, or you can't come, or you can come tomorrow, that part, I don't know. The part of I'm busy, I know.
So,
But if you have them, I'd be glad to.
how about this? You don't know, and that's a fine answer. But you
Oh,
don't.
no. I know the part about I'm busy, because Addison told me.
Right?
Yeah.
But she came over Grandma made it a point the next day, Addison's coming over with Cameron.
Made it a point, like, on the file,
The next
because
day, on the 4th.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you're
Absolutely.
asking me, you know? Did she say on the 3rd? I don't
don't
know.
know.
I don't know.
All right, but on the 4th, she made sure that Addison was coming over with Cameron.
Yeah, she called me and said, hey, if she still want to have the sleepover.
And Addison goes by Addie, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's just call her Addie.
Yeah, that's fine.
Make sure she come over the next day.
She called me on the 4th of July to say, hey, does she still want to have the sleepover tonight?
Yeah.
I went, Addie's swimming in the pool. I said, hey, do you still want to go over there? Oh, yeah. I took her over there.
All right, so then you get up to the your parents' house, the farm.
Yeah.
About
I went to
5.
Wendy's to get her dinner, then I came to the farm.
Okay. And because she just wanted to see Grandma real quick. Is that why? Or Big Daddy and Grandma? Addison?
Oh, you're talking about on the 3rd?
On the 3rd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm bounced around.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My father had just seen Ella in May because Ella had come down. He hadn't seen Addie since Christmas.
Since Christmas.
And so we're like 15, 20 minutes, from, if even that, from the farm. So I was like, hey, had that conversation with him. I wanted her to go see her grandfather. I wanted her grandfather to see her. And my mother too.
Right.
But I didn't know my mom was there.
Right. Because
Yeah.
she was working. You just don't know.
I just didn't know.
Didn't know. But didn't y'all all walk over as a family that day to the barn to look at the ducks?
I drove my truck from the house to the barn. I think either Addie rode in the truck with me or she walked with my mom. My dad drove the RTV.
Either
But yeah,
or.
I mean, we all went from the house to the barn to look at the ducks.
But
from what-
everything seemed perfectly normal that day.
I mean, nothing's at that time. Nothing stood out to me that wasn't normal. I mean, there was one thing that seemed not normal.
Go ahead.
Well, anytime my daughters asked my mom to come over there to spend the night or anything, she would jump at the opportunity to have that.
And she-
And
go ahead.
this time, she said, no, I'm busy. And that just was that had never happened before. Like, I'd almost have to tell my mom, hey, back off. Like, I want to spend some time with my kids. Like,
Because they
and
were
that's great. She loved my children. My children loved her. I love that, loved that.
But working in the yard and it was hot that day, yes?
Oh, yeah, it was hot.
Hot that day. It's not unreasonable for someone to say, we'll do it tomorrow. I'm doing yard work today. That is not an unreasonable thing to say. It's not.
It wouldn't be an unreasonable thing for me to say,
This is just your interpretation
Right.
after years and everything that's happened. So let's do this. You were never, really no one was ever asked until about 2019, 2020, what your dad was wearing that day.
Mm-hmm.
What was the last thing? You remember finally somebody asked you, what was your dad wearing?
Yeah.
What was your dad wearing?
My dad, when he would work in the yard, would wear, or when I say the yard, it's a farm, okay? So it's not like mowing the grass. I mean, there's things to do. He would wear long pants, almost like cargo pants, like the type you get it like
Not Carhartt, but just cargo?
cargo.
Okay.
I don't know what brand, but outdoorish wear. And then I just remember him wearing it wasn't a t-shirt, it was like almost, those fishing shirts that,
Like a Huck shirt, something like that?
it wasn't a Huck shirt, but I would have known if it was a Huck shirt. I like Huck shirts, but it wasn't, maybe like a Columbia type.
Something like that.
Yeah.
PFG, some kind of shirt like that.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your mom wearing?
I don't remember really. When you're thinking about these things back and forth and people are asking you, try to remember.
You want to know something? Nobody's ever asked you. Nobody's ever asked you
Yeah.
or anybody what your mother was wearing that
I
day.
think somebody asked me that.
Well, what was she wearing?
Well, I don't really remember.
Okay. And so, what was your last memory and interaction with your father?
I said, we'll see you. Maybe we can go watch fireworks the next. Sorry.
Take your time.
My last thing I said to my father is, all right, well, we're gonna go back to Buckhead and, maybe we can go, see the fireworks tomorrow night or something like that. And I don't remember even what he said. I wish I did. That's all I remember.
But you do remember he was preparing a burn pile. A
Yeah,
large burn
preparing.
pile.
Oh yeah, he told me he was. He's like, I'm getting that ready to burn. I said, when are you gonna burn it? Tomorrow.
That evening you left and you went with Addie to the Poke Bowl. And take your time.
I don't know the name of the restaurant, but yeah,
I believe yesterday you said it was the Poke Bowl.
it's a poke bowl restaurant.
Oh,
But
okay.
it could be poke fin, poke what, I don't remember the
And you
exact
paid in
name.
cash.
I don't know, I either paid or Jenna paid or Jenna was with us. I might have paid in cash. I don't remember.
And are you still married to Jenna?
No.
So y'all went back to your apartment. Is the Poke Bowl in the same building as the condo?
Oh no. Poke bowls at Peachtree Battle and Peachtree Street intersect. The Poke Bowl restaurant was.
And then y'all went back, and what happened?
After Poke Bowl, I know we went and got ice cream they have these rolled ice cream places, and I always, like to take my kids to like cool places like that, and where they freeze it and roll it, and they make it all fancy. So we went and got ice cream.
Like
And,
Cold Stone Creamery used to be, or maybe still is.
it's like Sub-Zero. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's not important. I mean, but we went and got ice cream. And then we went back to the condo.
Okay, and what time did you go to bed?
I remember I watched Jaws that night.
Jaws 1, 2, or 3?
Probably 1, because that's my favorite one. I don't remember what time I went to bed.
But you do remember that you went to bed in a room by yourself.
Yeah, not Kelly, Jenna, and when the girls would come, they like sleeping next to Jenna. Yeah, so I slept in the guest room.
So both girls slept with Jenna?
Well, Ella was,
Up at Beth's.
She was
She
up
was at Beth's.
at Beth's, yes.
So it was just Addie and Jenna sleeping
Yeah.
in y'all's bedroom,
Uh-huh.
and then you slept in the guest bedroom.
Correct.
All right. And then, is it not also true that they came down to see you at the Peachtree Road race the next morning? You were already down there.
Who?
Addie and Jenna.
Well, I know Addie walked down with me.
She walked down with you.
Yeah.
But what time was that?
It was early. It was a lot earlier than I normally would get up, probably on 4th of July.
What time were you up on the 4th of July?
It had to be. I mean, that race starts early in the morning, so it had to be 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
And the farm was how far from your house?
It'd take you a good 45 to 50 minutes to get there from Buckhead.
45 to 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And okay, so the next morning, so y'all go. Did you watch the whole race?
No. No, sir.
Okay.
Like, we didn't see the actual competition people, like, how they start with the professional runner. I'm a professional.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
going to ask you one more question, and then we'll move on from this topic. You, was your phone ever dumped in this case? Like they did an extraction? We're always extracting phones in these cases, and it takes forever to actually do a case like this because so many phone extractions. But did they extract your phone?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know, did they ever do any kind of a geofence on your phone? Do you know about that? To see where you were?
Yeah, absolutely. They told me they did.
They told you, but you don't know for sure. Did they show you a map?
I was shown a map at some point of something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was shown a map at some point during interviews about this whole thing.
Okay, because you've been interviewed a lot.
2 or 3 times.
Have you ever been considered as a suspect?
No, I don't think so.
Right, Miss King?
But you were the last person who saw your father alive, outside of your mother,
And my daughter.
and maybe even Scott.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Was your daughter already in the car when you walked away from your dad?
Was my daughter? I don't remember.
Don't remember.
I don't think so. But maybe, I don't know.
Did you get in a fight with your dad about him regretting potentially paying that much money for this trip,
No.
and that maybe he was going to call off the trip?
Nope.
Okay, let's talk about the pool party. When did y'all went to breakfast? You went to Waffle House that day, or was that on the
Are you
3rd?
talking about the 4th?
The 4th, yeah.
Yeah, we went to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel that day, because you went up to Norcross to give a check to an individual that worked for you in your painting
I think
business.
his name was Julio. Yeah.
Okay. So you go out there, and his name was Julio?
I think so. I think it was Julio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got back, and what time did the pool party start?
Oh, I don't remember. Sometime after noon, like after 12 p.m. But I don't remember exactly what time.
All right. And how long were you at the pool party before you took Addie up to the house?
I don't know, Miss King.
Oh,
I mean,
man. A few hours. Maybe.
I think they're going to try to
2 or 3
point
hours
at
at
anybody
least,
but
3
their
or 4 hours, I don't know.
client.
And you knew your mom was up at Lake Lanier Islands with
Cameron
Cameron.
and Scott. I mean, Cameron.
It's literally
Chad,
like
and
Who
Matt.
Shot JR, right?
But Scott was also over at Lake Lanier, but he was playing. He'd been playing golf that morning. Do you know?
I knew he was playing golf because I saw it on Snapchat, and I remember messaging him on Snapchat saying, "God dang, you're playing golf early, aren't you?"
Like, what time was he playing golf?
It was early, you know. I don't remember exactly what time. I just remember, like, you know how you look at a picture and you see kind of the haze. of
Like, he
the
did a
farm.
Snapchat post that morning about playing golf.
Yeah.
It's like a selfie and
No, not a selfie. It's just his Snapchat.
okay, just like of the golf course. Happy 4th of July, maybe a beer or something. I don't know.
I don't know about a beer, but yeah, I think the Happy 4th of July thing probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems to ring a bell.
All right. So you texted about. So you knew he was there. You knew your mom was up at the lake. Your mom messages you, doesn't agree to meet on 400. You take her up to the house. Addie.
She called me.
Your mom called you.
Mhm.
What'd she say?
Like I said before, she said, "Hey, does Addie still want to come have the sleepover at the farm?"
Obviously, she said yeah.
Yeah, I just remember, walked over, she's in the pool, swimming. I said, "Hey, you still want to go up there?" Because
You didn't really want to go because you're at the pool party.
I didn't want to go just because it was so late in the day. I was like, well, you know, we're already kind of here, you know? And so, but like I said, if she wanted to go, I was going to take her.
I want to ask you a question right now.
Okay.
So you took your daughter up there, and there she was. And I'm going to very point blank ask you this question.
Okay.
Don't you think it's a little absurd to think that if your mother gruesomely killed your father and burned him on a burn pile, that she would invite your daughter up to her house? Her granddaughter, whom she loved more than anything.
I think it's sick and twisted.
So you think, is that what you think?
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
And that was, what'd you do the rest of the night on the 4th?
Went home, we shot fireworks and just hung out with Jenna, and that's it.
Okay. So tell me about the 5th. Let's move on to the 5th.
Okay.
What'd you do? Tell me when you got up.
Woke up, you know, I knew I needed to go up there, pick Addison up. At some point, Amanda called me, and she said, you know, Daddy's missing. And that increased my haste to get to the farm.
And Judge, if we could switch back over to the computer. So,
P. Diddy
I'm
hearing is
showing you what's
underway.
previously been marked as Thrasher 51. Can you tell me, you walked up, where did you see Amanda and your mother sitting?
You see those steps?
I'm pointing, these steps right here?
Yes, those.
And so were they just sitting on the steps?
Mhm.
All right, what were they talking about when you walked up?
Oh, I don't know what they were talking about. I know what I was talking about.
Okay. What about Scott? Where was Scott?
He was not right there. I don't know where he was at the time. I don't remember. I don't know. I didn't know, you know. I hadn't talked to my brother.
So nobody was sitting on the back porch, y'all never went back there? You
Nobody
weren't
was
there?
sitting on the back porch.
Okay. So where did you walk?
I know, Miss King, right? It's beautiful.
I walked into the kitchen first.
This is the kitchen, right?
Yep. I mean, that's where the door kind of goes in, right there.
Right. And this
And
is
then
this
you turn
is
right to the kitchen.
this is what the kitchen looked like that day. I gotta ask you a question. Do you smell any detergents or Cloroxes or anything like that?
I don't remember that, no. Mm-mm.
Okay. And this would have been the dining room,
Yeah, that's the formal dining room.
and this kind of behind where this orchid plant is, that'd be the door going down to the basement.
Correct, sir.
Did you walk where did you go in the house?
Well, I walked in, and I remember going to the kitchen, and then I'm thinking I need to find my dad's wallet, because that would tell if he's still possibly here.
Oh
I
no,
didn't give a-
Donnie. Oh no. Donnie says, I just stepped on a wasp. This hurts. Yeah, I would imagine it does. Something that my mom would always do would be to cut an onion and take the onion slice and like wrap it around the sting. Apparently the acid from the onion or the something from the onion helps take the sting out. I don't know. Not stinger, just sting. But anyway. I'm sorry. Is it swelling? Ice. Ugh, that's the worst.
I tell if he wouldn't leave the house without his wallet.
Right.
Vinegar.
he's missing,
Kenny
I'm trying
says
to figure out where
vinegar.
he's at.
Right.
That tells me.
Try the onion. My mama
Well, if
always
his
did
wallet's here,
that.
then he
Because,
should be here.
and you've talked about, a number of witnesses have kind of talked about that your dad would just kind of go sometimes and be gone for a period of time. Meaning he was at work, he just didn't tell everybody where he was at. Maybe go to
Right,
Birmingham.
yeah. No, I mean, he wouldn't text us every day and say, hey, this is my plan for the day.
He was kind of independent guy,
Right.
right? Kept to himself a lot. His world was small outside. He had his big business world.
He was pretty introverted when
But
he
he
was
was
at home.
introverted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of his domain was in that basement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you went down to the basement, right?
Well, I went to the garage first to look in the Mercedes.
All right. Are you aware? This is shocking, but nobody's ever taken a picture of your dad's Mercedes for this case. Nobody. To see if that wallet was in the Mercedes or anything that was in that Mercedes was never taken.
Well, the picture I just saw, his wallet sitting on the counter.
Okay, but nobody took a picture of his Mercedes.
Okay.
This is your dad's. Was this just kind of a formal library, but nobody actually used it?
I don't know.
It's very nice. I don't know. I don't.
I never sat in there. I would sit in there and look at like old yearbooks or just look at, I mean, there's tons of, like all my yearbooks are in there. We had a lot of things in there. But I never spent, hours sitting in there or knew anybody who did.
So you walk downstairs. I'm trying to get there as soon as I can. Is there a way, Megan, to get just a screen of all the pictures? My
She's like,
constant
yeah,
ability to
let
use
me help you
technology.
out. Opposing counsel, let me help you out.
That's what I mean. Thank you so much. You. I promise I'm going to take a class someday.
I've heard about the baking soda paste too, Billy. There's so many different remedies.
So this is the kind of living room area downstairs, yes?
In
I've
the
heard of the
basement,
chewing
correct.
In the
tobacco
basement?
too.
Yes, sir.
Did you go down there?
Yes.
And as you were walking around down there, did you ever see any blood?
No.
Did you see a bullet?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this. Are you aware? Now, at what point did Scott come up to you and tell you that a gun was missing?
He never came up to me and said a gun's missing. He just kind of was talking about it. That's what I testified to yesterday.
Well, I'm asking you again because sometimes.
Yeah, he never pulled me aside and said, hey, I have this gun. Like, he was saying it for everybody knew. He
So
was
Amanda
talking
was
about
right there.
Oh, yeah.
Mom, right there.
Yeah.
Was that when you first came up?
it. No, I remember him saying that. This is after what we discovered in the burn pile, and from what I remember, after 911 had been called, from what I remember.
And did you hear your brother say something to the effect of, I was in Afghanistan or Iraq. He was in Iraq, correct? And I know what burned bodies look like.
I don't remember him saying that, but I think he told me he had said that, or somebody told me he had said that.
I mean, were you standing there when he was calling 911 because he told 911 that?
Yeah, no, because he said, when he said, get the girls out of here, I'm calling 911, I got the girls out of there.
Right.
Yeah, so I didn't hear his actual conversation with 911.
So are you aware that your brother Scott says that there was a revolver of some variety in that drawer right there,
Yes?
that he found it? Now, again, going back to and the statement you said earlier, and I'm going to ask you the question, and the jury can hear the answer. But Grandma loves those grandchildren. How ridiculous is it that Grandma would leave a gun in open access for children to have access to?
Well, I sure wouldn't do it.
But your mom wouldn't either.
I don't know that.
You know her.
I'm her firstborn son. I know her.
Did you ever hear the story of the year before when she made sure that when Scott had surreptitiously left the .32 in the barn, that she made sure it was moved up high so that those kids could never touch that gun in a barn?
I never heard that story.
And this, just because you're more familiar with the basement and the basement arrangement, these candles, is this glass holding up these candles?
It appears to be glass. I mean, you can see through it. I doubt they're plastic.
And that's a glass table.
It is, sir.
And this is fine leather furniture.
I'm sure
And
it
your
is.
mother had the finest furnishings.
She has very good taste.
And when you were down there, nothing seemed out of place.
It didn't.
Nothing was broken.
Nope.
And then back to the dining room. These are fine silk chairs, are they not?
They are, I guess. I mean, I guess they're silk.
Well,
you
I'll
say
give-
so. Like,
Well, I don't know.
I'll agree to that.
It was your mama's house. I just didn't know
Yeah.
if you'd ever sit there for a holiday or
I'm not
anything.
much on fabrics.
But it was a fabric chair.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And these are fine, ornate lamps. Wouldn't you agree?
They're very nice.
All these furnishings. But nothing was broken. Nothing was out of place. You were there this weekend, the weekend before.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay. So you would agree with me that it's a bit absurd that the state is contending that that is where your mother shot your father. You would agree that's absurd.
I don't agree with that, no. I don't know where she shot my dad. I don't know if she shot my dad.
You don't know it. You don't know if.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I didn't see anybody do anything to anybody.
But you were the first man on the scene there, one of the first.
Yeah,
Nothing out of place.
nothing was out of place, sir.
Same view in the basement, because that's also where the state is maybe contending where she shot your dad. Nothing out of place.
Right. I wasn't looking for bullets. I was looking for my dad's wallet. I was looking for my father.
Did your ex-wife, when did y'all get a divorce, Jenna?
Divorce was final in December of 2021.
Okay. And are you aware that she did an interview back in 2018, and she ended that phone call very oddly with, "I'm done talking." Can I be done now? Did you ever know that? Were you in the room when she was
I
talking to
wasn't.
Kuykendall?
Nope.
Okay. And she never brought up any time ever seeing a gun. Did you find out later that all of a sudden she made up like she saw a gun? Or do you know that at all?
No.
Okay. But again, when you went downstairs, nothing out of place. You went to his room,
I did.
CPAP machine was there. Did you check that?
I didn't check it. Like I didn't register in my mind to see if the CPAP was there. At that time, no.
So, I'm going to ask you this. So you guys start then combing out across the property. You said you went out to the barn. Did you notice anything in the barn out of place?
No, sir.
Did you smell any cleaning chemicals in the barn?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the tractor?
No, sir.
There are a certain number of family members that know where the tractor normally is and things like that, but you wouldn't have been that guy. You didn't know that guy.
No, I didn't. No,
Okay.
I didn't know how to drive tractor.
Right. Did you look through the barn? Did you go up to Scott's apartment?
I don't remember if I would assume I did, but I don't remember exactly.
Um, so let's talk about Scott.
Okay.
We're almost done. We're getting close to lunch. I know the jury's getting hungry, and so am I. So are you. Scott was in the military.
Yes, sir.
What was his duties in the military?
He was infantry. I know he drove a Bradley, which is a armored vehicle.
Okay. Do you know any details about his service?
No. I mean, I know, I don't know the name of the town in Iraq where he was stationed. But I remember, him kind of telling me about it. I mean, he would call me from over there and say, check in, briefly. But I probably can't give you the most details about his exact service. Like day-to-day type thing.
Did he ever mention, because he mentioned to 911 and the number of law enforcement in this case, that he knew what a burned body looked like? Did he ever mention any stories, any situations in Iraq?
No. I
And
never asked.
and that's not unusual
Yeah,
for
I know.
vets.
Yeah.
But he's mentioned it, and so that's why I was asking you, since you guys are much closer now.
No, I never asked him, and I didn't want to ask him about that. I just kind of, if he wanted to tell me anything like that, that'd be fine, but no, we never talked about that.
But your brother, being in infantry division, was obviously well trained in firearms
Oh, yeah.
and had a number of firearms.
Hmm?
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you this: did you ever know of your brother having a revolver?
No.
All right. Did you ever know of your brother having a .357 stolen from him while he was living in Columbus?
I know his apartment in Columbus got broken into, but I
You
don't
do?
know what was stolen.
What proof of that do you have?
Because I remember I went with my mom down there, and there was something, he told me about it. That's all.
He told you about it.
He told me about it.
That's it.
That's it.
Did you know that Scott was married?
Well, I found that out eventually.
So he hid that from the family.
He hid it from me, I know.
So when did you find out that Scott got married while he was in the military?
Sunday, what is that 8th? I can't see that
Sunday.
far.
Well, I'll help you. I'll help you. My eyes are about the same way.
Yeah, I can see a little bit.
Yeah, they've
Sunday
said
night.
Afghanistan off and on, Henny. I mean, that's what I thought too.
So that's Sunday, July the 8th, 2018. You
Yeah.
found that your brother had been married
Yeah.
and divorced, we
Yeah.
believe, I don't know for sure, for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there were some things you didn't know about your brother,
Sure.
Did you know that almost for your brother to do anything on that farm, he had to ask your dad for the debit card? Every time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know every time, but.
Would
I
it
thought-
shock you if I showed you text message after text message?
It wouldn't shock me that if he needed a debit card, but I don't know if he had a card that did, like an account for the farm. I don't know. I mean, that was never discussed with me.
Would it shock you that your brother, Scott, so it was his trail cam out there. Did you ever go see the trail cam?
No.
When you guys were walking the property, would it shock you that there's the last picture before the input that says delete is your brother Scott walking away from that trail cam? Would that shock you?
No. I mean, why would it shock me?
It wouldn't shock you that your brother deleted the trail cam the day you were looking for your father?
I mean, I don't know when that happened. If it was before, I don't.
No,
really
I'm
know.
talking right about 1 o'clock when you guys have called 911.
Right.
That he thinks to go to the trail cam and hit delete.
Yeah, I don't.
That's shocking,
I
isn't
don't
it?
really know the context of it, how that happened.
Did you know your brother had a drawer full of 38 special bullets?
Yeah, he told me
Yeah, and he had,
after this all happened.
like, how long after?
It was a while after. It was like a year, and we were just talking about things. And he said, "Yeah, you know, I had some 38 caliber ammunition. It was some of it, you know, it's kind of like a junk drawer." And my friends, one of my friends, because his buddies would come over and shoot at the farm, and they would bring their guns, and he's like, "Yeah, that's where that ammunition came from."
Like tactical shooting. Did you ever see him do any drills of tactical shooting? Like on Facebook? He would put
Oh yeah. Well, I noticed he would kind of, you know, I mean, he was, how would you say, his form was, he'd be like kind of walking, things like that. So at tactical shooting, I remember seeing a video of him.
You've seen him do
Yeah,
it? Yeah. He was pretty good at it, you'd say.
Yeah, Scott's always, you know, we used to go hunting and stuff. He's always been a good shot.
You know, in the multiple interviews that you had in this case, I mean, there's things, I mean, Chris, I got to tell you, you're a pretty smart guy. You are. And you could see you along the way. You could see you along the way questioning even things that even the police weren't questioning. They asked you, like, how could your mother have moved your dad? And you just, I don't know. I don't think there's any way. Someone must have helped her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. Do you remember saying that?
Oh. I don't remember saying that, but I don't think it's unreasonable that I might have said that.
Okay. Well, because, and I'm not going to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you of this. I'm trying, it's this jury right here that I'm mostly concerned
Sure,
about.
I understand.
But let's just legitimately talk about this. Your dad was how big?
I mean, he's bigger.
Because you're tall, but you're skinny.
I mean, I'm skinny. You know, that's like a crazy here, but
How
my
much?
dad was a big man.
How much do
Skinny?
you weigh?
Right now, I weigh 245 pounds.
All right, how
I
much did you
wouldn't
weigh in
say
2018?
skinny.
Probably two.
Let's not get crazy, he
Probably
said.
the same. Maybe 235. Maybe, you know, I fluctuate between 230 to 245, 250.
Let's talk about your brother. He's bigger than you, right?
He's taller than me.
Yeah. How much does he weigh?
I don't know. I bet probably. I don't know. I've never talked to him about how much he.
Y'all
weighs.
are all big. Y'all are big dudes.
Right.
Okay. So, but he's probably, if he's taller than you, it's reasonable to say he's between 250 and 300 pounds.
Sure.
Okay. And your dad was about how tall and how much did he weigh?
I would say anywhere. He's my height, around 6'4", and he probably weighed, you know, anywhere from 280 to 300 pounds. I would say.
On the heavier side, wouldn't?
Yeah.
Okay. So you legitimately, you were questioning even Hayes and Kuykendall. How could my mom do this? You don't have an answer to that, do you?
I don't
Because how
know.
much does your mother weigh?
Maybe between 100 and 120 pounds, or I don't know how much he weighs now. I mean, but at the time, maybe somewhere between that. I don't know.
She's a little lady.
Never asked her.
How tall is your mama? She's a little lady.
5'5".
Okay. You told the jury yesterday that when you left that evening, I mean, there was a lot of things
Welcome back,
that maybe you
Margaret.
blacked out on that day. It was a long day. I understand that. But you told the jury yesterday that as you were leaving, you couldn't even get a tank of gas because your
My
checking
had
account had been
overdrawn. Yeah.
bounced.
Not well. I can't remember if it was bounced or if it was like a security holder. I went. It said please see cashier, and I looked.
Oh,
I
you
don't
guys, I
remember.
just got a notification that Scott Farris is taking the stand. Keep in mind, remember, we're behind a little bit. So I'm going to 1.25 this so we can get through it just a smidge quicker because I'm anxious to hear from Scott. Don't nobody run and leave and go watch it in real time. I will throw the hammer down. I'm kidding. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I think I told.
Everybody's like, bye.
I wasn't able to use it. Let's put it that way. And I didn't have a credit card on me.
Why did you, as time went on, you became the temporary executor of the estate and you lost it? Why did you lose that? Why was that taken from you?
I don't think it was necessarily. From what I remember, I don't think it was taken. It was just kind of agreed upon because obviously my sister Amanda and my mother were very much opposed to that of me, and so she had an attorney.
Wasn't it?
But I don't remember if it was taken from me or if we just all kind of agreed, like, okay, let's just do.
Did Barry Bishop or Jeff Rustbridge ever tell you it was because of your inability to manage the assets of the estate?
Nobody ever told me
That you were losing assets of the estate?
No, Barry Bishop and Jeff Rutger. I mean, we had a conversation that basically said, well, your mother is accusing you of doing these things, and I said, I have no access to the funds of the estate. It's all frozen.
Your Honor, if I may have one brief moment. Yesterday, you said something that struck me, and I think it's important that I get your words right. You said something to the effect, Ms. Frankish asked you a question about the finances and your father passing, and I believe you said his kids would financially gain if he died.
Well, I mean, it's just a matter of fact. If your parents pass away, the money, like I have a will too. I have if something was to happen to me, my kids would, get what I have. I have life insurance, but both of my daughters' names on it.
I believe you said that you would be better off financially.
I don't remember saying that,
But you would be financially better off
if what?
if you were to get the estate in this case. Because it's still held up,
Like
correct?
right now?
Like nothing, nothing's been able to access because of course this case is going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, nothing's been accessed at all.
Right.
So, I mean, it's.
So you would financially benefit if your mother is convicted of murder.
I guess you could say that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thanks, Frank.
That was a tough
Talk
question,
about your mom a
but
little bit. When you guys would have family gatherings, where would you find your mom?
I mean, that's a tough question, right? But at the same time, if he says no, he would be lying because we all know the case is over and she's convicted of murder and they free up all of the frozen assets and he's one of the beneficiaries. I mean, how else would you answer that question?
What would she be doing for the family?
She was usually in the kitchen.
Was that kind of like her domain? She liked to cook?
Yeah, I mean, she was always cooking at family gatherings. That was,
Would she cook for your dad too?
oh yeah.
Um, Mr. Weaver brought up guns quite a bit. Do you know anything about guns?
A little bit, you know, I had a couple of guns I bought in 2020 and 2021. I've gotten to the hobby of shooting. You know, I'd go to the shooting range, and I had a buddy who managed the shooting, I think it's the shooting alley or quick shot in Buckhead, so he wouldn't charge me for, he just let me come, so, yeah.
Do you know enough to know the difference between a revolver and like a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever know anybody in your family? Now, when I asked you this question, we already know about the 32, the older one in the barn. Do you know about that one?
Yeah.
Whose was that?
That was my grandfather's.
Okay. And did he have other kinds of pistols?
Yeah, yes.
What did he have? Do you know?
I just remember him, because I spent a lot of time up in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, okay? So when he would close the hardware store, he armed himself. And he would have, it was almost like a shoulder, I don't know what the word is, forgive me, but it's like a holster where you kind of put it around your arm, not around your waist, but kind of, I don't know what that's called.
Like a backstrap type.
Right, and he had a revolver.
But you didn't know what kind.
I didn't know what kind, no.
When Scott's guns got stolen, around what year was that?
He would have just been back. If you can give me just a second to think about it.
Before 2012?
I would say probably so, yeah.
Before 2016?
Yeah, I mean, because he was at Benning when he got back from Iraq. Well, he was stationed there, you know, he had an apartment there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
No objection.
Because I just want you to look at this and read it to yourself before I ask you some questions.
What kind of pistol?
Okay, to yourself.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Does that appear to be a text message between you and your brother Scott?
Yes.
State moves to enter into evidence C. Farris 1.
No objection.
If you could, well, I'm going to come back up to you because I don't have another copy of this. If you could read this to the jury for me and read the date and time.
On 7/10/2016 at 11:53 a.m., it looks like I texted my brother, "What kind of pistol do you have?" question mark. On 7/10/2016 at 12 p.m., he texted me, "I don't have one." Or don't have one, there's no I, it's just don't have one.
Thank you. Chris, do you recall ever seeing a revolver in any of the homes, in your Alfred home or the farm?
Yeah, I saw a revolver other than the 32 at my parents' house in Alpharetta, the Hampton Hall house, Ridgehaven Run, the house they lived in before the farm.
And where did you see that?
It was on the counter in the kitchen.
Do you know why it was there?
I don't know why. I had come over and it was sitting there. And I grabbed it and it was just sitting out, and I grabbed it and I put it on top of the fridge. And it was like a Longer Burger basket was up there, and I put it up there. Yeah.
And was did you say what kind of gun that was?
It was a revolver.
And have you ever seen it since then?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. Did you ever ask either of your parents about it?
I don't remember.
You mentioned that the kids could possibly gain if your dad passed away. Scott was living at the farm, and your dad was funding his life. Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
When your dad passed, who did the farm go to?
My mother.
So if your dad had passed, Scott would essentially be homeless.
Yes.
And your mom was the beneficiary of your dad's 401k?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly. As to the gun back at the Hampton Hall house, what did it look like?
I remember being like kind of like a shiny metallic, you know, like the metal of the gun. It was kind of like shiny, and I almost remember it having like a almost like an ivory handle to it.
Old gun?
Maybe I don't know. I'm not a gun history.
Not a gun
person.
guy.
Not a gun history person. You know, I know some stuff, but yeah,
Long nose or short nose?
short nose.
Okay. And you know you've never told anybody in any of your interviews this before, right?
I don't know that.
Okay. That's all I have, Jim. Wait, hold on. Mr. Ray said we got something else. That's all I have.
Anything else?
Okay.
I can step down.
Thanks.
We got a 20-minute witness.
You do.
Okay, let's bring them on in.
You know me.
Whew, he's finally finished. You know, he's like,
Formerly Farris.
Hey, yo, stand up and stretch.
oh my goodness, did you see the judge? Watch the judge. Oh my God, watch. He is a tall guy, this judge. Watch him when he stands up. And listen to him.
State husband. Formerly Farris.
Hey, yo, stand up and stretch.
He cracks me up. You like him, Henny? I do. I like this judge a lot. He got on my nerves the first day, but now I've like grown to really like him.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want you.
Okay, so this next witness, this is Jenna, Chris's ex-wife. I remember this witness. I remember seeing this before I went live with you guys.
Oh, ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat. And if you could, please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name.
My name is Jenna Pawlowski, Jenna, last name Pawlowski.
Thank you. And are you formerly Jenna Farris?
Correct.
Okay. Were you married to Chris Farris for a period of time?
That is correct.
How long?
About 6 years, almost 6 years. We were together for 13 years total.
Together for 13 total? And what years were you married?
2015, separated. 2021 in April, and finalized divorce December 2021.
If you could, you have a very soft voice. If you could please speak up just a little bit so
Yes.
all of the jurors can hear you. Okay. So you were married to Chris when his father was murdered. Is that
Correct.
Okay. What I want to talk about is we have a calendar up there. So essentially that week, that first week in July. And you and I have spoken briefly before today, right? Okay. Okay. So, do you remember what you did on Monday, July 2nd of 2018?
Monday, I believe I was at work. Yeah.
Where did you work at the time?
Cooper Carey, architecture firm.
And did you have normal work hours?
8:30 to 5:30. It's downtown Atlanta.
And did the girls plan to come into town, Ella and Addison?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have a good relationship with them?
Yes.
What day were they planning to come into town?
I don't remember the day
Okay.
exactly. I had just started that job about a year prior, so I remember working a lot that week and having the 4th as a holiday.
Okay.
But I do not remember what day exactly they were coming in.
So if the day of the 4th was the day of the pool party, the day before that would be the 3rd.
Right.
Were they there on the 3rd?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember talking to law enforcement at any point during the investigation of this case?
Only on the phone, maybe within that week, on that weekend, that Saturday, I think, I was with my friend Carrie and her two nieces that were around the same age as Ella and Addie, and we had them at the pool, and I got a call from someone about the case, and they questioned me about Chris's whereabouts and where we had dinner, and that was the last time I heard anything.
During that interview, would you say your memory would have been better of that week?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if the girls were there on the 3rd, and you said that they were there on the 3rd in that interview, would that be accurate?
Yes, yes, definitely.
So let's go into the night of the 3rd, the evening of the 3rd. Did you work on the 3rd?
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
So after work, when you came home, do you remember seeing Ella or Addison at your condo with Chris?
I believe yes, I remember seeing them. I know Ella wanted to go up to the farm, and I can't remember if she was already there or not. But I believe Addie, Chris, and I got dinner that night.
Do you know where you got dinner? You can just name a city if you don't
It was
remember.
it was around our condo in Buckhead where we lived. It was Asian. I don't know if it was sushi or some kind of Asian food, I think. I can't remember.
How long was your dinner that night?
Typical, maybe an hour or so. We didn't get any alcohol. It was one of those places I think you order and just sit down, or it's pretty in and out quick.
Okay.
So
What did you do after dinner?
as far as I can remember, from 6 years ago, I went home back to the condo.
Okay. Do you remember if you went home alone and Chris and Addison went to go do something, or did you go do something with them after dinner? Maybe get ice cream?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that night, did you all stay at the condo?
Yes.
The three of you?
Hmm.
Okay. Was it typical for Addison to sleep with you when she came to stay?
Yes.
Okay, why is that?
We just had a king size bed, and I don't know. She just liked sleeping next to me
Where would Chris sleep?
in the other bedroom.
In the other bedroom?
Mhm.
So the next day was the 4th of July. Peachtree Road Race was happening.
Mhm.
Did you get up and go watch the Peachtree Road Race?
Yes, I remember waking up. It was maybe 8, 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that time, maybe around 8. And we walked up because we lived in Buckhead, so we lived off Peachtree. So we walked up and watched the race go by, handed out waters and drinks, and watched everyone.
Who's we?
Addison and I and Chris was kind of, I can't remember exactly, but I don't think he walked up with us at first, but he was there.
He was there, and maybe you guys met him there.
Right.
So we're on the 4th, the morning of the 4th. After the Peachtree Road Race, do you remember what you guys did?
No, I really don't. I want to say we went to the pool. Other than that, there's really nothing that sticks out was any different than any other 4th of July.
Sure. When you were at the pool, was it you, Chris, and Addison?
Yes.
Did Chris and Addison leave at any point?
I really don't remember.
Do you remember you and I talking about those days
Yes.
on Zoom? We met.
Yes,
we
yes,
chatted on Zoom.
yeah.
Okay. And did I tell you what to say or anything? How to
No,
answer questions?
no,
Okay.
no.
And we talked about in 2018 on the 4th of July, Chris taking Addison to the farm.
Right.
Would that sound?
Yes, because Ella was there and she wanted to go up there too.
Ella was up north at the farm,
Somewhere up there.
somewhere. Okay, and that's okay that you don't remember all these details.
Yeah,
So, do you remember, was it afternoon, evening, nighttime when Chris and Addison went up to the farm?
I believe late afternoon, possibly into the evening.
How long were they gone?
Not long, it was maybe a 45, 50-minute drive from Buckhead up there, so about whatever double that. I would imagine he dropped her off and said hi to someone or came right back.
Chris came back?
Yes.
Was Addison with him?
No.
So then what did you and Chris do when he came back?
We hung out with our neighbors where we lived and just shot off some fireworks. They shot off some fireworks in the parking lot. That was it. Stayed around our condo.
Did Chris ever leave again that night?
On the 4th?
Yes.
No.
Did he leave the house the night of the 3rd?
To drop Addison off?
After dinner, did he ever leave again?
Not that I knew or heard or, no.
So on the 4th, you guys guys just went to bed.
Yep.
And then, did you have to work the next day on the 5th?
Yes,
Okay.
I remember that.
So, what happened on the 5th that stands out in your mind? Did you get a phone call?
Yes, so I was at work, and it was about 12:30, give or take, and Chris called me, and all he said was, "You have to come to the farm right now and get the girls."
And what did you do?
I said, "Is everything okay?" And all he did was repeat the exact same sentence. And I said, which was, "You have to come to the farm and get the girls." And so I left. I told my boss at the time I had an emergency, I have to go. So drove up there, was extremely worried and crying, and called my mom and told her, wasn't sure what was going on. And I got a text message that said, "My dad is gone." And
From who?
from Chris, as I was exiting off 400, and I just started crying. And I got to the farm, and there were tons of people everywhere, and my only focus, I was driving my Camry, my only focus was just to protect Ella and Addie and make sure Chris was okay. And I had no idea what was going on. I don't think he knew either. He was visibly shaking. He was so distraught.
Chris.
His voice was shaking. He was just in shock, I could tell, in complete and utter shock. I had no idea what had happened. So all I did, I took the girls, and Ella and Addie were sitting there. Addie was very quiet. She didn't have her phone with her. Ella kept asking, "What's going on? What happened? Why won't anyone tell me what happened?" And then that's when Kendall Lee called me, the girl's mother, and talked on the phone with Ella, and explained. She wasn't on speaker, but I still heard her. Said, "Ella, Big Daddy's no longer with us." And Ella sat there, and at this time we had kind of pulled over off the driveway, and Ella just was on the phone, said, "Okay." And after that, I really don't remember what we talked about, but I took them back to Buckhead, to our condo. And from that day forward, when they were here, I just wanted them to have a normal, be kids. And we took them to Main Event, we took them to just things like that, Cheesecake Factory, and I just wanted them to get away from all of that and not have to worry about that and enjoy their summer. And unfortunately, they couldn't really be with their dad because he was having to deal with all of this, so.
Did you also bring Cameron back with you?
Yes, yeah, she
To the
came
condo?
with us too.
So after that, did you see Melly again?
Yes,
When?
I'm trying to remember. She was in our condo unit in the hallway. I don't remember why or which day, but she gave me a hug and was hugging the girls, and that's really all I can remember. I don't know why, the circumstances, who was doing what.
Sure. Did she say anything to you that stood out that time?
She said, "I can't believe this is happening to our family." And it was just a very weird feeling. Ever since I picked the girls up and had been, I don't know, it was just a weird feeling. It's just something did not sit right overall, just with everything.
Did Melody ever confront you, Chris, about money, owing her money?
Yes, so after everything not calmed down, but I think about a couple weeks later, she started text messaging me about bills that Gary had paid for, like our Comcast bill at the time. Did I know about them? And I said no. That was basically it.
Okay.
And it was things that she was saying, I can tell you more, I can show you more, and show you what's going on, or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was things like that I just wanted to avoid and get away from. I just did not want to be involved, unless I needed to.
When you and I met, you had some information that you thought people needed to know, but you didn't get the opportunity to say back in 2018. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I sort of just asked you, okay, what is that information? So at any point, well, let me ask you this. In the weekend prior to the first week of July, so June, was it Gary's birthday?
We were celebrating his birthday and Father's Day, I think, all kind of on that, whatever day we were there, Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, so prior to?
Yeah,
Um,
that was late June.
late June.
Mm-hmm.
And at that gathering, I will say, did you and Melody hang out with each other and converse?
I mean, not specifically to be alone, but we were, I don't remember where, I think we were walking outside, in the basement, towards the basement, the double doors out there. So I think, I want to say there was something in the kitchen that maybe was redone or remodeled, or there was something new down there that I was looking at, or she wanted me to look at, I think. I can't remember why, but,
And what stood out to you about that encounter?
well, I walked down there and the, whatever credenza, I don't remember exactly where, but she opened the drawer and she said, "This is my granddaddy's gun." And I said, "Revolver." And I said, I don't even remember what I said because it was so, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just kept moving on. So
And when we met, I showed you a couple of photos. What room in the house was this?
this was the first room when you walk down to the basement.
And when we met, I showed you a couple of photos so you could identify. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm showing you states Thrasher 45 and defense exhibit Thrasher D1. Are these similar to the images that I showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And is that piece of furniture in either of these photos?
Yes.
Which photo?
I want to say this first one, the kitchen to the left.
Is that Thrasher 45?
Yes, Thrasher
Okay, I'm gonna
45.
go ahead and publish that one real quick so you can.
Okay.
Okay, this is the photo you identified?
Yes.
Okay, and which piece of furniture did Melody open to show you the gun?
The wooden cabinet on the left.
Do you know much about guns?
No.
Do you know was it a long gun, short?
Shorter.
What did it look like?
It was kind of curved.
Curved. What was the color?
I want to say like silver color.
Let
I
me
don't
ask you
remember.
this. Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol, like what police carry, versus like a cowboy gun?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Which one did it look like?
Like the cowboy one.
The cowboy one?
Mhm.
And when we met, did I show you 3 different photos of a cowboy gun?
Yes.
3 different
Yeah.
versions? And did you identify one that it may have looked like?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, state moves to admit J. Farris 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
John, I'm gonna
Alright,
show
here.
you.
Wouldn't go out. But
Right.
we'll deal with that later. All right.
One of them is,
We'll deal with
yes,
that later.
yes. That is fine. Okay, this is one that I showed you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep them all up here. And this is the other one, and then the third. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can get that third one up here. Okay, and you identified one when we met. Oops, here we go. Out of 1, 2, and 3, which one did it look like?
I really don't remember which one.
So when we met, you had sort of mentioned it looked like J. Farris 2. Would that be accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Again, do you know much about guns?
I really don't.
Do all revolvers may look the same to you?
I didn't even get a great look, and correct, yes, I really have not ever handled any or been around them, ever.
Had you ever seen this gun before?
No.
Did you ever see it again?
No.
And law enforcement, you didn't get the opportunity to tell law enforcement about this. Is that fair?
No. And I was never contacted.
Was the family, did you and Chris have conversations about talking to the police or not talking to the police or anything like that?
It was just mainly him keeping in touch with the detective, and once he was off the phone, he would just update me on what the news story, or not news story, but what happened,
Sure.
what was going to happen, what the next steps were, but there wasn't anything that we discussed that wasn't already out there.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looks like a good time to break for lunch. Let's go for. Y'all be back at 20 after, so we can be up and running by 1:30. All right?
All right, let's scoot through this lunch. Scoot on through. I'm ready to see Scott. Okay.
I go ahead and round them up.
Round them up. Sorry, I'm just
Podolesky?
scooching
All right,
through
go
till we
ahead.
get there.
Thank you, Judge. And your last name is Podolesky?
Pulowski.
Pulaski, I'm sorry. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melly in this case. So I want to talk about some things, kind of going back and, we're going to go ahead and talk about guns. Leave that up now, because I'm going to ask you to switch it over to the Elmo. So earlier you stated, so there was, you believe you saw a revolver.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to take this mouse, this purplish magenta mouse, and you tell me where to stop. Which one you think you saw?
It was either that one or the one with the brown.
This one, or this one, or this one?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't remember the colors.
Okay. But not this one.
No.
Okay. So longer muzzle, not the shorter muzzle, not a snub nose.
From what I can remember.
Right. And that's all I'm asking now. Okay. All right. Now, Judge, if we can switch over to the Elmo. Thank you, Judge. You show me where the button is. I'll come up there and do it.
I'm trying to get a button installed down there. That's part of the source of my frustration.
Okay. Let's see back up here. Wrong way. All right. So this is a report in the state. You've stipulated to the admissibility of this report?
Yes, no objection.
So I would ask to admit this as Jenna 1.
All right.
You went to the district attorney's office on August the 27th, so a little more than a month ago, yes? Of this year?
Is this the virtual meeting?
I don't know. Was it a virtual meeting? This is a report regarding you talking to the DA's office about this gun.
I don't. Is
Well,
this,
I'm not
was
saying
this
that
was this the phone call that I had to come here?
I'm not, ma'am,
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm just going to read the report. Okay, it says on August the 27th, 2024, at approximately 14:48 hours, I requested to attend a Zoom meeting with Jenna Pulaski. Present for the meeting was ADA Megan Frankish and DCA DA Jeffrey Fogus. Ms. Pulaski is the ex-wife. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Ms. Pulaski is the ex-wife of Christopher Farris, the son of Gary and Melody Farris. During the course of the meeting, Ms. Pulaski advised of the time when the defendant showed her a gun, specifically a revolver. Once when she was at the home of for either Father's Day or Gary's birthday, both having just occurred in June, the month before Gary's death. She never handled the weapon, and it was merely a quick glance of the weapon when they were in the basement for other reasons. So is that a true statement?
Right. So
Okay.
this was the Zoom meeting that I had with them.
Okay. And
Hey,
says
Susan.
the following 3 photos were shown to her.
Hello. Continue to work and lurk, man. I'm working and lurking too.
And of the 3 weapons shown, and without certainty, she identified the black metal and wood-handled revolver as the one that looked most similar to the gun Melody showed her in the basement.
Okay.
Okay? And then you noted that there was, where the gun was located in the basement, which I believe there was a picture of earlier.
Also, I will be right back.
Where you think
I'll be right back, guys. I got to go run and get do a couple things for the kiddos. So I'll be right back.
you found where you were when you saw the gun?
In the basement.
In the basement. All right. So, do you find it interesting that you never told anybody about a gun in the basement?
Nobody ever called me.
Nobody ever called you on this case. You never were interviewed?
I was interviewed shortly after.
Sure.
At that time, it was a week after this had happened, and my main focus was taking care of those girls and making sure they were okay, and going into good wife mode and being there for my husband at the time. I really didn't think about anything else other than protecting them and being there for them.
All right, so you were interviewed. Do you remember that?
Over the phone.
Over the phone. Do you remember anything about that interview?
We talked about where Chris and I and Addie ate dinner.
Okay. Do you remember telling them in that interview that you slept with Addie that night and that Chris slept by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember in that interview telling the police that you and Addie met Chris out at the Peachtree Road Race? He texted you.
No, I don't remember those details.
All right. Your Honor, I've got to play the recording, if that's okay with you. We don't have a transcript of it that I know of.
Is testimony she doesn't remember?
That's what she testified to. She doesn't remember. Your Honor, at this time I would admit, how long is the video, Michael? Or the recording?
The whole audio recording is 20 minutes.
And I think it would be best to play the whole recording.
No, not to refresh her recollection of, I mean, how much you wanted to ask her.
You got the timestamp on it, Michael?
For the road race, you're probably looking at,
I mean, why don't you ask her all the other questions you want to ask her about the interview and see if she remembers any of that, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So you don't remember that you told the investigator in that case that he was out at the road race and you and Addie met him at the road race?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember that she slept with you that night?
I do. Mm-hmm.
All right. And but in that interview, you also stated that he couldn't have left. How would you know?
How would I know if he left or not? Our
Right.
house?
Yes,
I would hear
yes, ma'am.
him. I would
When you
hear
were asleep?
him. I mean, with Addie, I didn't sleep very much. So, yeah, I probably would have heard him.
Probably.
Yes, the way that our door shut at the time, the condo that we lived in, I would have definitely heard. He's a big guy. He's 6'4". When he would walk around, I could hear him.
And in that interview, I think you concluded the interview with something to the effect of, "Can I get off the phone now?" Do you remember saying that?
Probably, yeah, I remember.
Why is that?
Because this is stressful. This is extremely overwhelming and scary and awful.
You're no longer married to Chris, correct?
Correct.
When did you divorce?
We separated in April of 2021, and the divorce was finalized in December of 2021.
Okay. Was that because he was having addiction issues?
It was for several reasons.
What were those reasons?
What does that have to do with this?
Well, ma'am, you have to answer the question.
We divorced, we were together for 13 years, married for 6, and he did have addiction issues. However, that was not the main reason. We had had financial issues. We had to move out of our house. There was a lot of emotional damage done by then, by April, and therefore I felt like that wasn't what I wanted to be a part of, a marriage. I didn't think that's what marriage was, and I decided that I needed to step away and do what's best for me.
Did you struggle with any substance abuse issues?
No.
Can we switch back over to the other? I learned a lesson. Trying to get to a picture of the basement. So this bar, you're saying this piece of this furniture right here is where you saw the gun.
Mhm.
Now, do you see the gun above the door here?
Yes.
So you're talking about a historic gun that was Miss Walker's or Mr. Walker's gun, grandfather, her father, Chris's grandfather's gun, correct? That's the story you told.
Yes. I mean, you're saying that I'm talking about that gun?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That is
No.
a historic gun owned by Mr. Walker.
I've never noticed it, and I don't know. Don't know it.
So don't you find it unusual that you didn't bring this story up to anybody for 6 years until August of 2024?
No, because when I divorced my husband, my ex-husband, no one had contacted me about any of this, and I didn't think that my role was important in anything.
Did Chris ever promise you any money? Of course, if Melody gets convicted, then he would stand to inherit quite a lot of money, that you would get a lot of money.
No,
Okay. Did Chris ever tell you that he saw a revolver at his parents' house in 2011, 2012,
not that I remember, no.
and that it was a silver revolver,
No,
a snub-nosed revolver
I don't know what that,
with a white handle?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Are you aware that Scott Farris says he found a revolver in this drawer
No.
that looks nothing like any of the revolvers that you've described?
Okay.
Your Honor, would this be an appropriate time to play the brief snippet?
How y'all want to handle it? You want to send the jury out and do that?
It won't take,
All right. All right, y'all step out. I know we have a couple of jurors who are trying to get their steps in, but when we're doing stuff in the courtroom while they're back there, they need to stay in the jury room, not the hallway. All right. What?
If you'll just hit to turn this mic on, I'll spin my
Do what? No, I mean, it needs to
Can you
go.
just there's got to be a USB input that we can put it in.
Oh, if you just want, yeah, there's a HDMI cable that you can access, and I can switch it to Mr. Ray's laptop. Well, if you want to try it with the mic, if you can hear it from there, that's fine. I don't care. You got to push that button on the rack to 1.
Put it to 1?
Yeah. All right. If there's other sections you want to play to her, that's fine. Just I don't. Yeah, we'll turn it down a little bit. But. Yeah. Oh, now if you have the USB, if you have it on the hard drive, then you can plug the hard drive into the other computer.
I have it pulled up to the.
Right. Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah.
Hi, this is Jennifer returning your call.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm sorry,
Yeah, no
I wasn't sure if I was.
Let's see, 4th.
That's the part we're going to talk about.
Well, yeah.
Part she didn't remember.
Don't wake up, might be probably the best place to start.
It's 9 or 10, about 9 or 10. Chris was up around 9, I would say, possibly earlier, but I didn't wake up till 9 or 10. And he walked up to go watch the Peachtree road race because we live right around the corner, down the street from it. And he text messaged me to bring Addie, so I got up, walked the dog with her, walked her up there, and then I came back. And hold on, let me read through here. Hey.
That's it.
there anything else you're gonna wanna talk to her about?
That's it.
On there? Anything the state's gonna wanna ask her about that you wanna refresh her memory with?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right. Oh, yeah, well, now ask her if that, see, now you gotta ask her if it refreshes her memory.
Well, we can do that.
Well, let's do it here first before.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I can ask her in front of her.
Okay, all right, bring them back in. Did anyone go cover the rally and see Miss Roberts in the park? No one did double duty for, okay, one of you did, okay. There was, they opened the Democrat Party headquarters, and so they had her and Stacey Abrams and some other notables in the park.
Mystic Pizza.
All right, Mr. Weaver, go ahead.
Mr. Polanski, we refreshed your memory with a recording that you had with Detective Kuykendall back in July of 2018 on this break. And now I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you remember that Chris was already out at the Peachtree Road Race and that you and Addie came out about 9 or 10? He texted you to come out to the race. So that means he was alone from bedtime all the way up to 9 or 10.
He was at our condo.
Well, he was also at the race. Do you know what time he went to the race?
Probably around 8, I would guess.
But you don't know
I don't know exactly.
because you slept in, yes?
Correct.
All right, so you don't know when he left that apartment that morning.
He texted me when he did.
He texted you to come out. He testified earlier that he was out there much earlier than 9 or 10.
He was out there earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the exact timeline. So what I said on the call is probably more accurate than what I'm trying to remember 6 years ago, because I've been trying to push this out of my brain ever since the divorce was finalized. So I've been making every effort I can to forget about everything. So that's why I'm struggling to really give you an exact time when Chris got up and walked out to the Peachtree Road Race.
And Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
Frank, anything else?
Jenna, did you know Gary Farris?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to see Chris and Gary around one another?
Yes.
And did Chris love his father?
Yes.
Would he have ever wished him to be gone?
No, never.
Did he ever express to you that he wanted his money more than his father?
No, absolutely not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Oh, sorry. Philip Samples, the state calls Philip Samples.
I'll just stretch it. You want me to get stretched again, but I'm going to.
All right, you guys, I'm back.
Before you have a seat, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Philip Samples.
Mr. Samples, how is it that you know Scott Farris?
Met him through my wife before we got married almost 9 years ago.
What's your wife's name?
Randy Samples.
Okay, I'm gonna have you scoot a little bit closer to that microphone. Thank you. Okay, and how did Randy and Scott know each other?
I believe that they met a couple years before that Randy and I got together. My wife worked at a restaurant, so they met at the restaurant and became friends from there.
What is your wife's maiden name?
Pierce.
And does she have any siblings?
She has an older brother.
What's his name?
Ted Pierce.
Are Scott and Ted also friends?
Correct.
And is Scott close to the Pierce family?
He is.
And that would include you now.
Absolutely.
So how long have you known him?
Met Scott roughly 9.5 years ago, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so 2015-ish?
Ish, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Sure. And were you with Scott? What kind of things would you do with Scott?
Play golf, shoot guns, bowling, campfires, normal, regular, fun stuff outside
Where would you shoot guns?
at the farm.
What kind of guns would you shoot?
Typically just shotguns, shooting at targets, stuff like that.
Did you ever know Scott to shoot a revolver?
Off the best of my knowledge, no.
So you like to play golf,
Absolutely.
and how frequently would you guys play golf?
At least 2 to 3 times a month, as much as possible.
I want to take you back 6 years to July 2018, that week of the 4th, so Monday through Thursday. What is it that you do for work?
I'm in construction.
And did you do that back then as
I
well?
did.
You had the same job?
Different jobs, same industry.
Okay. Did you have to work that week?
I did.
Did you go to work on Monday, July 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to work on Tuesday, July 3rd?
Partially, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what did you do on July
Hey,
3rd?
P. Lola's
July 3rd, I went
mama.
to work when I was working in Houston, Georgia at the time. Worked about half a day.
Anybody else
Most
sneak
of
in while I
the,
wasn't
crews
looking?
from the job site left early that day, being that it was 4th of July early. The next day, so I left midday and headed to the lake house.
Where's the lake house?
in
Kiddo
Dawson.
says hi.
Whose lake house is it?
My mother-in-law's, Nancy Pierce.
So that would be Randy and Ted's mom.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that was in Dawson?
Yes, ma'am.
I
Dawson
see
County,
you, baby.
Dawson County,
Okay. On what lake?
Lake Lanier.
So you headed up there in the afternoon, early afternoon?
Early afternoon, it was after lunch.
Who was there when you got there?
My family, Nancy, Ted, Randy, Scott, and I can't remember who else. But
We had chicken parm last night, P. Lola.
What did you do when you were there?
Went out on the lake. We like to surf. We like to just spend time floating on the water.
And Scott was with you.
Correct.
Around what time did you leave the lake that evening?
I stayed the night that evening.
You spent the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Who spent the night with you?
It would have been my mother-in-law, Nancy.
Thank
Ted,
you,
my wife,
Morgana.
and our daughter.
And your daughter, who was how old at the time?
Not even one yet.
Did Scott spend the night?
He did not spend the night.
Okay, what time do you remember did he leave?
It was late in the evening. I don't remember the exact time, but it was very late.
So after 9?
Absolutely.
After 10?
Can't say for sure, but
After 11?
late.
Okay, so maybe after 10. Did he stay past midnight?
I don't remember exactly.
What time did you go to sleep that night?
Probably much after midnight.
Okay. But when you were awake, Scott left?
No, he was still there at the time, I believe.
Did he leave when you were awake, or did he leave after you went to bed?
I believe he left before we went to bed.
So that was the night of the 3rd.
Correct.
And did you guys have plans for the 4th?
We did.
Did you have plans with Scott?
We did.
What were those plans?
We had golf at 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th.
Where were you going to golf?
Hampton Golf Village
Where's that?
in Cumming, Georgia.
Cumming is a big place, so can you narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, it's just off of Highway 400, right next to Hubbardtown Road, Setting Down, Jotham Down area.
So east towards Hall County,
Correct.
slightly
Yes.
east. When you get off 400, you go east.
Correct.
Okay. And your tea time was
7 o'clock in the morning.
7 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you go there with?
Scott and Ted.
Did you ride with Scott?
No, ma'am.
Okay, who did you ride with?
Ted.
And when you got there, what time was it?
About 6:45.
Okay. And who was there when you got there?
Scott was there.
He was already there. Did you communicate with him prior to that morning?
Just that we were heading to the golf course.
And how did you communicate with him?
Called him. Typically, if we play golf early in the morning, we all call each other and make sure we're moving.
How long does it take you to play a round of golf? 18 holes.
18 holes, average 4.5 hours.
Did you play 18 on July 4th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were with Scott the whole morning.
Correct.
What time did you finish?
We teed off at 7. We would have been wrapping up around 11:30.
Where did you go after you finished your round of golf?
Back to the lake house in Dawsonville.
That same lake house?
Correct.
Your mother-in-law's lake house?
Yes.
Who went?
Scott and Ted.
And you?
Correct.
Who else
Myself.
was there?
My wife was still there with my daughter, and can't remember if anybody else showed up off the top of my head.
What did you do when you got there?
Back onto the lake, floating, surfing, enjoying the water.
And once you were all kind of
tired of the water? Did you go see fireworks? What did you do that evening? Did you cook out?
On the 4th, my wife and I left around 6-ish because we had to get back to the house with our daughter, and I had to work the next day.
Who was there when you left?
Nancy, Scott, Ted, and again, I can't remember who else was there.
So throughout the time that you were with him on the 3rd at the lake, did Scott ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
On the 4th, when you were with him from golf from that morning till about 7 a.m. till when you left the lake house first around dinner time between 6 and 7, did he ever leave and come back?
Not to my knowledge.
Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Samples, that's correct.
Correct.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. I want to talk to you a little bit. How long have you been friends with Scott?
Roughly 9 years.
From before 2018.
Yeah, roughly. Before then, I mean, that was 6 years ago, so roughly 3+ years, just give or take.
Okay, all right. So did, in all y'all's time as friends, did Scott talk to you at all about his time in the military?
Very sporadic, but yeah,
Yeah. What did he tell you?
that he spent time in Iraq. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't go into the details, stuff like that, so.
All right. Did he ever tell you that he had experience with burned bodies in Iraq?
Not to my knowledge.
Never brought that up to you? Okay. And any type of weapons that he used?
Not in, to my knowledge, no.
Did he tell you that he'd been previously married?
I did know that, yes.
Okay. How did he tell you that?
I believe just in conversation one night, sitting down with my soon-to-be wife and Scott, just it got brought up in conversation.
And they were divorced. And what did you know back then about his life? Like how he made a living? What was he doing?
He worked on the farm.
He worked on the farm. Did you think he was getting a paycheck, or how do you think he was making money?
Didn't ask, wasn't mine. None of my business.
Okay. Were you aware that on the morning of the 4th, which is when you guys played golf, early tee time because it's hot in summertime, you guys start early, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So y'all get there at 7, maybe even a little before. But are you aware that he had, for his round of golf, he had to use his father's credit card? Did you know that?
I did not.
Didn't see it?
I don't pay attention to what people use.
Okay. And y'all played golf, and well, let's back up. Let's go to the 3rd. That day, when did y'all play golf on the 3rd?
I didn't play golf on the 3rd.
When did you run into Scott on the 3rd?
After I got to the lake house from work.
Okay. He was already there.
Yes.
And what, if anything, what was his demeanor like that evening?
Standard Scott.
What is standard Scott?
Happy to be around his friends. Happy to be enjoying the lake.
Okay. So y'all were, how much did you see him drink that night?
Not
Couple
much.
beers?
Couple beers.
Any whiskey, any bourbon, Crown Royal, anything like that?
Not off my top of my knowledge, no.
No shots? You don't remember him taking any shots?
If he did, I don't remember it.
Did y'all ever do that when y'all were at the lake?
I do, yes.
Well, okay. But y'all been known to do that.
Yes.
But you did see him drinking alcohol the night of the 3rd.
Yes.
Right. And you don't remember a specific time when he left?
I do not.
Right. The next morning when you get out to play golf with him, what was his demeanor like?
Same as we always was, happy to play golf. I mean, when we woke up to play golf and we met, we always were a little sluggish in the morning, and he was just the same as the rest of us.
So he was a little sluggish, just like you guys?
Tired.
You could tell he was tired.
No, just same as the rest of us.
So, which was tired? You said sluggish.
Yeah, we're 6:45 in the morning, we're all sluggish.
Then y'all went to the lake again that day.
Correct.
Did he drink?
Best of my knowledge, I don't remember.
Now, you went, you testified earlier that you guys had been out on the farm shooting. All right. Were you ever in a Facebook video with him where you guys were shooting what appeared to be an AR-15 and then you started shooting some sidearm? Was that you?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't recall ever shooting an AR-15 over there.
All right. When you guys were shooting, was it along the backs? What part of the property were you guys on?
Behind the barn,
Behind the barn?
where Scott lived, yes.
All right. And did you, what would you guys do? How would y'all shoot?
Shoot at targets?
Would you do any like kind of tactical movements as you did that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Y'all just standing there shooting targets.
Yes.
Tell me about Scott. How was he a good shot? Is he a good shot?
Average.
Well, okay. Explain why he's an average shot.
He didn't shoot much better than me.
All right, and you would define yourself as an average shot.
Absolutely.
And the type of guns you guys would use. What would you bring your own? Would you use Scott's?
Bring her on.
All right. What would you bring over there?
I would have brought my dad's rifle, I believe, if I remember correctly.
And any handguns?
I didn't own a handgun at the time.
Did Scott?
I believe so,
And did he shoot with a handgun while y'all were there?
possibly. I don't remember exactly what everybody was shooting.
Was there a lot of people over there shooting while you were doing this? Or just you and Scott?
No, 10 people or so.
10 people or
have
so?
a campfire during, at night, that's shoot and hang out, eat. and
How
ju-
often would y'all do that?
It was sporadic, every couple months or so, once a month, just depending on what everybody's schedules was.
And everybody back then, y'all were in y'all's mid-30s?
Yes, sir.
Because now everybody's kind of early 40s, but back then mid-30s, mid to late 30s.
Roughly.
So y'all get together every couple of months, go out to the barn, shoot, drink, have a bonfire, things like that.
We only shot once while I was there. The rest of the time, it was all riding horses, campfire, cooking out, spending time with each other.
Your Honor, I may have a moment. That's all.
You read right?
That's okay. No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right, can I get switches for this?
Take off Scott Farris.
You guys, again, I am freezing to death all over again. I had to put big old thick socks. There's Scott. You can tell he's a member of the family, eh? Had to put big, thick socks on. I'm froze to death.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes, sir. Go ahead and have a seat.
Big men in that family, man.
Underneath.
Big man.
Scott, state your full name for the record.
Scott Walker Farris,
How old are you today?
41 years old.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you identify your mother for the record, please? You see your mom sitting in court?
Yes, sir.
Just describe the clothing she's wearing.
She's wearing a gray jacket with a black shirt, glasses on her head, pearl necklace.
What I want to do is I want to go back and kind of introduce you to the jury. So let's go back and I want to talk about your childhood. If I asked you where are you from, what's your answer?
I was born in Muscle Shoals, Florence, Alabama was the hospital.
Yeah, big
Lived
balding
there
men, right?
Short period of time, and then we moved to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where my dad went to law school.
Let me ask you about that. We're going to break it down and go through it. How old
He looks very
were you?
nervous.
What were your memories? What age do you remember law school with your dad?
I was very little. I remember going to law school. I remember when my dad graduated and seeing him jump
Yeah, me too,
over,
Henny.
like a big mud puddle in his cap and gown. Just very, very little I remember of actually being in Tuscaloosa because I was so young.
But how old again were you when you were there?
Probably 5-ish, around in there.
And how old was your brother Chris?
But he's 3 years older than me, so he would have been around.
Put it back down on normal
9 years
speed.
old.
Do you remember doing anything with your dad at law school? Did y'all play together or do anything when you were there?
Don't remember any. I remember going fishing with him.
That's a no,
There was
Margaret.
either a pond or a lake or river close by in the townhome that we lived in.
Do you have memory
Quit
of
looking at your camera.
when your dad was in law school, of him studying or coming back and studying or anything like that? Or what are the memories that you have of your dad while he was in law school?
I don't really remember any of that. I remember more in Birmingham when I believe he was he taught law school or helped out with a law professor, and helping him grade tests. I do remember that.
How'd you do that?
Well, back then it was like, when I was in high school, when you took, SATs or anything, it was fill in the bubbles, and, he would give me a kind of a cardboard cutout, and I'd lay it over, and anything that didn't have a pencil mark, I'd just take a highlighter and hit it. So that was my way of helping him out.
He was grading tests.
Oh yeah, he was incredibly book smart.
how old were you when you were helping your dad do this?
We were living in Birmingham, so I was in elementary school, so I don't remember my exact age, but between, definitely between 5 and 10 years old, roughly.
And what were age of your siblings at this time when you were in Alabama? Or it was you and Chris?
All 4 of us would have been born, well, except for, I believe Amanda was born in Tuscaloosa, and Emily. No, sorry, Amanda was born in Birmingham, Emily was born in Tuscaloosa, I think. Emily is 5 years behind me, and then Amanda is 18 months roughly behind Emily.
All right, so let's go through the kids. Who's the oldest in the family?
Chris is.
And how much older is he than you?
5 years.
And
Sorry, 3 years.
3 years? And then it's you? And then who's after you, below you?
Emily.
Okay, and what's the age difference between you and Emily?
About a 5-year difference.
And then Amanda's the youngest?
Yes, sir.
Were you who you were the closest with? Were you closer to your sisters or to your brother, or who did you line up with?
I was more protective of, Emily was closer to me, so I was protective of her, but.
How about Chris? Was he closer to one of the sisters?
Chris was kind of more of on Amanda. I was Emily. Chris and I did a lot of things together as kids. We were very involved in baseball.
Sports?
Yes.
Did you play anything else besides baseball?
At the time, no.
What kind of things did you do for hobbies and things when you were young?
A lot of fishing.
And how about your sisters? What type of things would they do?
Played with Barbies.
As you've gone through this entire event, the murder of your father, is there a division among the kids now?
Chris, Emily, and I, we're all together. Amanda had turned on us.
Did things get stressful, tense after the death of your father?
Oh yes, I mean, our whole world got wrecked.
Do you talk to your sister Amanda much anymore?
No, I do not.
How about your other siblings?
Yes, I talk to them at a minimum once a week, roughly.
Growing up, how close were the 4 to each other?
I mean, as we got older, we all kind of started doing our own things. Chris, he was older than me, so, with him being in high school and all, he's not going to hang out, as much with me, the little brother. He's got his own friends and all, and, Emily and I mean, we really didn't go do things together. There's kind of a normal childhood, just brother and sister type deal.
When it comes to your dad, as you're growing up through high school, did he work a lot?
Yes, he did.
Would you describe your father was he a workaholic?
Yes, I would.
Did he love his work?
He absolutely did.
If you could describe whether or not he was an introverted or extroverted person, what was he like?
What do you mean?
Was he quiet, kind of isolated to himself, or was he the life of the party and hang out with people?
So if there was something going on, if we all went out to dinner and stuff, he definitely sparked up conversations with everybody, crack jokes and everything like that, but he didn't go out all the time. I mean, if there was only going to be 2 places he was going to be at, home or the office working. But whenever we went out, and like when we used to go on dove hunting trips, a dove shoot and all, he would get around and talk with people.
100%, Patricia. Yeah, you can tell they're brothers.
Do you like to hunt?
Yes, sir, I do.
What type of things do you hunt?
Pretty much anything I can. But here in the state of Georgia, I mainly do deer hunting and dove hunting.
What type of hunting did your dad like to do?
Bird hunting.
Do you do a lot?
A lot of bird hunting, yes.
And what kind of guns would you use when you do bird hunting?
Shotguns.
Do you have a particular gun that he would like to use or anything, or y'all would use?
I mean, he's had several shotguns. He started out with 12 gauge shotgun, and then he got a over and under silver pigeon. That's when he started getting more into quail hunting with clients. But he just mainly always had shotguns.
Do you like to play golf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did your dad like to play golf?
He did, but he didn't play as much as, say, I would.
And who would you play golf with? Who was the people that you usually would go out with?
I've gone out a couple times with my brother, but mainly my friends Philip, Ted, and Justin.
What kind of education background do you have?
Graduated high school.
Did you get any training after that?
Not besides military, no.
Yeah, we'll get into the military, but outside of that, no college degrees or anything?
No, sir.
What kind of skills, though? You're very good at certain things, I think. What things are you good at?
I'm not sure, Patricia,
mechanical.
but
I've
it's a
always
very southern, you know, very southern type of bird hunting sport. I don't know.
Work with my hands, fixing things, repairing mowers, even washing machines and stuff like that. I've always been pretty good at diagnosing stuff and repairing it.
Are you more of a reader, or do you do something like hands-on?
More hands-on.
And what type of work are you doing now? You don't have to give some name of business.
Yay, Brenda. That's good news,
I'm
honey.
a manufacturer technician.
Okay, what's that mean?
The company we work for, we package, we mix ingredients and
Great
package
question,
workout supplements
Pilola.
like pre-workouts, protein shakes. I take care of all the equipment like conveyors.
No wonder
massive
you fell asleep.
blenders, machines basically that puts the powder into bottles and then puts labels on them and so forth.
Who has the highest education among the kids?
That would be Emily.
Do you know what she has?
She has a degree from Alabama, and I don't really remember what her specific degree is, but I know she's like in human resources now, I think.
Smart?
Yes.
Now I don't want to pit your father's love against anybody, but how did your dad feel about Emily?
Oh, he loved her to death.
Did he love all you kids?
Yes, he did.
Did y'all at times disagree?
Between who?
Your dad and the kids? You all ever have disagreements with your mom and dad?
Oh yeah, everybody does.
Would you consider the relationship that you and your kids had before all this, was it pretty normal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I felt like I had a pretty decent, happy child life, you know.
I know what you mean, Miss King. I kind of feel bad too, but I will say my husband hunts. He hunts deer, but we eat what he kills, you know. And in the area that we live in, if you're not careful, you know, if the deer hunters aren't hunting, they get the population gets too big. There's too many of them, and, you know, hitting a deer with a car is not a very fun thing. So, but I understand. I know. When I was little, Bambi was my favorite movie, and I cried every time. I love that movie.
We try to do as much things as possible. We went to the beach every year. I mean, we never got to go to Disney World or anything like that, but we had our family vacations, and you know, we always got together for birthdays and Christmas and holidays.
Would your dad give you anything you wanted?
No.
Would he limit what you could get money-wise or make you account for it? What kind of car did you have
Which time?
as a teenager?
As a teenager, I had my first vehicle was an old 91 Silverado, regular cab, no extended cab, nothing.
Would he give you whatever car you wanted?
He bought my first vehicle and he gave me a price limit. And I believe it was
it had to be $10,000 or less.
How about with your brothers and sisters? Was he the same way?
Chris was, yes. He was pretty much the same way. They gave a price limit. Emily, he kind of flexed more on. And then Amanda, she got a brand new one.
So as it went down, it got more generous.
Yeah.
Now, when you were in Alabama, do you remember moving from there to Georgia?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old were you when that happened?
Well, I just completed elementary school and I was going to be starting middle school here.
So is that 7th grade, or what grade is that? 8th grade?
6th grade, I would have
Sixth grade.
started here.
How did you feel about coming to the Atlanta, Georgia area?
I wasn't happy. I had friends.
Do you remember the whole move as a family?
Yes, I do.
And where did y'all end up moving to? What was the first house in Alpharetta is what I refer to it as, but where was the first house?
At Hampton Hall neighborhood.
And describe this home. What was it like?
To me, I thought it was, the biggest house I've ever seen. Growing up, we either lived in a townhouse or an apartment. Our first big house was in Birmingham. Thinking back now, it's, probably no bigger than the house I live in now. But
Oh, I
when
love
we
you,
moved
Miss
there,
King.
I thought this
I love
was,
you.
very nice house, very florid.
What stands out about the house for you? What do you remember?
Bambi was such
That
a
I
good
finally
movie.
got my own bedroom. So I shared a bedroom with Chris up until we moved to Atlanta.
Financially, your father, was he doing better as he came from Alabama to Georgia?
Yes,
When y'all started out, he was in law school and all that. He was not making as much money as he eventually made.
I assume so, yeah. Back then I really didn't look at, how much money my dad was bringing in.
Did things get bigger though, and more expensive, or I guess better things in some ways? Was the house a nice house, your first house in Alpharetta?
Yes, it was. I noticed my dad liked to do projects, so we were able to do a lot more projects. We did projects at the old house too.
What do you mean by projects? What would he like to do?
Tear down a deck and build a new one. I remember doing that in the house in Birmingham, and building a tree house in Birmingham. And when we moved to Atlanta, there was a lot of projects. Backyard, any yard work, just improving the house.
2-story house, the first house?
Yeah, it's 3 stories if you count the basement. So you have the basement, the main floor, and then the top floor.
How about the backyard? How big is the backyard?
Where you actually used, it wasn't, if I had my back against the wall of the house, the fence would have been at the wall at the back of the courtroom. But the property extended past that, but that was woods.
Or some woods and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to talk later on about, but at some point did your dad set the woods on fire there?
Yes, I do remember that.
I want to go into now and talk about, as you got older out of high school, at some point, I guess, did you have several jobs or before you went into the military, or what were you doing before you went in the military? And what age did you go in the military?
Well, in high school, I was on work program, so I got to get out of school right after lunch. I worked for Jiffy Lube. I was taking automotive in high school. Started working there. Once after I graduated high school, I moved up to working for other mechanic shops, like Tires Plus and American Service Station. Did that for quite a while, and then I just got kind of burned out on turning wrenches all the time, and I got into selling cars.
And what age are we talking about here now?
Well, I've already graduated high school, so, between the ages of 18 to all the way up until I joined the Army, which is, I was around 23, 24 years old.
And all this time, where were you living?
At my parents' house. I moved out for a while, lived with some friends, and made bad decisions and, partying too much and all, and wound up moving back home. And then that's when I started getting into selling cars.
So you were in your 20s drinking, partying a little bit?
Yeah, I was being your typical,
Sure. And then at some point, you decided to go into the military?
yes, sir.
And which branch did you go into?
I went into the Army.
And when you went into the Army, do you remember how old you were and what was going on at that time?
So when I joined, I started joining around 2007. It took me a little while to actually join because I had to lose some weight to be able to get in. But I remember, after I graduated basic, I turned 25 years old. So,
Where'd you get, you were in the Army, is that right?
yes, sir.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Benning.
And what do you remember about that experience?
Most challenging thing I ever put myself through.
Are you proud that you did that?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do in the Army?
Infantry.
And what does that mean? Tell us, if we don't know what that means, what does that mean?
If anybody's ever joined the military, especially the Army, we're called 11 Bang Bang, bullet catchers.
All right, say that one more time for me.
We're called 11 Bang Bangs, bullet catchers.
Okay.
I fought on the front line.
And at some point, did you have to be deployed and go overseas?
Yes, sir. I went to Iraq.
And I'm not going to ask you too much about it, but you may be asking questions. But what I want to know is, what year was that you went over?
I went in 2009. I want to say it was April.
No wonder he has
How was your relationship with
PTSD.
your mother, the defendant, this time?
Absolutely, Patricia.
Pretty much,
Thanks for your service.
normal to me. We got in arguments and, got in arguments, had our good days, had our bad days.
Did you describe it as a typical relationship with your mother?
Yeah, nothing really stood out of the normal. The only thing, I definitely remember the day that I told my parents I was joining the Army. When I told her, she just flat out said, "You can't do it." And then when I told my dad, he was like, "You need to become a sniper."
That's what your dad said?
That's what my dad said.
Was he proud of you?
Oh, yes.
Typical dad.
He was a history buff, and biggest history he liked was war history. So I do remember him telling me that he planned on joining the Air Force prior to my brother becoming pregnant with my brother.
What do you want to do in the Air Force?
That I don't remember.
But it was the Air Force.
Yes, sir. My grandfather, his dad, was in the Air Force.
Now, when you had to fly, I guess, and go overseas, you probably went to an airport or something like that. Did your mom come see you off?
Yes, she did.
And did your dad?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that moment?
Yes, sir.
And how was she with you at that time? Was she proud of you when she sent you off?
Oh, yes.
What were her emotions like then when you were going off?
She was crying. She acted like, a mother would be.
How about your dad?
That was the second time I've ever seen my dad cry.
There's some tissue back there, Scott, if you need it.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. There's some tissue right behind you there if you need some.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember it very well. They both dropped me off at the Atlanta airport. I left the Atlanta airport and went back out to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas.
What year was that you went over?
2009.
And how long were you overseas?
Just shy of the 1 year mark. I believe it was 10 and a half months I was over there.
Did you see some hard things while you were there?
Yes, sir.
When you came back home, did you get out of the military? When you came back home, were you still in the military for a while? After
From
being overseas?
Iraq?
Uh-huh.
No, I actually re-enlisted while I was over in Iraq. And at the time, they gave out options. You could either go to, say, Ranger School or Airborne School, or you could choose duty station. I chose to go the route of choosing duty station, so I selected to go to Fort Benning, which I got stationed with 3rd ID.
And how long, when you came back, did you stay in the military?
I was released, my official last date was in 2013.
2013. Do you remember, was that before moving into the Purcell Lane property?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the military, infantry, they teach you how to shoot?
Yes, sir, they
Teach
did.
you how to shoot rifles?
Yes, sir.
What type of rifles did you carry when you were in the military?
The M4.
And teach you how to shoot pistols?
Very, very seldom.
You didn't get a pistol as a sidearm as an infantry?
No, sir.
Mainly just the M4?
So in the military, in the Army, the only people who had pistols were officers and MPs. But the rest of us, we had either M4s or you were a assault gunner, which that's what I was on that deployment. Assault gunners, it was a machine gun that I was able to carry around with me all the time.
Does that have anything to do with your size?
Possibly. I mean, they weren't going to give a, you know.
Someone my size, that gun?
I mean, you could carry it around. You wouldn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy carrying that gun around with me all the time.
How big are you?
Currently, I'm 6'6", about 285 pounds.
And what size was your dad?
Big man.
I outgrew him and my brother by 1 or 2 inches, and my dad was anywhere from, I'd say, 290 to 300 pounds.
So at the time of his death, around 300?
Yes, sir.
Was he a little bit short, just a little bit shorter than you?
Yes.
And when you were in the military and you got the training that you received, at some point did you just decide to get out and go do something else?
No, sir. I actually was let go from the military for reduction of force. It was during the Obama administration, and they basically kind of did a lottery system. If you join between a certain time and you've done so many days of service, that's how you were selected.
I would have no idea,
On
Margaret.
my DD-214, it says
I'm 5'1"
reason of separation is reduction in force.
and a quarter.
Now, let's talk about this secret marriage of yours. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them about this secret marriage that you had and what was going on. Who was it with and what was going on?
So it was with Gina. We both in process at Fort Bliss together. She was in the military as well. She did financing. We both got to Fort Bliss at the same time, and we met during the in-processing, which took several weeks. And we all had a group of friends hanging out, and we eventually started dating. I deployed, she didn't, and you know, she was my girlfriend, and I was, you know, in love and scared and just had a lot of different emotions.
Where'd y'all meet?
Where we meet?
Yeah.
In El Paso, Texas.
You're working together, the same thing, or not really?
Well,
Did
we
you meet on
didn't
the
we
base,
didn't
or
work
how did y'all-
together.
How did y'all meet is what I'm asking.
During the in processing, we wound up ending up sitting next to each other, and then pretty much all the group of people that, you know, we were sitting around, we all became friends and hung out all the time.
How long did y'all date?
I store mine in the bottom.
We were together until after, till all the way until I moved to Fort Benning. But going back on, you know, to us getting married, we talked about when I came home on R&R from Iraq, she came to Georgia to be with me, and, you know, we talked about getting married and all. I never got down on one knee and proposed to her or anything, but at the time of the wars, 2 states did a proxy marriage. You had a single proxy, I believe, state of Texas, and then a double proxy in the state of Montana. So basically all you had to do was just fill out paperwork, get it notarized, pay the fees, mail it off, and you were legally married. So we went ahead and did that. And what the plan was is I was gonna come back and we were gonna move to Fort Benning together and actually do it the right way, you know, have a wedding and, you know, tell everybody. But things didn't work out once we were together for quite a period of time and decided to split ways.
So how long were y'all actually together? How much time were y'all together, whether dating and married?
Besides deployments, man, it was several years.
Did y'all live together?
We did live together out in El Paso when I got back from Iraq. We lived in an apartment for about 4 or 5 months.
Did you hide her from your family?
No.
Did you bring her around your family?
As much as I could. I mean, we lived out in Texas, so.
Did they ever lay eyes on her and see her?
Oh, yes, sir. She actually wound up getting out of the Army before I did, and she moved back here to Georgia because she was originally from Rome, Georgia, where she lived with her family, and she used to go and have dinner with my dad while I was deployed.
Did they like her?
Oh, yeah, yes. I mean,
All right, here's a $1 million question. Why didn't you tell your family you were married?
it was kind of a thing that, you know, I'm kind of old school in a way, kind of like my dad. I mean, I've wanted to do the whole ask her father's hand in marriage, but he lived in Columbia, so couldn't
Columbia,
really do
South
that.
Carolina?
No, Columbia, South America. So I've met her brothers before, but didn't get to meet a lot of her family. But she met all my brothers and my brother and my sisters, my mom and my dad.
Well, did y'all divorce or separate because of something bad, or it just didn't work out?
It didn't work. She wanted it. I didn't, because I loved her. But I wasn't her first or her last marriage, put it that way. So we were just young, and I was just going through a crazy time. I mean, I was being deployed to Iraq. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to come back.
When did you end up telling your family about the marriage?
After all this happened, and we were sitting in the law office, and Manny Aurora's, and he said, if there's anything that needs to be told that could come out of this, it needs to be told now. And that was the only thing that I was like, oh crap, I might as well tell them. I mean, we were already divorced, and I didn't know how extensive it was going to become.
Sure.
So
did you tell Amanda too? Did she know?
They were all in the room.
Chris, Emily, and Amanda?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about what your dad was like. You said he's smart. When you say smart, how smart was your dad?
Very. In my eyes, he was the smartest man I knew.
In what ways did he show that?
Oh, growing up, he always, you know, was grabbing our books from school and reading stuff, and he always loved watching Jeopardy, and, you know, constantly watching that, and he just, you know, Alex Trebek will ask a question, boom, he'll give out the answer. I mean, put it this way, my dad was so smart, he talked in his sleep. And if you caught him talking in his sleep, you give him a math problem, and I'm not saying 2 + 2, like something big, he'll give you the right answer in his sleep.
How did he do in law school?
If I remember right, he was top of his class. He was either number 1 or number 2. I kind of want to say number 2 because I do kind of remember him being ticked off that he didn't get the number 1 spot.
When it came to his work ethic, what was that like?
He worked a lot. He loved his job. He was very good at what he did. If he wasn't doing law, he was working around the house.
When he was doing his legal work, would he take a lot of vacations, or is he one of those guys that would just work a lot?
He would work a lot.
Would
The only time that we took vacations is when he had to do law seminars down. It originally started off in Gulf Shores, and then eventually it moved over to, Sandestin area. That's how we did our vacations.
So he would go get training at a very nice resort or something. Y'all would go with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you enjoy those?
Oh, yes.
Whole family go?
Every year we had to do it.
He had to get his continuing legal education hours in. Did he go do that?
Yes, that's what I presume it was.
Would he be checking his, now, I know you said your dad is very smart, but when it comes to, when you talk to your dad, or the kids would talk with your dad, when they talk with Gary, would it be odd for them to text or email him to have a conversation or solve a problem with him? I mean, is he somebody that communicated by email or text message with the family?
Both. Before really texting became a thing, it was, email. So that's how he would communicate with me when I was over in Iraq, or when I lived in El Paso, Texas. He would send me emails.
You remember his email address?
I want to say it was gfarris@bird.com, I think it was, something along those lines.
What about your dad's wit? Could he cuss you with his wit? Was he quick-witted? If you did something, would he say something? What was his personality like when he would have banter or debate with you or anything like that?
I mean, he would have responded fairly quickly and all, but not aggressively.
Well, I'm not saying that. Was he sarcastic? Was he straightforward? What was his personality like? Was he a joke?
He always cracked up jokes. I mean, to me, they were corny, but, he always cracked up jokes.
When it came to the things that he really liked, how much did he like Mountain Dew and cigarettes?
Cracked up jokes. That's
Two things
cute.
about my dad. He always had a cigarette in his hand, and he always had a Mountain Dew in his hand.
How much do you think he would smoke a day?
He was a pretty heavy smoker.
Did you ever get on him and tell him to quit smoking?
Oh, yes.
What'd he say?
Oh, I'm gonna, I'll quit one day. That was always his, response to it.
About the Mountain Dew?
Yeah, you didn't take those Mountain Dews away from him. It was like water to him. He didn't drink alcohol. He occasionally drank coffee, but no, 99% of the time it was a Mountain Dew.
And your mom, how did she feel about him smoking and drinking Mountain Dew?
She didn't enjoy it. I know more of the smoking she didn't like. Mountain Dews, I know as he got older and the health got worse, she tried to start buying caffeine-free Mountain Dews, and he wasn't a fan of them. So
where would he keep the Mountain Dew?
In the garage refrigerator.
Now, is it true that he wouldn't even go to ball games anymore because they wouldn't let you smoke and things like that? I guess he didn't enjoy
Patricia,
going out
I do
because
too.
Couldn't smoke at certain places, or
No, I wouldn't really say that. I mean, he still went. I mean, we went, before he passed, we went to, SEC championship.
But
it was the year prior.
and
You
who
know.
went with you to that?
They ain't got to the hard-hitting
It was
questions
my
yet.
dad and I, Chad and Chris.
When you say Chad, I know who you're saying. Who is Chad?
Chad is Amanda's now husband.
Chad Bruce.
Yes.
And I think he started dating your sister Amanda. Is that how he came into the family?
Yes, I mean, at that time that we went to the SEC championship, he was dating Amanda.
At the time of your dad's death, would you say he had a lot of friends he would hang out with, or was he more close at home and homebody?
My dad was a homebody.
It's supposed to be the time, dude. I was about to ask you, can we take a break? Let's give it a little bit. Okay. All kind of plugs in there for y'all.
Would he have, to your knowledge, would he have friends though? Or is he more just kind of around the family?
He was more around the family. Every once in a while, he would go skeet shooting. I don't know if they were with clients or work friends, I would say. I mean, I really don't, he wasn't friends with like the neighbor down the road and go play golf with him. It was always either somebody from the law firm or somebody he's done work for.
When he would get home at night, he'd get out of the car, would he go look at the pasture, just walk out there, have a cigarette, or what was he like when he got back?
So my dad was very routine. You can read him like a book. He always, depending on traffic, there was a certain time frame he would always come home, and he would immediately come in, pull into the garage, grab a Mountain Dew, and go change clothes. And once he changed clothes, it varied. He could have he would have either gone up to sat in the driveway and looked around and had a cigarette and stuff, or he would go straight down to the office and start working.
Now, the type of law practice that your father did, was it corporate law?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't doing divorce law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing criminal defense law?
No, sir.
He wasn't doing anything, I don't want to say exciting, he wasn't doing anything dangerous?
No.
He worked in an office in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did your dad have any enemies whatsoever at the time of his death?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that had a beef with him or a problem with him or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you even see around the time of his death that anybody outside the family that he had even disagreements or arguments with, or any something like a road rage or something like that?
No.
Could you think of anybody outside your family that wanted to do your father harm?
No.
Did he have concerns about someone doing harm to him that you saw at that time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Your dad's health, he would have some things called spells. Tell the jury what that was.
So, best way I can describe it was he would get very weak. He talked very thick tongue, like his tongue was swollen up, and some people would think he was drunk the way he kind of slurred, but he just got very exhausted and wanted to go lay down. And when he would have them, that's what he did. He would go and lay down, either on the couch or go lay in bed, and he would sleep for a couple hours.
When did these spells start occurring?
I think they kind of started possibly at the old house in Alfred and Hampton Hall, but they got more prominent after we moved to the farm. They just started occurring more and more and more.
Now, is this, when he would have these spells, is it any sign that it was coming on, or were it just all of a sudden just start happening?
We talked about it, and he said, yeah, he could kind of feel, the first thing that he would notice is he'll feel, really tired, like he wanted to go lay down and take a nap. So once he started feeling that, that's when his speech started getting slurry, like he had a real thick tongue. And once that happened, that's when he would just go and lay down.
And when he would lay down, did he miss work because of these spells or anything that you know of?
Well, you mean, yeah, he was sleeping, but
how the frequency? How often would these spells come on, and how long would they last? Is what I'm trying to get at.
He'll have, it'll happen like one day a week. I really don't remember him having like one or two spells a week. So he'll have about, he'll have one day during the week, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the road, he'll have another one.
Was it to a degree that it dramatically interrupted his life and things he was doing? Or was it not that?
I remember one time we were working on the farm. I think it was when we were building the fence, and he said, I feel like I got a spell coming on. And he'll go and sit on the RTV, and I'll just kind of look over there and check on him. And I remember that day, I was like, "Are you feeling all right?" And he was like, "Yeah, I need to go lay down." I'm like, "Okay." I was like, "I'll, come over there and check on you."
Outside of that, did he, I think you told law enforcement he didn't even have kidney stones or anything like that. Is there anything else about his health that you saw that was an issue at the time, around the time of his death?
I know, well, before his death, there was one night, Melody called me up and said, "Get over to the house, your father's acting very strange." I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "He's seeing like I think she said like seeing palm trees and stuff like that. He's just talking weird." And so I immediately jumped off my couch and left the barn and went over to the house. And yeah, I've never seen my father like that. He was kind of talking like a child would. And we wound up taking his blood pressure, and she bought a blood sugar thing, whatever. She pricked his finger and tested that. I don't remember what it came back as the reading, but I called a friend that was a nurse and asked her, "What should we do?" And when I told her the reading, she was like, "Get him to emergency room now." And we took him to the emergency room.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but...
Okay, finally. Yeah, the man had diabetes. Guarantee it. These spells he was having was diabetic episodes. Anybody else think the same thing?
It was definitely within a year prior to his death. So it was fairly,
Was that the last time, was that when he was in the hospital? Was that possibly April, or was that something else you're talking about?
that was probably it then, because it was within that same year of 2018. So it was just prior to his death, within a few months.
And all that sugar,
I
yeah,
really
for
don't
sure.
remember the
Plus the
exact date.
caffeine.
Did your dad want to stay in the hospital?
No.
What did he do?
Well, so,
Aggravated,
we
I
get
would
to
think.
I remember we got him into the Sequoia. I drove, and we pull up to the emergency door there.
Where'd y'all go?
We went to, I guess that's Northside Hospital in Forsyth,
Right.
exit 14. Pulled up to the emergency door, and I looked at Melody, and I was like, "Okay, take him in." She's like, "No, you take him in." I'm like, "No, I gotta park the vehicle. Take him in. He's your husband. You know more of his medical history than I do."
Yeah,
So,
he's
take him in. So she
he's
took
been
him in.
calling her by her name. He's not calling her mom. He's calling her Melody.
And then he was still very lethargic, I guess would say. He was, but he was starting to get better. And by the time, the doctor finally came in and all, he was kind of back to his normal self.
Right,
And
Brenda?
then they said they wanted to keep him in the hospital and kind of keep track of everything. And he stayed.
They want to keep him just to observe him or
Yes.
run tests, or what was it?
Yeah, they were trying to figure out, because, we brought up about him having spells and all this stuff, and he's been to the doctor. He went to his physician all the time. They thought it was a vitamin B deficiency and maybe a testosterone problem, or nobody could figure out what was causing these spells. And this was a bad one. I mean, I was worried for the way he was acting. So he stayed in the hospital, I want to say 1 or 2 nights, but he was back to his normal self.
Put down the donut holes,
before
Patricia.
They even moved him upstairs.
And did he check himself out of the hospital and come back home?
Yes.
Did you see him have any other symptoms after that, or
No, I did not.
did he have to have surgery?
No,
Do you have to have any procedures?
not that I remember, no.
Outside of just going to the hospital, nothing really from that?
No, not that I can remember.
Did he bleed at all during this?
No,
Did you see any blood coming from his throat or his mouth?
no.
Did you ever see your dad around this time or any this time cough and spit blood up?
No, sir.
Did you ever find bloody rags or Kleenexes, or the idea that there was some type of blood, or your dad's had some type of throat cancer or problems, anything with his throat?
No, no.
Was your dad suicidal?
No.
Did you see anything about your dad that made you think, my dad's got thoughts about hurting himself or killing himself or anything like that?
Never once in my entire life.
Outside of the spells, is there anything else health-wise that you think the jury should know about?
The man had high blood pressure. Pretty much everybody knows that. It runs in my family. But yeah, I was always worried he was going to have a heart attack one day. That was my biggest concern, was him having a heart attack, because of how much he smoked and the amount of Mountain Dews he drank, and he didn't go out and run. Last time I ever remember my dad jogging is when we lived in Birmingham, so,
Did your dad like to walk a long distance?
no.
He liked to drive that RTV?
That RTV his butt was glued to it.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that yesterday,
Talk about
Patricia, with
your
the
dad's, I think you could.
with the cookies. Some of us were like, "Ooh, maybe that's what I first said, sounds like he could be a diabetic, but then whenever Chris said that yesterday about the dad had told him that he thought that Melody was poisoning him, then I think a lot of us were like, ah."
Almost, I don't think he said set a clock by him, but write a book by him or something about his habits when he would come home. Would he do the same thing? His procedure, his routine was the same thing?
Oh,
pretty much?
yes. Like I said, if you were around him enough, you would be able to pick up on his routine very quickly. He always did the same kind of thing every day.
I hear you're a good cook. Is that true?
Well, in the kitchen,
Or I guess grilling, barbecuing?
I could do some barbecue.
I think your mom, did y'all buy near your dad's death? Did y'all get a new barbecue or grill or something?
Yes, I got for my birthday that year, I was asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted an electric smoker.
Smoker, that's right.
Yes.
And did your mom and you use that to smoke something for the family or friends?
It was my dad's birthday, I think it was, just prior to his death. I smoked a whole bunch of barbecue chicken.
Now, on July 5th, 2018 is when you found the remains, and that's that Thursday. Was your birthday 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
So July 7th?
Yes, sir.
And when was your dad's
I'm not
birthday?
sure who the
June,
most of
June
who the people in the gallery are.
All right, so you have some cooking skills, grilling skills, things like that. How about your dad?
Not so much. I don't ever really remember my dad grilling. He did I do remember when he did it when we were younger, but once I got old enough to start cooking on the grill, I was the one who did it.
Now, was your mom a good cook?
Very.
And did she do most of the cooking in the house?
Yes, sir.
When your dad wanted something to eat, food, whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, who would cook it?
When?
What was his routine? If he got home so do this for me. He gets home at night. About what time does he get home, and what's he do till he goes to bed? What was his routine?
Well, when I'm asking when, at the farm or back at the old house
At the house and the farm.
At the farm.
His routine around the time of his death. That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. So he'll be home roughly 6, 7 o'clock, like I said, depending on traffic. And cooking dinner wise, if Melody was in town, she would fix something. But towards the later part of, closer to his death, she was not home a lot. She was constantly going up to Tennessee. and then I would be the one that would either have to fix dinner or go get us something to eat.
When your dad would come home in the house, you've got in Purcell, 2155 Purcell Lane. If I said what floor in the house would be his domain where he would hang out, which one would that be?
No, it'd be the basement.
And if he wanted to get something to eat, how would he get in the house? He didn't go anywhere, and the defendant would actually, your mother would cook him food. How would he do that? Would he?
He'll come up to the kitchen and eat it at the kitchen island.
Would he eat upstairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so P. Lola, P. Lola's confused. So the defense is saying that this guy did it, which is their youngest son. Okay. That's what her attorneys are trying to say, is that he's the one that did it. They haven't like ID'd the first son that was on the stand as the guy that did it. I mean, they did kind of hem-haw around and ask. So, you know, were you here on this date and blah, 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 and all of that. But no, they've got their eyes on him here. Yes, Margaret, that's her defense, is that the son did it.
He wouldn't take it back downstairs and eat, or he'd eat?
The only thing he would have taken downstairs to eat was dessert, key lime pie.
He liked dessert?
Oh, he loved his key lime pie.
So he'd come upstairs, eat dinner?
Yes.
If you were sitting in the kitchen, where in the kitchen would he sit? I know there was a table kind of outside of it, but where in the kitchen would he sit and eat?
So in the kitchen, we had a very large island. And there was 3 or 4 bar stools, and he would sit at one of those bar stools.
See this photograph here of Thrasher 72?
Yes, sir.
You were in this photograph, or is it a different one?
No, it's, so yeah, right there where your mouse is, that's where he would sit and eat dinner.
How would he, when he'd come up and just sit down, would he eat with other people, eat by himself? What would he do?
Well, there was nobody else there. It was only
If
me.
the defendant was fixing dinner or anything, would she eat with him, or he
No.
eat by himself?
He would be eating by himself.
Would you eat with him at all, or would you be doing something on your own?
I would, if I came over there to cook him dinner or get food, I would go down to the basement and eat in front of the TV. My dad loved to read, so he would read while he ate dinner.
What kind of things would he read when he was eating dinner? Leisure stuff, not law stuff, or would it be work?
No, it would be, history books or, war books or whatever book he was reading at the time. We had a library or office in the house, and there was a lot of books in there, and that's what, I do know a lot of his books were in there that he's read.
When he was done eating, would he go back downstairs or stay up on the first level?
He would pretty much go back downstairs.
What would he do when you go back downstairs?
He would go into his office and probably check emails and stuff and have, cigarettes and, just, kind of finish up the day for work.
Judge, do you mind if we can take a break right this moment, if that's okay?
All right, sounds good. All right, we'll take 15. And we'll stick to the 15 if I say that. You can sit down.
Man, he's a big guy. Mm-mm-mm. It really is a whodunit, right? I mean, I don't know that they'll get to a cross-examination today. They might. But
and Andy Griffith.
yeah, it's the worst, P. Lola. I know. People smoke in the house, it just gets into and onto everything. It's gross, gross.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. This is court stuff. Remind you, you're still on drugs, okay?
Yes, sir.
We were talking about your dad's habits, his routine. I think we were talking about your dad would check his emails. Something is that something he would do constantly? Was he always checking work emails and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Vacations, it didn't matter. Was your dad working?
Oh, yes.
When he would go downstairs, so eat dinner, go upstairs, eat dinner, come back downstairs, work a little bit. Did he ever go into that movie theater room or the home theater room?
It was either there or the other TV down in the basement. He would sit and watch TV.
What kind of shows and things would he watch? Was it random stuff, YouTube, or something else? What would he do?
Either the History Channel or he liked old TV shows, like old westerns and Andy Griffith, MASH. Those are the shows. And I know you liked the TV show The Office. He liked watching that as well, too.
And would he be kind of by himself when he would do that?
Yes.
Now, where did you live on the property?
I lived above the barn in an apartment.
Okay, so not in the house
No.
with your mom and dad. After he would, was it pretty much this is his routine? Every night he comes home, dinner, go downstairs, work a little bit, go watch TV, go to bed?
Pretty much. The only time that it would change would be, on a Friday, he would come home and start doing some kind of project, doing some kind of work on the farm.
And where would he sleep?
He slept in the bedroom down in the basement.
Every night?
Yes, sir.
Would he sleep? Would he lock his door?
No, he would not.
When your mom, where would she sleep?
She would have slept in the master bedroom.
Would she ever use something to brace or lock her door?
I didn't see her do it, but I saw one sitting behind the door of the bedroom.
Saw what was it? Describe for the jury.
If I remember right, it was kind of like a prop bar. It had a flat surface on one side and kind of a fork on the other. It was white, I want to say, but it was, you put it up under the door handle.
The doorknob itself?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a state-of-the-art version of propping the chair up underneath it for keeping somebody from opening the door.
How would your dad sleep? In what kind of clothing?
He always slept naked.
I'm sorry?
He always slept naked in the nude.
Is what he did?
Yeah.
I
Wow.
believe your dad was about, is it 58 at the time of his death?
I don't know that I would have admitted that. I
About
would
the
have
same
said
age?
Yes.
in pajamas.
I believe they had been together for 38 years.
Mhm.
I want to talk to you about your mom. I think I understand that you've referred to her as Melody. Do you not call her mom anymore
No.
because of this?
Yes.
Now, up to this point, though, until this occurred, did you get along with your mom?
We had our good days and bad days. We did a lot of stuff together. Because my dad was at the office, and whenever she was home, she liked to decorate the house, and I did a lot of the projects there at the farm. Like I did the backsplash on the bar down in the basement, and finished out the so-called wine cellar. And she would always be, decorating or wanting to paint something. And
There's nothing wrong with it,
so we would do
Sherry.
a lot
I
of
don't
stuff
see
like
anything
that,
wrong with it.
together.
But
and go
you
get,
know, it just puts a visual in somebody's
Scottsdale
mind.
Farms and buy plants to
And
plant out around.
yeah, and
Did your mom graduate from college? Do you know?
As far as I'm aware, no, she did not.
Was she smart? Is she smart?
Not like my dad, but she's not dumb.
Common sense?
Oh, yes.
She hardworking?
You know,
She work outside?
oh, yes, man. All the time we worked in the yard.
She hands-on?
Yes.
Would she get in there and do projects with y'all? Or with you?
It depends on what project. I mean, she didn't help my dad and I do the stone wall between the house and the pond, but she got out there and planted plants and, you know,
Did she get
shoveled
her,
mulch around.
did she get her hands dirty?
Yes.
Could she get things done if she wanted to?
Yes.
Would you consider her strong-willed or weak-willed?
Strong-willed.
Does she have opinions?
Oh, yes.
Is she afraid or shy to share those opinions?
No.
Would she have opinions about you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
About her other children?
Oh, definitely. Chris, she kind of favored Emily and definitely Amanda.
How about your dad?
My dad was harder on my brother and I. He was a sucker for my sisters. You know, they're his baby girls. My dad was old school. He, you know, I remember growing up, if I needed $5, I needed to tell him 5 reasons why I needed it. So.
Is that just how he was?
Yeah, he tried to just, you know, instill discipline in us, make us, you know, a good person, a better person.
Did your dad like things like extravagant things, or what was his taste in? What kind of things did he like? If you said my daddy really liked fill in the blank, what would it be?
It's kind of tough. I mean, he always wanted to take care of other people first. He always put everybody else first. He made sure Melody had what she would want to have, and all of us. I mean, he always made it a point to make sure, you know, we all had the best Christmas as possible, and he wasn't really, you know, he drove a Suburban. He drove it until over 200,000 miles, and it was me who convinced him, go buy yourself a Mercedes. I mean, you deserve it. I mean, he wasn't a flashy person, so it's kind of hard to say.
What kind of Mercedes did he have?
It was an E-Class.
Tell me what that means. I don't know what that means.
E-Class is kind of your mid-size sedan. He looked at the S-Class, which is the big, fully sized Mercedes, and he was just like, it's just too much car. I don't need that.
How much do those cars cost that he had?
Well, his, I mean, brand new, that was, at that time, probably would have been maybe $60,000, $70,000 car.
What kind of car did your mom have?
Well, she drove Infiniti G35 for the longest time, and then she drove the Toyota Sequoia.
What kind of car did you, or vehicle did you have?
At which point I've had,
Around the time your dad's death?
I was driving the so-called farm truck, which was a Chevy 2500 diesel, non-dually. It was just a regular back axle. We didn't have the wide tire ones.
That was your dad's truck. You purchased it.
Yeah, he purchased it, and it was titled for a farm truck for tax write-off, but it was, you
Sure.
know, I drove that vehicle.
Your vehicle / the work truck.
Yes.
If I said, what kind of things does your mom like around the time of your death, or the death of your father? Just fill in the blank. What things did she like? What were her things?
What do you mean, and what she liked?
She had expensive things like furniture. What was her things that she really?
Everything she had was like top of the line, Tory Burch or Chanel or you know, all high-end clothing. It was,
She liked Christmas trees?
oh yes,
Around Christmas time, would she decorate the house?
yes she would.
Tell the jury how she would decorate the house and how many Christmas trees y'all would have.
What? 1, 2, 3. There was about 4 or 5 Christmas trees. She did all the inside stuff. She was very good at it. I will say the Christmas trees we had were something you would see in like a Southern Living magazine. She liked to collect the Christopher Racco ornaments, which is a very sought after ornament because they're hand blown, hand painted.
Say that again? I didn't catch that.
They're called Christopher Racco ornaments.
Okay. Take it they're expensive?
They vary in price. They can range from $10 a piece to several $100s a piece. It just depends because he changed his ornaments every year. That's why they were collectors.
She do things like that?
Oh yeah, she very enjoyed it very much.
Did she have parties for the law office or go to parties for the law office?
I remember, you know, when I was in like middle school and maybe early parts of high school, my dad would have firm Christmas parties at the house. So there would be a lot of people over there, and that kind of ended before I graduated high school.
Did your dad take care of your mom when it comes to things that he provide nice things for?
All the time, yes.
Like, did she have fur coats, mink coats, whatever you call it? Did she have nice clothing?
Yes.
Did she have nice jewelry?
Yes.
She had nice dishes and things like that in the house?
Yes.
Clothing?
Yes.
She liked to shop?
Oh, yes.
Did you give her money so she could shop?
Yes. Well, she had, you know, pretty much our entire life, she always had full access to the bank account. It was just the last 2 or 3 years prior to his death that it got restricted.
Things kind of, how would you describe at the time of your father's death, how would you describe their marriage to each other?
Not good.
Why so?
Because she was constantly disappearing, taking off, spending an abundance of money. Says she was going to do one thing, and that's not what she was going to do. And you know, they were constantly arguing with each other. Never out in public. It was always at the house. But
Did your dad ever hit her?
no,
Lay a finger on her?
no.
Was he a screamer, yeller, cusser? What was your dad like when they would argue?
I wouldn't really say it's screaming, but I mean, he raised his voice, but he never like was screaming so hard that someone would lose their voice. He was never like that.
And what was she like?
Oh, she screamed. She definitely, you know, expressed her feelings in a way, I guess I would say. She was,
What do you mean?
she definitely would scream and cuss and, you know, show aggression.
Who is Ted Wiley?
Ted used to date my Aunt Sherry, which was my dad's sister.
Your dad has how many brothers and sisters? Or had, I'm sorry.
My dad has a older sister, Patricia, then my dad, and then my Uncle John, and my Aunt Sherry.
So what was Ted related? How was he related or involved with the family? So Sherry.
Ted was dating Sherry.
And what time was this, and about how old were you when this was going on?
If I remember right, they started dating roughly maybe when Amanda was born. So they were together for a very long time. Pretty much all of ours,
How
childhood.
many years do you think they were together? You talking about 5, 10, 15, 20, what?
Oh, yeah, definitely north of 15, I would say.
And did you see him often?
Every Christmas and Thanksgiving.
And at some point, did you notice something, or did you learn of something going on between him and your mom?
Yes, so when my grandmother, Melody's mother, Kay Walker, when she had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery, I basically went with her and I helped stay with my grandmother in the hospital, especially when she was in the ICU.
When was this? What year are we talking about?
This is 2005 or 6. So, you know, I was up there for quite a period of time. I ended up, you know, quitting my job at Regal Nissan to, you know, help out, you know, with this situation, because my dad was still, you know, working. And
So how long a time would your mom and you be separated from your dad?
we would stay up there for several weeks. It depends on what condition my grandmother was in and all. But for the beginning of it, we pretty much did not leave from being up there. It's once she got out of, you know, the ICU and got moved into a more private room, that's when we kind of, you know, didn't have to be up there as much.
So this is taking care of your mother's mom,
Yes,
maternal mother, grandmother,
yes,
and the defendant was there to help her mom, and you were with her.
yes.
How did Ted come into the picture?
So, you know, Sherry and Ted, they live there in Muscle Shoals, Florence area and all. So, you know, whenever we would go out to eat, you know, we a lot of times went to eat with them. We always went to Logan Roadhouse or somewhere like that. And then after a couple months, I remember the night we went to Logan's Roadhouse and Ted came up and grabbed my mother's rear end like somebody would be doing who's in a relationship, like a full-blown relationship. And that right there triggered. And from there on, she started disappearing. She would leave, say, "Oh, I'm going to run to the store," and not come back until either very, very early in the morning or till the next day, and leave me stranded with no vehicle.
Did you talk about this to your brothers and sisters? Did they know, or just you?
I mean, I think I've probably told Chris. Don't really remember if I told Emily or Amanda. I did get my dad. I told him, I was like, she keeps running off of Ted. And, you know, they keep going and doing things together and leaving me stranded at the hospital or the house with no vehicle.
Would your dad help take care of your mother's mom, your grandmother, her mom? Would your dad do anything financially or anything to help her?
If I remember right, I know he kind of helped. I want to say my grandparents had like a mortgage on the house for some kind of project, something with the foundation or something. I think he kind of took control of paying for that. I don't know if it was my grandmother's money or his money, but he kind of, you know, took controls of the, you know, finance side of the mortgage.
Did you ever know anything about a $50,000 home equity loan or something like that involving Ted Wiley?
No.
Did your parents, because of Ted or anything, did they ever separate or have an issue that you saw?
From what I remembered, it was, by this time I was in the process of joining the Army. I went through basic training and I was deployed to Iraq within 4 months of coming out of basic training. So I was over in El Paso, Texas, not here. And I do remember I deployed and I remember getting an email from my dad, and he, you know, stated that he was going to be filing for divorce. I responded with, do what you gotta do, but I really don't want to be, I don't need to know anything else. I got too much going on over here.
And that was over Ted?
Yes.
What year was that?
That either had to be 2009 or 2010, so I was deployed to Iraq.
And after you got that email, did your dad ever say anything else to you about what was going on?
No, sir.
Did he fall through any more on the divorce, or was that the last you heard about that?
That was the last I ever heard about it.
And then you came home?
Yes.
Just at this time, I'm continuing to evidence S. Farris, number 10. I don't think there's an objection to it. No objection.
That's a move.
Scott, you should have in front of you a monitor. Is it working?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this to you so you can look at whichever one you want to. This is State's Exhibit S. Farris 10. We're taking your name and using numbers with that. But can you tell us what, at the top it has an email there. Can you read that email for us?
The Gary4250@gmail.com.
And what is the company that sent this?
That would be from Bank of America.
And if you could just read out loud what it says.
Hi Gary, credit transaction was made above your chosen alert limit. Amount $165.82. Credit card, Bank of America, Visa, Platinum Plus, ending in 1727. Where at Scottsdale Farms and Company, Alpharetta, Georgia. Type retail. Transaction date July 1st, 2018.
Did your dad have several credit cards and things like that?
Yes, he did.
Did he have the ability that he would get noticed if anything was, I think, over $20 or something like that?
As far as I'm aware, any kind of transactions, he would get some kind of notification.
And if he was notified, would he ever ask you about what you're doing with the money or what was going on?
Yes.
How quick would he be on that? Like, if he got a notice, how quickly could you get a phone call or text message?
It varied. It could be within 5 minutes, or it could have been later on that evening.
Now, this one in particular, do you know what that card was or who had it?
I presume that might have been the one my dad had. I'm not 100% because there was several different credit cards.
Now, your dad controlled the finances in the family, is that right?
Yes.
If you would just tell the jury, when it came to your finances, what type of access to a debit card, a credit card, whether it's personal or for the farm work, tell the jury what you would have.
So I would either have, beginning off, I would, get his debit card. I'll get it for him to go buy horse feed or, fertilizer or anything like that. And then he wound up giving me a credit card that I kept all the time. And that's, a lot of purchases were made doing that. I do know at one point he gave me a debit card, and that was, I don't know if it was his main account. I don't think it was, because he would constantly have to put money into it. So if I, needed to go get food or fertilizer or something like that, a lot of times there wasn't enough money in it, and I would have to send him a text saying, hey, put some money in it, in the account, so I could go and buy this and this and this.
And would he do anything to, would he ever get on you about your spending?
Every once in a while. So I worked for my dad, when I got released from the military, I got back into selling cars for a little while. And then I worked at a warehouse. And then by the time we lived on the farm, we realized it was kind of a full-time job, and also I kind of maintained it. And we had an agreement, because I lost my job at the warehouse, and, we sat and talked, and he's like, well, look, this property is a lot of work and everything like that. So, I'll give you a credit card, you know, and you're able to go and, you know, have lunch and stuff like that and all, but, you know, if anytime I really want to go buy myself something, which I never really did, you know, I'll let them know, or so-called, hey, is it okay if I go buy this?
Let me ask you about, let's go and talk about your work you did on the property. 2155 Purcell Lane, that's a hobby farm?
Yeah, I would say.
Were y'all looking at several places before your dad bought that?
We looked at a couple of different properties. Some we just didn't like at all. It got down to this property and one other property. I do know.
What was the difference between this one and the other one?
This one had a lot more land. The other one sat on I wouldn't call it a lake, very large pond. And it was on the back side of it. And, you know, when we looked at it, the cove was pretty dried up. And so it wasn't much of a lake. So, you know.
So who wanted in the family, including all your brothers and sisters, who wanted the one at the lake, if you would, and the one at the farm that you moved into? Who was up for what? Let's start with Amanda. Which one did Amanda want?
I don't think she ever saw it.
How about Emily?
I don't think she ever saw it either, too, and neither did Chris.
Which one did you want?
I went with my mom and dad to look at the properties.
Did you have a favorite out of the last two?
Yeah, I like the one that he ended up purchasing more.
How about between your mom and dad? Did they like one over the other?
I mean, realistically, I think it would say a coin toss in a way. I mean, I gave my points. I was like, look, you got a lot more stuff you can do, you know, on this property versus the other one.
So when you end up your dad going after and buying the farm, what year was that?
Around 2013.
And how old were you at that time?
Oh, you make me do math.
I am. I'm not very good at myself, so we'll figure out together.
I had been around 30, maybe.
Well, let's see. You was it 35 when your father?
Yes.
You're about to turn 36?
I just turned that July 7th. I would have been
35? Okay, so that was 2018, for 5 years, so around 30?
Mhm.
And so did you live so you were working and living on the property about 5 years?
Yes. From the time they purchased it to the time of his death, I lived there.
And Scott, I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't know any other way to really ask it, but what I want you to tell the jury, and what I'm interested in is what kind of contract, I imagine it's just word, just a spoken agreement, but did you get an allowance? Did you get a stipend? Did you get a salary? How did you make a living and buy stuff? And what was the arrangement between you and your father while you worked the property?
There was no contract or anything like that. It was basically, so around the time that, you know, that we were the recession was kind of starting to turn. You know, when I first got out of the military, I tried to join Milton Police Force. Couldn't, since I was not post-certified, they didn't have the funds to hire me on. And once I started looking into other cities and counties, it was all the same thing. So work was still hard to find, like decent paying. So, you know, and the job I had at the warehouse, I was making $10 an hour. And once I got, you know, I was let go from that job, we sat down and talked, and I was like, look, I want to still pursue, you know, law enforcement, but there's nothing I can get into right now. And that's when we came on agreement that, you know, I would manage the farm, because since he was working Monday through Friday in Atlanta, that, you know, basically he would give me a credit card, debit card, and, you know, I was able to go eat lunch and stuff like that, and pay my cell phone bill. I didn't have much bills at all. So he never really gave me an allowance, except for the time that, you know, he decided to open up the other bank account, and, you know, he didn't keep a lot of money in it, because around that time, Melody kept asking for the card I had and going off and buying stuff.
Did your dad want her to have that card?
No, especially the credit card. When he gave me the credit card, I remember he sent me a text saying, hold on to this, like your life depended on it, or something. But
to keep it away from the defendant?
Yes, he basically said, don't give this card to anybody.
Which credit card would that have been?
I believe that was the Ducks Unlimited Visa card.
When you worked the land, there were horses and animals and things, pigs, goats, chickens. You had all kinds of stuff on there, didn't you?
Yeah, we had everything pretty much except for cattle.
All right, now your first house, now your mom's background, her father and mother had So Ace Hardware or some type of hardware store?
Ace Hardware, yes, sir.
So more of kind of a country background or a rural background?
No, Muscle Shoals it wasn't a huge town, but it was. I mean,
From
yeah,
the
you get on
country, or
outskirts.
from the country, or from the city is usually how I speak. Would you say your mom was from the country or from the city?
Man, honestly, I want to kind of say in between, but it was.
Fair
No,
enough.
there was no, you know,
How about your dad?
not country.
Did they grow up having horses and things like that and animals?
No, none of us ever had that.
So when they got this hobby farm, did any of y'all know anything about horses and how to take care of them and ride them?
No, we did not.
Was it a learning experience?
Yes.
How many horses did y'all have on the property and where'd you get them from?
We had 4 horses. The first horse we got was Rebel. Some people down the road, they were moving. He was an older horse. They gave him to us along with a pony, but the pony was already promised to somebody else. So we just kind of took care of it for a little while until that person was able to come and get it. And then we got Bluebell, Chester, and Blackjack, the other 3 horses. And that was, we purchased them through a friend of the neighbors, Jackie. She lived down the hill from the farm.
Jackie has some type of place for donkeys or something like that, or rescue, or
At the time, she had a buttload of chickens, all kinds of fancy little hen ones and pigeons and big chickens. She had a whole bunch of chickens.
was her house stand out in the neighborhood?
I mean, you had to pass it every single time you came to the farm.
And was Jackie close to your mom?
She hung out with her quite a bit.
Now, these horses, who would ride the horses?
I would, my mom would, my nieces, my dad once in a blue moon.
Did he get thrown from a horse or anything?
He did get thrown one time. He got on Chester. Chester was a more high-spirited horse. And what I mean by high-spirited, that, you know, if a squirrel jumped from branch to branch, he would jump. He would get startled. So it took a more experienced rider to ride him. But that day, my dad wanted to ride him. And I was nervous about it. And sure enough, when he got on him, he started bucking and bucked my dad off.
Did he get hurt?
He did. He hit his head when he came down. And we ended up taking him to the hospital to get a CT scan because my medical training from the Army, I, noticed that he wasn't answering all the questions right that I was asking him, and
Got his bell rung.
yeah, he definitely.
How about your mom? Did your mom ride the horses?
She did.
She ever get hurt by the horse?
There was one day, it was first day of college football, and my Aunt Sherry was on her way into town, and I was up in my apartment about to start watching football. I think the Alabama game was about to start, and she called me and said, "Get down here, I just got kicked by a horse." And I go down there, she got kicked in the leg, and her kneecap was on the side of her leg.
What year was that?
I want to say 2016.
Did she ride the horses after that?
When she was finally able to, yes. I think I remember her getting on. I don't really remember, but I know my dad didn't get back on a horse after he got bucked off.
When it came to taking care of the animals, part of your, duty or job that you would do, how many animals, what was your routine every day for the animals? What time did you have to feed them? What did you have to do?
I would wake up in the morning, and depends on, a lot of times we left the horses out in the pasture. But if I knew there was bad weather coming or it got more winter time and all, that's when I would start bringing them in the barn. So I would wake up, we had a whole bunch of goats. I would feed the goats, make sure everybody had water, feed, and just kind of along those lines. And then I would start, blowing off driveways and stuff like that, keeping my place looking nice.
How long would it take to, you feed them how many times a day? Or what were your
About
routine?
twice a day. So in the morning, it depends on the animal. So the horses, they would get a little bit of feed in the morning and then some in the evening. Same with the goats. They would get feed in the morning and feed in the afternoon and be grazing out in the pastures.
How much interaction would your dad have when it came to taking care of the horses or the animals or anything?
He didn't. I do not ever remember my dad feeding animals.
How about your mom?
She would do the chickens up by the house, occasionally come up and feed the chickens and all. But no, it was not on a regular basis.
About the goats?
I don't ever remember her feeding goats.
Did y'all have to bottle feed the goats at all or anything at times?
Oh, yeah, we did. I mean, we had a lot of baby goats that were born. Not all goats are going to accept their babies. Some of them reject them. And lot of times, when a goat gives birth, they can pass away from it. It's just like humans. There's a lot of life and death on a farm. You're always having something born and you're always having something die.
And did you ever have to dispose of any animals, dead bodies, anything like that?
A lot of chickens, they get sick very easily, or a fox will come and kill them. Ducks as well too. We've had some goats that pass away. They either get sick or, the first group of goats we had, we bought them from somebody that was, their parents, I believe, passed away or something. And we bought all the goats they had. That was our first goats.
Would you ever burn goats?
No,
Did you ever throw them in the burn pile?
no,
That's not something you would do?
no. I would bury them.
Where would you bury them on the property?
Majority of the time, the goat pen, because that was the softest, easiest ground to dig. Because the goat pen was, one of the previous owners built a very large retaining wall and filled it in. From what I was told, there was a lion in that. So.
I'm sorry?
A lion. I don't know if it was.
Like lion, tigers, and bear lion?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of lion, but the neighbors told us at some point there was a lion in
And that's
that
where the
cage.
goats were at.
So that, it turned out to be a perfect goat pen because it had a high fence, barbed wire coming out, had a metal.
Where is that? If I was looking at your house, where would that be?
It would have been right behind the barn. Backside of the barn along the property edge.
This is aerial 3. This is the house here. Where, I'll take the cursor of the hand,
You need to go up to the barn.
to the barn, all right?
To the barn. Okay, now go to the left. Now go straight up. Right there would have been the goat pen.
Okay, so behind the barn.
Yes.
Did the horses get out a lot?
Every once in a while they would.
Now, when I say get out, that's what, in this case, you're talking about the horses get out. We're going to be talking about that. What does that mean to you? If the horses got out, what would that mean?
They were not in a pasture. I
Were
think
they-
soft pasture.
Were they running on Purcell Lane up the road and things like that?
Sometimes, yes, they would get actually off the property and be at a neighbor's house. I've had to go all the way to the very back end of Purcell to get a couple horses.
And when they would get out, what would you have to do to get them back in?
I would just grab a feed bucket, put some feed in it, and walk down and start shaking it, and they'd follow me like little puppy dogs.
How often would that happen?
It was rare,
You know
but
what?
it did happen.
Do you know how or why they would get out?
99% of the time, it was because somebody left the gate open.
And when it came to all the horses and things on the property, was there a certain pattern, like they would be put up at night, or were they just left out in the fields?
The horses, like I said earlier, it depend on weather.
Just a quick little update on Lee and Lenore. They are fine. Berta just sent me a message and it says from Lee and Lenore, okay, in case this goes through at some point, I am alive and well, just no power or cell service. They are good other than not being able to drink coffee. Oh, God love. God love. I would so make them some coffee and take it to them. But I just wanted you guys that have been worried and wondering, because I've been worried, so. Been waiting all day. I've sent him a message and Tammy a message and whoever else I thought could, get through. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, God.
Weather, temperature, and everything like that. Goats were put up every single night. Chickens always went back into their chicken coop at night. So the door had to be closed on that. So the main animals that always had to be put up were the goats, the chickens, and obviously Luke and Leroy, the labs.
Would you do anything different around 4th of July when fireworks were coming out, or anything for the horses, or like on the 3rd? Did y'all do anything different on July 3rd for the horses?
I always left them out because, yeah, they will get scared from fireworks, but it's always safer to leave a horse out in a pasture than in a stall, because they would jump around and everything like that, and you don't want a horse getting hurt. So they would be left outside. So if they got scared, they had room to run. But if they were in a stall, they would, jump and hit their head or something with the stall walls.
Did you like the animals?
I loved them.
Was that something, a passion you enjoyed, or?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, the horses were like dogs to me. I mean, I took care of them all the time. I mean, horses do have personalities just like dogs.
You miss them?
I do.
At this time, I'm tuning to evidence, Stacy's exhibits S. Farris 1 through 4. No objection. Next. We'll look at some stuff and answer questions.
Okay.
This is S. Farris 1. We have some photographs from the property. There were some drone photographs and things like that. But as we look at this photograph here, tell the jury what we're looking at. Now, this is taken at a different time after the July 5th, I believe, but just tell us, what are we looking at?
So we were looking at the bottom section of the house, the basement.
Was the
This
woman
would
they
have
were just
been
showing
below
a second
the
ago in the gallery, that one of the daughters?
half circle deck. Those double doors right there would have gone right into the basement with the leather chairs and the TV, and behind that would have been the bar.
Are these sliding doors here?
Yes,
And then our French doors over here?
yes.
Are these doors, the doors that slide, what is behind this?
That would be, there would have been the leather couch, couple chairs, coffee table, and.
It's where your dad would hang out?
Yes, that's where I would go. If I ate over there, that's where I would go down and sit and watch TV and eat dinner.
If I walked opened these doors and walked in, would I run into the bar, the kitchen bar area?
Once you pass the couch.
Yeah, assume the couches are not obstructing my walk. If I walk in, when I walk before the bar, if I turn right, am I going to come down hallway to your dad's office?
Yes, that's where the hallway was.
If I go and turn left, I go down hallway to your dad's bedroom?
Yes,
If I walk a little bit further, I can go to the left and go up the steps. Is that
yes.
right? This is S. Farris 2. Looking, you see the officers, this is when it took some drone photos, but looking here, what I'm going to try to help orient is over in this area where the burn pile is. Can you tell the jury kind of where the burn pile is in relation to the kind of corner of the house?
So from the corner of the house,
Let me do it this way. So this is S2, S3, and S4. This is the burn pile area looking back. Is this a view of it?
I would kind of say the burn pile's more over on this side.
You gotta
So
keep
if I was
right.
the cameraman, I feel like it would have been a little bit more to the right.
But in this area?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, if you would, if you're walking from the house going out towards the burn pile, are you going uphill or downhill?
You're gonna be going downhill.
And is your property, is the house on the crown of the top of the hill for the most part?
Pretty much, yes.
Now, behind this, going back to 3, this tree line back here, did you have any trail cameras or anything on?
Yes, it was actually further south, further down the hill from the burn pile.
Going towards the pond and that way?
No, this was on the back side. There's the fence, where your mouse is, that's about roughly where the fence line is, the property line.
Okay.
And there was a little trail that goes all the way down to the bottom corner.
So back in the woods.
So it was down that way. I had it set up on a tree pointing towards my neighbor's property.
All right. Look at the jury and tell them what you would do with that trail camera and what you did back there.
So my neighbor, Ray, he allowed me to deer hunt on his property right there on the hillside, because all the deer would come either running from our property to his, or they will come from that way. So I just had a better angle of, hunting deer.
How many deer did you harvest from that hunting spot?
Somewhere between, I want to say 6 or 7 deer.
And what would you hunt with?
I would use the first deer I took was with a 20 gauge slug, using a shotgun. And then the second deer I took, I borrowed a friend's AR-15 and took that deer, and then the rest were with a 12 gauge shotgun slug.
Which direction did the trail camera point?
It pointed towards my neighbor's property.
All right. In relation to the burn pit, where's the trail camera in relation to that?
So if I'm leaned up against the tree that I have the trail camera on, the house would have been to that direction. So the trail cam would have been pointing to you, the house would have been to my left, up the hill.
Let's see if I can figure out which one. Is it in this area? Is it another? Do I need to?
Yeah, it's nowhere.
All right. Which way with the mouse pointer should I go where the trail camera is?
Go right. So give or take some yardage, but it'll be, you know, kind of right there pointing, you know, north in this picture. So yes, that way.
So in this area on aerial 9 is where the trail camera would be?
Yes, somewhere in that vicinity.
And then the camera itself is pointing this direction? So left, straight, or right?
Straight.
Straight. Not pointing back to the burn pit?
No.
Not pointing back to the house?
No.
And did you put that trail camera up?
Yes, I did.
How did you look at the pictures and things on that?
At the time, I had like a little SD card thing that I'm able to connect to my cell phone, and it pulled up, you know, I believe at the time I had an app that I was able to use to pull it up. Over the years, I was just able to, you know, click on a, you know.
Do you remember what brand it was or what truck it was?
No, I do not remember.
Is it one of those where you could just sit in the house at night and you get a ding on your phone and says again?
At that time, no.
You have that now?
I do have one like that now that sends it to my cell phone, but I haven't used it in years.
I want to ask you something about fires. Does your dad and your family like these, like fires, burning fires? Does your grandfather or something burn fires?
Well, always growing up, my grandfather burned leaves, and you know, I remember every Christmas after we all opened presents and all, my grandfather would collect up all the wrapping paper and go take it out on his burn pile and light it. And
was there a fire? Tell us about the fire, the first fire at the first house in Alpharetta back in, I think around 2008.
Maybe, yeah. I really don't remember the date on it.
What happened? Just tell us what happened there.
The other brother said the same
I
thing
remember
about
that
the
night. I remember waking up and fire trucks being out in front of the house, but it was
wrapping paper.
the weekend prior. My dad burned some branches and stuff like that, and then some old grass clippings or something like that. It was a little pile back there.
In the backyard or in the woods behind the garden?
In the woods behind the fence, so it was not right up on the house. He burned the stuff, and he, I guess, presumed that he had it put out. Well, it went an entire week. Nothing happened. And
Right,
then
P. Lola, I
think it was,
know.
like, the following week, that weekend, I remember waking up in fire trucks, being out there.
How big of a fire was it?
It was not no roaring fire. It was like a very, very low to the ground, like small brush fire. Like,
how close were the houses in this neighborhood?
There, between each house, there was at least, 50 to 80 feet maybe, roughly. They weren't like the cookie cutter style houses where you could put your hand on one house and on the other.
How did your mother feel about this fire?
Really don't remember.
Okay. Let's go to another fire your dad. So your dad said that one wasn't intentional though, I guess the fire.
No.
The second fire, I guess, wasn't intentional at the 2155 Purcell, the farm. He caught the house on fire there too, didn't he?
The basement?
Yeah.
Yes.
In 2016, I think is when that happened.
Yes. So
Tell the jury what happened with this fire that your dad did.
So it comes to find out. So my dad put a cigarette out in the ashtray, and I guess he dumped the ashtray a little too soon into the trash can. But I was up at the barn doing work. He left to go somewhere. I don't know where he went to. But I was up at the barn, and Melody calls me, and she goes, "Do you smell smoke?" I'm like, "No." She goes, "Well, do you see smoke out there?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Well, I'm smelling smoke." Well, I look over to the house. I see smoke pouring out of the basement, my dad's office door. I go, "Holy crap, there's something on fire over there." So I run over there, I open the door, and all I see is the trash can burning. So I grab it, throw it outside, grab the water hose.
This is in his office? Or
Yes, it was in the office. So, I put it out. I go and I check the walls. I didn't see anything burning. I put my hand on the wall, didn't feel hot. I looked at the closet that was in the office. That had all the controls for the home audio throughout the house. I opened that up, didn't see anything. So I went upstairs and made me a sandwich, and I came back down and was sitting in that room with leather chairs and all, watching TV, eating lunch, and all of a sudden the fire alarm started going off again. I go back to the office and I open the closet door, and there's just a wall of fire. And I scream for her to call 911, and I run out, I grab the water hose, and I'm spraying. I'm punching the wall, trying to get holes in it so I can stick the hose in it. And then next thing I know, 2 deputies show up, and I look at them. They're like, "Sir, is this your house?" I'm like, "It's my parents' house." "Yep, yeah, wow. Do you have a baton or anything?" They're like, "No." And so I continued to, spray water and punch holes. And then the fire department showed up, and, the firefighter told me, he's like, "If it wasn't for you, their house would have burned down."
How bad of a damage was done to the house?
There was more smoke damage than actual fire damage. So the fire was mainly contained to that closet. So all the electronics burned up. It was an unfinished closet, so there was a lot of, wood.
Was your house like a smart house, had technology?
A good amount. It wasn't like what today's standards would be, but
But that was destroyed or damaged?
all the components, the audio components, yes.
How did
We had
you-
exposed wrappers, so the fire could have spread down to the home theater if I did not put it out in time.
How did your mom react to that fire?
She was pissed.
Did she get on your dad?
I didn't see her get onto it, but knowing her, yeah, she probably chewed his ass out.
Was she concerned with your dad when it came
Well
to the fire?
deserved, might I say.
Yeah, we both were, because he would start a he would start a fire to burn branches and stuff like that. He would stay around it for a little while, but then walk off to go check emails or do something.
So no common sense when it came to fires.
No, yeah, man. There's a lot of times that I'm like, why are you burning right now with the winds blowing like this? He wouldn't think about the
Did y'all
aspect.
leave him alone with fires?
I mean, I wouldn't stand there and hold his hand while he was burning stuff, no, but
Did you have concerns with him in fires though?
I mean, I always told him, it's like, don't burn a fire when it's, the winds are gusting up to, 15 miles per hour. And,
Did he take hoses and things down there, or he just let
not really, not over there. He would he would clear off around the fire so nothing was spread out, but I don't ever really remember him dragging the hose all the way down there.
Your mom and you kind of had a joke about you hoped your dad was having a spell so he wouldn't tear anything up.
I mean,
Was your dad able to tear stuff up and y'all have to fix it?
yeah, my dad would start projects and I would end up having to finish them. That would either because, he had to go do something for work or, he had to go back to work. He would,
Would you and your mother joke about him having spells, hoping that maybe he's having spells so he's not gonna mess it, get into anything, y'all could have an easy day?
I don't remember really, but yeah, that could be, a possibility that would have happened. I mean, when he started a project, he would do some pretty big projects.
Would you describe your parents' marriage as living married but living separate lives?
Towards the last, 2 years before his death, maybe, but for the longest time I remember, my mom and dad have always slept in different bedrooms because of my dad's sleep habits.
That's a really good
snored a
theory,
lot.
Miss King.
He had to sleep
right?
with a CPAP machine. I remember them, they officially kind of slept in different bedrooms after one night. My dad liked to, toss and turn a lot, and he ended up, flipping over, and his hand went flying over, and it hit her in the face and broke her tooth. So he wasn't a very, steady sleeper. He wasn't out cold. He talked in his sleep, he snored, he slept with a CPAP machine, kicked, jerked.
So they slept on separate floors?
Even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she would sleep down in the guest bedroom area. My dad would sleep in the master, and
So how many years were they having to sleep in separate places?
for quite a while.
10
Like I
years?
said, after that happened, they kind of stopped sleeping in the same bed.
10, 15 years? How long?
I would probably say that. Yeah, it's before I want to say since I was kind of in high school.
Your dad had, how many CPAP machines did you know your dad had?
I only knew he only had one CPAP machine.
How many did you see?
He got new ones every so often, but
At the time of his death, how many CPAPs did you see that your father had?
he only had one.
Now, you and your dad, fair to say, like other fathers and sons, y'all have disagreements and argue about stuff at times?
Oh, yes.
And did your dad have disagreements with your mom about finances, especially after Ted Wiley and things like that?
Yes. When I came back from Iraq and about the time I got out of the Army, it seemed like everything was normal. They decided to put the house up for sale and go buy the farm. It seemed like a normal, normal marriage. And then a few years after moving back into the farm, that's when she started disappearing again, and then the trouble started back.
Just this time I'm moving to evidence, S. Farris number 6, it's a cell right extraction between Scott and his dad. No objection.
I submit.
Put it on the screen.
It did its thing. Hold on, let me go back to where it was at. Mm-mm-mm.
It would depend. If my dad was home, him and I would go. If he was at the office, I was either planting some plants or doing mulch or something. My dad was on the other side of the property, and she came out of my dad's office doors and screaming and cussing, and she threw a plate up against the wall of the house, barn doing work. He left to go somewhere. I don't know where he went to, but I was up at the barn, and Melody calls me, and she goes, "Do you smell smoke?"
Okay,
I'm like,
remember that
"No."
part.
She goes, "Well, do you see smoke out there?" I'm like, "No." Walk off to go check emails, or I remember them. They officially kind of slept in different bedrooms after one night. My dad liked to, toss and turn a lot, and he ended up.
Okay, I'll leave it about right here because this is
Like I
close
said,
to
after,
where we were.
That happened, they kind of stopped sleeping in the same bed.
10, 15 years? How long?
I would probably say that, yeah, I mean, it's before I want to say since I was kind of in high school.
Your dad had, how many CPAP machines did you know your dad had?
I only knew he only had one CPAP machine.
How many did you see?
I mean, he got new ones every so often, but
At the time of his death, how many CPAPs did you see that your father had?
he only had one.
Now, you and your dad, fair to say, like other fathers and sons, y'all have disagreements and argue about stuff at times?
Oh, yes.
And did your dad have disagreements with your mom about finances, especially after Ted Wiley and things like that?
Yes. When I came back from Iraq and about the time I got out of the Army, it seemed like everything was normal. I mean, they decided to put the house up for sale and go buy the farm. It seemed like a normal marriage. And then a few years after moving back into the farm, that's when she started disappearing again, and then the trouble started back.
Just this time I'm moving to evidence, S. Farris, number 6, it's a cell bright extraction between Scott and his dad. No objection.
I submit.
Put it up on the screen when you do. And then go to cell take session. Scott, I want to turn your attention now to page 6. Number 18. It's on the screen there. You can see that.
Yes.
Now this is, you see number 18. I kind of with your dad's numbers, your mom's numbers, everybody's numbers. I look at the last 4 numbers there, but 9032, your dad's cell phone number. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So it's a message from him to you, your 2667. Can you tell us what the date that was?
Timestamp says 10/20/2017 at 9:13
a.m.?
a.m., yes.
All right, so it's an incoming, so it's from your dad to you, and this is, I think it's your extraction from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
What was the message? Can you read the body of the message he sent you? Read that to the record for us, please.
So you have my credit card, question mark?
And then you reply to that in number 19. What was your response?
Yes.
And then number 20, from your dad to you at October 20th, 2017 at 9:14 a.m. After you say you have it, what is his response to you?
Hang on to it as if your life depended on it.
Do you know why he would send you that message?
To me, that was do not give this credit card to anybody.
Including your mom?
Yes.
Was there, up to a point in your parents' marriage, did things, you said you thought everything was going all right at the time, but was there ever a time that you Did you ever see your mother get upset with your dad?
Quite a few times.
Would she outwardly manifest her anger or upsetness with her husband?
I mean, yeah, she would talk, she would talk trash about my dad to me, to my sisters, my brother. I mean, yeah.
I want to talk to you about an incident. So July 5th, 2019 is when you found your dad, remains.
You said 2019?
2018.
Okay.
Go back, I think a couple, you tell us, was there an incident with seeing your mom break a plate?
Yes. I've tried my best to remember the exact date. I know it was prior to his death. It wasn't really, I don't want to say it was several months, but it was within a few weeks or so. We were working on the project between the house and the pond, the big stone walls and everything. And I remember I was either planting some plants or doing mulch or something. My dad was on the other side of the property, and she came out of my dad's office doors and screaming and cussing, and she threw a plate up against the wall of the house, and she screamed, "I can't wait till the day he fucking dies. I can't wait till the day I don't have to live with him anymore."
How close were you to this when she did?
I was within 10 yards.
How far was your dad away?
He was over 100 yards away.
Do you know if he heard it or saw it?
I know he didn't. He never said anything to me that he noticed it, and I don't remember seeing him. So I knew he was up on the other side of the property.
So she walks out, and where does she throw the plate?
So if you walked out of those French doors, there was a wall right there, and right next to it would have been the hot tub. It was up against that wall, right?
How bad was what kind of plate was it? How bad was it broken?
Well, I mean, if only plate like that would have been, used was just the white kitchen plates. We had like two different sizes. We had a bigger set and then a smaller set, but they looked the same.
Did you confront her or say anything to her about that?
No, I don't remember saying anything to her about that.
Do you know what she was upset about, or?
If I remember right, him leaving the plate in the home theater room. And it was probably a plate that he probably had some kind of dessert, key lime pie on. So he would occasionally leave a Mountain Dew can or a plate in the home theater, and her being, she cleaned a lot. She liked to keep a clean house. So stuff like that.
So how mad was she when she did this?
Like I said, she came out yelling and cussing and threw it as hard as she could up against the wall, and it shattered into several pieces.
And you're certain she was talking about your dad?
Oh, yes.
She ever say anything like that any other time? That you witnessed?
That I witnessed? No, I don't really remember, no. She always, talked bad about my dad. It's like she always tried to brainwash us, like he was, such a horrible person. But no, other than that, I never heard her really ever saying, "I can't wait for the day he's dead."
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Exactly, Brenda. Exactly.
Third, fourth, and fifth. This is just to refresh me. This is Riley One's calendar, July 2018. So third, fourth, and fifth. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up to those dates, do you know whether or not your mom, the defendant, was upset about a trip that Chris would use some money, your dad's money, to rent a condo or something for a beach trip?
I do remember, so they all planned to go down to the beach. I remember her making comments to me that, she wasn't happy about it.
Did she ever complain to you about Chris's spending or using money?
I took everything with a grain of salt from that she said about money.
Did she talk about money often?
What do you mean to talk about,
People using money or spending money or things like that.
She always tried to say, Chris is stealing money, or, your father's paying for this and that and this.
Did she tell you to get a job or anything like that?
Whenever she would get pissed off about something. But then, an hour later, she'd be like, "Oh, let's go and do this."
Did she ever say anything or do anything because around July 3rd, July 4th, with Chris and the money he was spending to go on the beach trip? Did you ever see her say or take any actions because of that, or confront your father or anybody else because of it?
I didn't see anything. I know she wasn't happy about it because, you know, I don't really remember exactly why she was not happy about it. I remember her asking if I was going, and I remember my dad asking me if I wanted to go, and I said no because, you know, somebody's got to stay here and take care of the animals.
Was your dad going to go?
Yes, he was planning on going.
How about your mom?
No, she was not. And the reason why I said I didn't want to go is I said to him, I was like, well, somebody's got to take care of the animals because I'm sure she's going to run off and go to Tennessee.
Up to this point, you said your mom would kind of just disappear or during the week. How often would that occur? If you took it week by week, how often was that happening?
For quite a period of time, it was at least once a week she would disappear. It always seemed like a Tuesday or Wednesday or somewhere, you know, in the middle of the week, it seemed like. And then a lot of times she would just send me a text saying, hey, I got to go up to Martha James, I got to take her to the doctor, and she wouldn't be back until the following week. Or
how consistent was this where she would go week per week?
For a while, for the last year and a half.
Up to the week of July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. When was the last time you remember her just leaving?
I mean, that probably would have been the week before, maybe.
So it was up to that, the week before?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she was always had an excuse to go. You know, Martha Jane had to go to this doctor.
And she would be gone. Would she just take day trips or the other?
Sometimes it would be a day or two. Sometimes she would be gone, you know, 4 or 5 days.
Around this time, did you ever see your mom with more than one cell phone?
Oh, yes.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed that she had 2 cell phones when she'll be on the phone talking, and I walk into the house, and her cell phone is laying on the counter. And then a lot of times I kept, you know, I'll walk around the corner, and she would grab her phone and tuck it into her waistband. So I knew she had 2 cell phones. And I told my dad she had 2 cell phones.
Did she use the phones out in open, or where was she using
No,
them?
she tried to hide it from me. I do know that.
Did you ever see her on it?
Well, like I said, that one time I saw her on the phone, but yet I walk in and her phone's laying on the kitchen island.
Did she ever, where would she keep that other phone?
I have no clue.
Did you ever see her on her person or anywhere on her body?
Like I said, there was many occasions where I walk, you know, into a room or around the corner, and she would move swiftly and tuck it into her pocket or waistband, depending on what she was wearing.
On July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I want to go through that on July. I think July 2nd, which is was that Monday. Did you go play golf that day?
On the 2nd, no.
Do you remember if you went and played golf and then with your friend and went to a restaurant afterwards? Were you playing golf that week?
I mean, I played a lot of golf during that time because Hampton Hall, it was fairly cheap to play. It was only 20-something bucks, I believe it was, to play Twilight golf. So we played a lot of golf.
Let's go to July 3rd, that Tuesday. Did you work at the house that day with your mom?
Yes, so the morning of the July 3rd, it was either the day before or 2 days before, we went to Scottsdale Farms and bought some bushes to plant on the back side of the house, on the opposite side of the pond, some holly bushes.
So this is the day before July 4th. Did y'all go to Cherokee Ranch restaurant for lunch?
We always went there.
All right, who did you go with?
It would depend. If my dad was home, him and I would go. If he was at the office,
Well, on
Melody.
July 3rd, did you go with your mom?
So on the morning of July 3rd, yeah, I went over there with, you know, we drove separate because I was leaving from there to go up to the lake house with all my friends.
And did you see your dad at Cherokee Ranch?
Yes, I did.
But y'all weren't together?
No, he was already there when I came in, and he was sitting, as soon as you walked in the door, there was a booth, only a one-sided booth, so only either one person or 2 people could sit there, and that's where he sat. So, you know, I ended up sitting at a different table.
Did he walk out without talking to y'all?
I ended up, he was still there when I left.
You don't know whether or not your dad walked out or paid and left before you and Melody?
If I remember right, no, he was still there when I left. Because I left, you know, I drove up there separate from Melody. She was in her car, I was in the truck, and they both knew I was going up to the lake house.
And then what did y'all do after that?
So we ate, and I left, and I went to the lake house.
Where did she go?
I have no clue.
Whose lake house did you go to?
Nancy Pierce, it was her lake house, which is basically my second family. I've been friends with them for over 10 years now.
What time did you go up to the lake?
It would have been, around 12, 1 o'clock time frame, lunchtime.
And how long were you there at the lake on talking about July 3rd now?
I left there, and I was there until she called me and asked when I was coming home, and I said, well, I haven't really decided yet, but what's going on? And she said, well, the horses are out. I go, what do you mean the horses are out? She's like, your daddy left the gate open and they're out. And I was like, well, I guess I'll, be on my way as soon as I can. And that was, I want to say, somewhere around 10 o'clock-ish.
I said around 10:52 p.m. Would that be about right?
Yeah, it could have been around that time. I know it was dark out.
So did she call you or you called her?
She called me.
And she called and what? She was talking about the horses being out?
She called me and asked, when are you going to be home? And I said, well, I haven't, I haven't really decided, but wow, what's going on?
And what did she say?
She said, the horses are out. You need to come home and get them up.
July 3rd, you're at the house with your mom working, go to lunch, your dad's at the restaurant, but you don't remember whether or not he left or anything like that.
I'm like 99% sure my dad was still sitting there.
But whenever y'all departed, he was in a separate car, you were in a separate car, and your mom was in a separate car?
Yes, that is correct.
And you went from the restaurant to the lake?
Yes, sir.
And you were there all night until you came home?
Until she called me and said,
Go
come
anywhere
home.
else?
No, sir.
And
I mean, we went out on the lake on the boat and did that, but I went to the lake house.
About 10:52, you said you got a call from your mom about the horses. Did she ask you to come home or anything?
She asked, when are you coming home?
She asked when you're coming home.
Yes.
All right, that call's around 10:52 p.m. And you talked to law enforcement after all this happened, told them your timeline, things like that, right?
Yes.
And I think they were able to take photographs of your phone. Did you show your time calls and things to the law enforcement? Do you remember?
I remember I gave them my phone.
Okay. And then about 11:34 p.m. or so, did you get back to your house?
Yeah, it was from the lake house, which is up in Dawsonville, to the farm. That was about, anywhere from 35-minute to 45-minute drive.
And we got back at, say, around 11:34 p.m. Did you talk to your mom?
So I came in and, I turned up towards the barn. And once I came onto the property, I see the horses in the pasture. And I pull in and I pull up and I see the fire burning up behind the house where the burn pile always was. So I go, I pull up there to the barn. I try calling her, Melody, and she did not answer. So I went around and checked on all the other animals, make sure the chicken coop was, the door was shut and, the goats were good and everything. And I went upstairs to my apartment and then she finally called me back. And when she called me back, I said, what the hell? I think she said the horses were out. And she's like, well, I'll put them up. I was able to get them and put them up.
Do you remember saying anything to her about your dad deciding to burn the fire or anything like that?
Yeah, so, after, she told me she put them up, I said to her, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile of wood, the burn pile? And she was like, yeah. I go, well, somebody needs to pay attention to it throughout the night so it doesn't spread. And then I said, I'm waking up very early in the morning to go play golf, and I'm going to come over and get the debit card to get some cash out. And
So
she's like,
if you talked to your mom around 11:34 p.m. on the phone, what time did you go to bed?
it was pretty shortly after that because I was pretty exhausted from being out in the sun all day.
All right, the next morning, July 4th. What time did you go and get the ATM card from your mom?
Very early in the morning. Because I want to say we either had a 7:30 or 8:30 tea time. So, the sun just rose by the time I got over there.
Did you go up to the house?
Yes, I drove over to the house.
Did you call your mom to come to the door? How'd you get her to the door?
So, the night before, I told her I was going to play golf, and in the morning I was going to come over and get the debit card. And she said, well, just call me and let me know when you come over. And I was like, okay.
Did you ask her to leave the doors open, unlocked or anything?
No, because the house wasn't ever really locked up.
You know if she said anything about she was going to lock the doors or not lock the doors?
I do not remember anything of that.
Fair enough. When you, do you know if it was about 6:15 or so when you went to go get the ATM?
Yes, it was very, like I said, very early in the morning, so it had been around that time. And I sent, you know, I called her as I'm getting in the truck and say, hey, I'm coming over, and she met me at the front door and handed me the debit card. And
Did you go inside?
No, I never went inside.
Did you go get something out of the refrigerator, a drink or
No,
anything?
I literally walked.
You didn't go get a power drink or energy drink or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Did she let you in?
I never went into the house. She literally met me at the front door and handed me the debit card.
Did you run down the road, get some cash and come back?
He
I
took
ran
care
down
of the
to,
farm
right there,
full-time,
Free Home,
Morgana.
Publix, there's a Wells Fargo bank right there. So I grabbed,
If your tea time was around 7 or 7:30, would that be fair to say?
yes, and like I said earlier, it was either 7:30 or 8:30 tea time.
And who were you playing golf with?
I was playing with my friends Ted and Philip.
Would y'all do this on the 4th of July? Is this something y'all would do?
We try to make it a tradition, but yes, this would have been our second 4th of July round of golf.
And after you played golf, did you go somewhere?
We left from the golf course and went back to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
So we finished golf and then we went there. And we only went out on the boat only for a few hours. I know we were back.
Did you go to a pool party
So,
afterwards?
yeah, so we got back and Ted and I went to our friend's apartment complex. She lived in Cumming, and we went to the pool party that she was having there. And I stayed there not long. I'd probably say like a couple hours.
And about what time did you go home that night?
I was home before it got dark. So it was,
Did you go home to feed the animals?
yes.
All right. So on July 4th, start off, get ATM money, go play golf, go to the lake, pool, and then you go home around whatever time before dark. Do you remember what time that would have been?
That, like I said, it probably would have been 6, 7 o'clock roughly. It was still daylight outside. And that time of the year, the sun would have gone down about 9-ish.
When you got home, did you have a conversation with your mom about the goats being out or anything?
So when I get home, I see all the goats out in the front pasture, or the pond pasture is what we called it. I get them, I grab their feed and I call them and they all come running. I take care of everybody. Then I ride over to the house. By this time, it's already dark out. I ride over to the house and, you know, I walk in and I go back to the master bedroom and Melody is laying in bed with the dogs. And I talk to her and I'm like, what the hell? Why are the goats out? And she's like, well, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't...
That's what she said?
Yeah. She said, your daddy let them out. I was like, okay, well, why didn't y'all put them back up? I was like, y'all gonna have to start doing this because I'm going to, you know, start my new career at some point. So y'all gonna have to learn how to take care of these animals. And then I proceeded to, I turned around and, I mean, we maybe talked about something else, I can't remember, but I do remember her telling her that. And I turned right around and went right back out and got in my truck and went back up to my apartment.
All right. On July 3rd, did you see the fire burning?
Yes, I did. When I came home that night, when I pulled up to the barn, I could see off behind the house that the fire was burning.
On July 4th, did you see the fire burning?
I do not remember it burning.
Just move it first real quickly.
I think they're getting ready to call it an evening. Yeah.
I'll pick that up on July 5th.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the evening again. Don't look up anything about the case, the lawyers, the parties, the places. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't talk to your family about the case. If they want to know about the case, they can watch it on the internet. You can't. But they can't talk to you about what they watched on the internet. Don't talk to each other about the case when you're in the jury room or outside the jury room or at any point in the case until I give you your instructions and y'all begin your deliberations in next couple of weeks. All right, any questions about any of that? Anything y'all need before everything going okay?
In the next couple
All
of
right,
weeks, he
y'all can be
says.
excused. Yes, 8:30, 8:45.
Need to turn the audio back on, Court. Oh, come on. Why can't we hear them? They have the audio off. He kills me with those hands, man. Yeah, they're not gonna turn the audio back on. They're donezo for today. So, they are donezo for today, and I am donezo for today. Yeah. So, thank you guys for joining today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. I'm going to go. I'm still cold. I'm literally sitting with a heating pad. I got up at some point and went and grabbed my heating pad. So I'm going to go and we will resume tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is going to be a little bit different because I have an errand that I have to run and do tomorrow afternoon. So, just make sure you have your notifications turned on. And let me think real quick. Hold on. I'm not quite sure. It just depends on a couple of things. It depends on if husband gets home early tomorrow. If not, because he usually gets home early on Fridays. So you're welcome, Sherry. Thank Berta when you see Berta. But yeah, I have a couple of things I have to do tomorrow, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it early or later. It fully depends on if he gets home from work early or not. So, kind of in limbo for tomorrow. So just make sure you have your notifications turned on, and it will probably end up being a little bit later than we've been going. So yeah, just make sure that you do have your notifications on. And we'll be back then. I can't wait because tomorrow will be the cross. He's going to be cross-examined at some point tomorrow. I'd say that the prosecutor still has a little ways to go because they were getting into the timeline and getting close to, when they find his dad in the burn pile. So, Lord help him. Okay. Sherry said, thanks, Berta. I know she'll see this. All right. I love you guys. Please make sure to hit that thumbs up before you leave. And if you're new, would love for you to subscribe. Click that notification bell. #replay in the comments down below if you watch this on the replay. All right. And I'll see you guys at some point tomorrow. I love you all. Bye.